Welcome to Manhwa Recaps, spoilers ahead, watch out, and take care. The manhwa begins with a man saying that the world he longed for appears when he closes his eyes. From peaceful days to difficult, tough battles, this is what he has been dreaming of for the past 17 years. We're taken to a convenience store with a man scanning a drink. His name is Gang Sol, and he is 25 years old. Without having much to do, and him coming from a nursery along with an orphanage. He's only been doing part-time jobs at convenience stores. As he's bagging their groceries, he listens to some men talk about their dating life, and he says that he's usually quiet and withdrawn. And although his days often seem quite mundane, there's one thing that sets him apart from others. The fact that every night he has the exact same dream, and it's been an ongoing dream for the last 17 years. We see him head back to his dorms, and he crashes onto his bed, saying that he's barely managed to finish his work. He says others might find it frightening if he told them about it, but to him, living a shabby life in a small room without even a decent job, his dream is his unique asylum. The first time he had the dream was back in nursery. We see him as a child wake up into his dream world, and he looks around at a very beautiful night sky, wondering where he is. He says that he fell into an unknown space in his dreams, and there were very cool buildings, and we see a cool castle-like structure. We see the doors to the castle open, and an unknown woman wearing a fox mask greets him. He followed her to a huge banquet hall where everybody else was wearing masks, and they were playing a game at the time. The plague doctor tells everybody to choose their pieces. One man picks a character called the Red Slaughterer, and another picks one called the Wind Ranger. The fox mask woman tells everybody that there is a newcomer. Sol says in his dreams he was an adult. He was wearing clothes he'd never seen, and much like them, he was wearing a mask. We see he's surprised by all of these things, along with the fact that his voice is so deep. One of the men says he's glad to see a new face and tells him to come sit beside him. Sol says that he knows it's a dream, but it felt like a real conversation. The fox mask then asks him what they should call him, and he says since everything was unreal, he told them his nickname and introduced himself as Snowman. And he has become Snowman since that day. The fox mask then tells him to pick a piece, and a window appears in front of Sol's face. Much to his surprise, he has the option to pick a job and an attribute for his character. He says that since it's a dream, he wants to give it a try. He picks his first attribute as mage, and we see a mage appear in front of him. The man with the lightning mask told him that picking a mage is a bold first pick and he likes it. We see a dice in his hand as he drops it. Sol says that is the first game he played with them. The masked men, excluding him, seemed to enjoy the game like it was something they were very used to, and soon the game came to an end. The jester says that they'll soon be annihilated, and they tell Snowman that it's his time to roll the dice. Sol throws the dice down, saying that now he just has to pick an option. He has 4 to pick from, and he picks the third one, which is to hold down the foot of Sharp Thorn using frost magic. His magician's staff begins to glow blue as he slams it into the ground. Ice magic begins to form around him, freezing the foot of Sharp Thorn. The jester says that was an amazing choice. The plague doctor begins his roll, saying to leave the rest to him, and his warrior slices the back of the monster, causing it to fall to the floor. With the Sharp Thorn chief being taken down, their adventure has come to an end. Fox Mask says that today's adventure ends here and asks if everybody enjoyed the world of eternity. Sol is surprised, wondering if this is the name of the game, saying that it was amazing. The fate of the pieces changes depending on luck, strategy, and choice, and he's never played a game this in-depth. Due to so many unlimited combinations of piece attributes and jobs, it leads to a very unique experience. The plague doctor laughs, saying that this trial match was fun. Lightning Mask asks Sol if he'll join them tomorrow as well. Sol decides that since it's a dream, he can just do whatever he wants, and he tells them all right. From that day on, they are together forever. He enjoys the world of eternity every single night, but there is nobody who would believe him. At his nursery, we hear people asking if he's crazy, asking how there could be such a thing in his dreams, and they call him a weirdo, saying that since his mind is messed up, they don't want to play with him anymore. Sol says that no matter who he told, nobody would believe him, but he didn't resent them as it was a natural thought. He'd become a loner due to this, who was stigmatized as a liar, and he had a hard time adjusting, but the dreams continued. Back to the present, he said that he should shower and get ready to sleep, but his body isn't moving due to fatigue. He closes his eyes, hoping everybody will be gathered already, and he is transported to the castle landscape we saw before. They all greet him as Snowman again, and they have a conversation that I don't quite understand. The fox mask says that she wishes she could join him, but the plague doctor tells her he must go solo on this. Soul says that since this is the only place he can be, it wasn't like he wasn't curious about their identities, and at one point he even wondered if they were gods. However, if he found out about the secrets behind the dreams, he was afraid he'd never be able to have them again, so he never asked. They keep talking, asking him to play with them, and he smiles, saying that this place was his everything, and he couldn't help but feel happy. Lightning Mask tells them all to be quiet since Sir Snowman will be having a solo adventure because it is the Great Sage's last adventure. The Jester asks if it's really going to end this time, and the Plague Doctor says the pieces they create until now were really great, but they've never gotten to Ascension, and they want to break through it this time. Ascension, as the word suggests, is going to the sky. It's the last adventure of the World of Eternity, it's the end game. He'd been playing this game for 17 years continuously and had created several legendary characters. Because of that, they consider Snowman their idol. However, just as everything has an end, today is the end of the World of Eternity. There wasn't a notice that the trial version would reach its end today. It was said that the official service world would begin, and he wonders if this means that he won't be able to have this dream anymore. Snowman says they obviously know the meaning, but again he doesn't want to ask them. The Plague Doctor says that since it's the last day, he really hopes he can see Ascension. Soul says that it's a shame it has to end when he was enjoying it so much. He's even memorized the entire rule book, and if he had a little more time, he would have created the ultimate 31st piece, his final piece, containing all of his growth and strategies that he's worked 17 years on. Fox Mask tells him not to be discouraged. The trial version is ending, but since it will be an official service from tomorrow, their dream will finally come true. Lightning Mask says it's honestly quite late, and they should get back their divinity and also get some revenge on those worms that made them like this. Soul wonders what they are talking about, but again can't ask because he doesn't want the dream to end and decides to focus on Ascension for now. In the last 17 years, only 9 out of his 30 pieces were able to make an attempt at Ascension. This will be his last opportunity to make an attempt. He throws the dice, saying that everything will rest on this last piece, but he hits a nat 1. He is completely surprised, and a scroll appears saying that mana regurgitates in the Ascension process, and Milan has taken a huge shock from mana reaction. We see the sage struggling to walk up the steps, and he falls off of it. With his Ascension being thwarted, he falls down, and another scroll appears saying that he has failed. Fox Mask says that's unfortunate. The Plague Doctor says this was the 10th attempt, and it's sad that this is how the 10th piece will end. Snowman looks like he's ready for his next piece, and says again. A scroll appears asking him if he'll give up on Milan's adventure. Soul says it obviously wouldn't be easy for a man to rise to the heavens, but clicks yes, saying in the end he failed at ascending, and now Milan's adventure is deemed over. Lightning Mask says that it's okay as he gave his best. Even just getting to the Ascension stage is nuts. They all start to comfort him, but Soul is sad, saying that he thought he'd be able to break through in the end. He walks away, saying that it was unfortunate, but it was quite fun until now. And the World of Eternity that he has enjoyed for the last 17 years has come to an end. He opens his eyes and sees a bright light in front of him. When he woke up from his dream, he was not Snowman but himself. He says he thought it came to an end, and we hear a familiar voice saying that the protagonist has come. Soul looks over to see Lightning Mask and the rest, and they say that it was just a worm who fooled him into believing that he was a god. This is how Soul became a piece on that game board. Soul is surprised, saying that he thought the World of Eternity ended and he never thought he would have this dream again. But why is he here? They quickly put a collar around his neck made of lightning and it begins to zap the hell out of him as he screams. He wonders why they are suddenly so hostile and says it feels like his neck is burning. Lightning Mask starts to mock him, asking how dare he run away and calling him a wicked human, asking how he got into heaven. They are appalled that they have been talking to a human and ask why he would come here, saying that he must die for his crime. Soul is taken aback and begins to get force choked by Lightning Mask as they tell him that he will meet his end here. Soul really wonders if he is going to die so pathetically. We hear a man enter the room asking if he agreed to this. They all turn to see him and we learn that the man's name is Cordon. They tell Cordon that there is a human trespasser. He says that they are too angry by this and he tells everybody to calm down. He's got a bit of a lazy eye. Soul says that Cordon showed up a lot in the World of Eternity and he wonders if he is here to help them, saying that he is one of the most influential people here. Cordon then suggests that they kill Soul elsewhere, asking why they would want bloodshed in heaven so they should just send him back to where he belongs. Everybody asks him if he thinks that truly makes sense and he says of course, if they let him go, none of them would feel guilty, asking if they forgot what happened today. They start to talk among themselves and Foxma says that's right, They are going to start the harvest today. Corden says he's glad they understand and that sending Sol back to where he's supposed to be, into the land where their dream's official service has been made, he will die like a worm as a sacrifice of madness. Sol begins to panic hearing this, and Lightning Mask begins to laugh and drops his forced choke, saying that he's right and they can't stay in heaven with such filth's blood. Jester wonders if he climbed to heaven without knowing anything. Lightning Mask begins to mock him, saying that he will die on the ground like the worm he is. He doesn't want to teach him how to fit in with the gods. Sol realizes that Corden wasn't trying to save him, but rather cause him more pain. Corden then begins to use telepathy, asking him if he knows about Snowman. Sol looks around confused and Corden explains that he is the only one who can hear his voice. Sol glances over at him while Corden has a casual conversation. He knows who he is and he doesn't have time to explain, so he'll get straight to the point. From now on, the place where he used to live will become a different world as the worlds merge today. Both Sol's world and the world of eternity. Because the gods chose madness instead of faith to restore their power. Humanity's hardships and stories will now be sold for madness and the gods will restore their power through said madness. Sol asks what the hell that means, but Corden says there's only one way for Snowman and he needs to proceed to his final adventure and ascend. If he collects as much madness as he can, it will help him. Lastly, please keep in mind that the gods are justified to intervene if he brings up heaven's affairs. Sol says how is he meant to ascend when this isn't a game and that he has failed it every single time. He hopes they can meet again. When Sol looks down, he sees his world below him through the clouds. Corden tells everybody to take a good look at how this worm will wriggle in its death and then drops him through the clouds, causing him to fall towards the floor. Lightning wanted to do something different to him but says oh well, who cares? Corden tells them it's time to start observing the harvest, and that he's glad he can share such an occasion with his fellow and noble gods. Sol opens his eyes to pure darkness and reaches for his throat to see if he still has his collar, saying that he is glad he is still alive, but it was just as he suspected. They were all really gods and they don't just exist in his dreams as they are actual tangible people. He looks around wondering where he is, saying that it's too dark to see anything. He then realizes that this is the world of eternity and says there's no way he's inside of the game. The screen continues by welcoming him to the world of eternity, specifically to Pandaia. It begins to glow brightly, causing him to close his eyes, and when he opens them he is surprised to see that he is truly in the world of eternity now. He has a look of disbelief but also awe as his eyes are shimmering with hope. He then gets a scroll telling him that a total of 7.9 billion people have entered the world of eternity. He wonders what happened and if this means everybody on Earth is in the game. He then gets taken to the character select screen. As he sees multiple other people in the world of eternity, he starts to understand what they meant by the worlds merging. He starts to think, saying that he's been playing the game this entire time and that this is no longer a dream but reality. He starts to recall how they kept calling him a worm, and he says that he used to view the world the same way they do and wonders if he was truly out of line. He starts to clench his fists out of anger, saying that even if he was a worm they were watching his games while cheering, but as soon as they figured out he was a human they rejected him. He asks if it's natural for them to try and kill him. He says that the indifference and distrust he has experienced in the orphanage, and the way he was treated by the gods is no different. He says that if he has to be treated like this just because he is a human then he is allowed to be angry at piece of shit gods. He says that he is glad and from now on he will do the thing that he has done the best for the last 17 years and improve, saying that he will become the ultimate 31st piece and ascend. We see that he names his character the Snowman as he's determined to reach the gods. Sol says that the world of eternity is no different from an RPG board game. Until now, he's finished 30 games and what he has realized is that the character setting could be stated as the most important. Similar to reality, the class of people is divided by the wealth they are born into, and it's no different in the game. Right now, he is currently in the state of being merged with reality, so he can't recreate a character. If he dies, it is all over. So, he has to create a character that can reach Ascension without any variables. In the world of eternity, he is able to choose multiple classes simultaneously. He also has the possibility of choosing the specialized form of a specific class as well. Of course, with how various this selection is, there are classes that are favored and some that are neglected. When he played other classes, he received too much influence from his companions. And now, he will be playing solo. There was a class that he wasn't able to confirm its use as the trial ended. We see him choose the class Summoner. For the attribute, he picks Shadow. For all of his stats, he maxes out on Wisdom. His talents will be Cooking and Perception. The Summoner is an ass class that doesn't exactly fit the position of DPS, Healer, or Support. The shadow attribute is typically known to not be that powerful throughout the game. But if you merge these two abandoned aspects, then it creates a certain reaction. Once again, we are shown that his name in the game is Snowman and he is now a shadow summoner. As he is teleported into his character, he says that as he thought, it looks like the first adventure is decided randomly. We see that it is called the Dance of Moonlit Night. I'm not reading all of this, but feel free to if you want. He recognizes it upon reading the name Ruins of the Forgotten Moon. He says he remembers it was an adventure for the new user to settle down in the world of eternity, but that was all just a farce. He remembers the difficulty being extremely horrible, as you would have to constantly advance while receiving damage. The Ruins of the Forgotten Moon is filled with traps and it's severely disadvantageous for him since he doesn't have a thief type class nor the talent of trap removal. In addition, the Shadow Summoner is a caster, which means that his movement is slow. Since he's put all of his stats into wisdom, it will not be easy. It's almost to the point that if he knew his first adventure would be this place, he'd definitely have picked a different class. He looks around saying that he truly has become a piece of this game board. He didn't realize it when he was the one rolling the dice, but now that he's in the game, he's getting far more nervous than he thought. He is at the entrance to the stage. We see there are two levers and he wonders which one is the correct one. A scroll appears showing him the choices, and he wonders if everybody else can see these as well. He can either open the door forcibly or pick one of the levers. Or if he has analysis, he could remove the trap. He says that it looks as if it's giving him a hint to act on, but he's already memorized all the choices as well as the useless descriptions in the rulebook. Since it was a trial version, he expected it to have more changes, but he's glad that it does not seem to be the case. He starts to smile saying that it will be doable. He pulls the left lever saying that he's repeated his game for 17 years. Then he immediately pulls the right, saying that he was the best at choosing which choices were correct. The door begins to open and he says this is the aspect he is the most confident in. Once the door is fully opened, he looks across to see a gap filled with a bridge full of symbols. He recognizes it as the scroll appears saying that this was the first trial of this area. He needs to advance forward while stepping on the tiles in the correct order. However, if he steps on one wrong tile, the trap will activate. Since this is not a game anymore, he will be dead. But he's played the majority of the starts that appear in this world and he knows about all the hidden choices that can be unlocked using specific talents. The most important thing he has right now are his memories. He looks up saying that there was a password written in front of the trial. Because he doesn't have archaeology or the divination talent, he can't read it. But it's fine because he still remembers the core details of the password. The lion does not share as it is ferocious. The sheep prefers to go last as it is docile. The benevolent moon embraces all of them and the envious wolf follows the lion. It may sound confusing, but it's simple wordplay. According to his memory, he would need to step on the tiles in the order of lion, wolf, moon, and sheep. Then the pattern would repeat. It's not hard. As long as he maintains the order, he will not get hurt. He looks down at the tiles and starts to feel uneasy but says it's time to go. He steps on the lion waiting to see if there will be a reaction and hesitates to step on the wolf. But once he plants his foot, he realizes that he is correct and begins to cross the bridge in that exact order. He finally makes it to the other side after stepping off of the sheep and confidently says that was easy. Now that he has cleared the first trial, he is able to select a reward. Due to not receiving any damage, his reward has improved. He thinks about the reward, saying that if he stops now, then the reward would decrease as well. He says that this area contains the lesson that you must know your place. That if someone were to go after a high reward without knowing their place, they would be humbled quickly. But that won't be a problem for him, as he is the main character after all. He says this is an adventure game that he has memorized completely and there can't be any mistakes. He gets to a hallway and sees a bunch of torches, saying that the second trial is an area that can be considered as the essence of the ruins. The second trial trap is an area that he has to clear without any tricks. But he is surprised, saying that he does not remember it being so long. From here, his experience and memory will be useless because the traps activate randomly every time you go through this place. If he had mechanical engineering or trap removal, he'd be able to dodge the traps. He then notices his reflection on the wall and sees the collar mark on his neck, saying that it's a scar from Lightning Mask. He calls them scumbags, saying that they'll definitely see each other again. He steps on the red tile saying that who knows if he is wrong and that he just needs to trust his gut. He says maybe the order he recalls them in is correct, which was red, blue, black. He goes to step on the blue and the trap activates, shooting him in his arm and breaking his staff as well. He looks over and starts to sweat nervously, saying that it is getting interesting. We see some system windows saying that people have donated 100 madness and that they start to find it interesting, yet they can tell it's painful. While others say they know this will be the end for him. One of them mentions that the board pieces don't know they're even being watched. Sol then tries to step on black and gets shot again, this time in the thigh. He calls them trash, asking if they really have to make the red tile the answer 4 times in a row, and says every time he's hit it feels like he's going to pass out from the pain. The next set of tiles are red, blue, and black, but since the red tiles are the only ones correct so far, he will choose blue. We then see the chat start laughing at him, saying that he's so entertaining. After we hear the shot go off, they say it turns out blue was not the answer. Sol says if he makes even the smallest mistakes, he'll be crushed by the ceiling and die. They think that he's done for, saying that now he can't deny it anymore and that he is screwed, even though he still has that much to go through. They tell him to fake being crazy and just make a run for it, as we see the walls are closing in on him every time he fails. He continues hopping red to red, and they wonder why he's doing so well all of a sudden. He steps on a black tile and starts to smile, saying that his analysis is complete. The chatters are confused, asking how he pulled this off. Sol says if his memory serves him right, the traps are set up so the correct tile repeats itself in sets of 5. Once you see through their pattern, they become meaningless, and he makes it through to the end. They wonder why the pattern was so easy to predict, and why the traps were made so sloppily. Now that he has cleared the second trial, he has the option to get the reward again or to wait. We see that due to the fact that the trap did not repeat over 10 times, the reward improved as well. He looks down at the box and starts to shake, saying that if he just picks his reward, he can leave the tutorial. But he clenches his fist, saying that he refuses to stop here. The chatters wonder why he's continuing, even though he's been so badly bruised, and wonder if maybe he's a masochist, asking who is trying to match his freak. He looks up at the next trial, and we see an enchantment table. He says if he opens this door, he'll arrive at the Plaza of the Moon. The first line says, "Do not be arrogant," followed by, "Know your place and be humble." The guy who made this is a Kendrick Lamar fan. He says that he knows who is inside. He has 2 options, either ignore the warning and continue for a chance to prove himself, or know his place and leave. He stretches his hand out and puts it on the door, saying that he will not choose the second option. He looks up and looks out, and on the other side, he is surprised. We see someone holding a sword, and even the chatters are excited. We see a knight kneeling on the ground, the knight's eyes begin to shine blue. He stands, calling him arrogant, asking how dare he set foot in this place. He gets into his stance, saying that he will take Sol's head. Sol begins to smile nervously, saying that it has been a while. The Moonlight Knight. We see the gods throwing their dice down and wondering what is up with him and how they are meant to beat him, saying that they are tired, asking how this is meant to be a tutorial event. We see Sol back when he was playing as Snowman, saying that during their initial attempts, they were at a loss as to what to do with Kaluna. This is an event that occurs as soon as one progresses to the end of the Temple of the Forgotten Moon. He says that there is a safety zone that can be used to dodge his attacks. However, there is no way for one to reliably reach the safety zone. As we see him sidestep Kaluna's attack, he explains that if he gets hit a single time, he will be burned to death by the moonlight. It is a terrible boss fight that has an instant death pattern. During the early days of playing, many pieces died due to Kaluna's moonlight because they rushed in claiming it was easy. He sees multiple options appear in front of him on a scroll and says these tiles are the only way of breaking through this section. As we see, they are the same tiles from the bridge. He says the various tiles he has experienced thus far, the order and the color of these tiles, are key to clearing the Dance of the Moonlit Night. The Dance of the Moonlit Night's order is identical to the one laid out in the first bridge trap, and it will be effective until he exits the Temple of the Moon. Kaluna starts to come back in and he steps on the red lion tile first. We learn that each color has a different role. The red tiles have an effect of reducing the moonlight surrounding Kaluna. As the amount of moonlight decreases, Kaluna's movements become slower and the barrier surrounding him becomes weaker. He continues stepping on each one of the tiles going in the correct order, going from wolf to moon. As he goes to jump on the sheep, Kaluna is already right in his face. He says that Kaluna has definitely slowed down. He says red tiles can only be stacked up to 3 times. So he steps on a black sheep. Now that Kaluna is right in front of him, the effect of the tile kicks in. As a fireball comes from behind, he says the black tiles have an effect that deal damage to Kaluna. However, using them will charge Kaluna's moonlight. So the red tiles will have to be used again to reduce his moonlight before damage can be dealt. That's why he stepped on the red tiles to weaken the barrier before the black. But regardless of how many times he does it, Kaluna won't go down quickly. Kaluna gets ready for his next attack, saying that he's full of petty tricks. Soul recognizes it, saying that it is his instant death pattern, the moonlight slash. Kaluna swings his blade, creating a giant blue aura to be released from it. The chatters say that this difficulty is way too high and that it's his fault for entering instead of taking the reward. They are surprised to see that he actually survived the attack. We learn that if he infuses himself with moonlight, he can defend against it. They start to say that according to the wiki, this is an instant death pattern and that he must have bypassed it by stepping on a blue tile. We learn that he is the first person out of humanity to have reached the final trial. Kaluna charges forward, saying that he shall be judged. Soul continues by stepping on the red tiles to reduce his moonlight. We see Kaluna visibly growing weaker, and Soul smiles confidently. We hear Lightning Mask ask him if there's a reason he has to go so far. Snowman looks over, asking him what he is talking about. Lightning Mask says in his decision to clear Kaluna's dance in the moonlit night, they were surprised to find out that Kaluna slows down after stepping on the red tile 3 times. That's why they came up with a perfect strategy of avoiding him rather than defeating him. Even after they step on the black tile, the damage he receives is negligible, and that it is too dangerous to go for as a plan. He replies, saying that it's simple, as it is the right way of doing it. We see another attack come in, hitting Kaluna, and Soul has stepped on the black sheep once more. We see some armor fragments on the floor, as Kaluna's helmet has been broken, and he says, "Do not disturb the moonlight." Soul continues by stepping on another red tile and then another one. As he goes for the black one, Kaluna calls him wicked, but he steps on it anyways, and the fireball comes out, hitting Kaluna's shoulder, breaking his armor. Soul says he doesn't have to do this many more times, as Kaluna's flesh has been exposed now. Kaluna prepares for another moonlight slash, asking Soul if he has to go this far. We see from a scroll it says that Kaluna is receiving continuous damage as he is being eaten away by the moonlight. Soul says if it weren't for his moonlight slash pattern, he would not be so infamous. Kaluna swings out towards Soul. It's called New Moon Steps, which is a different pattern that uses the moonlight slash. Soul says he is ruthlessly fast, but he can slow him down by stepping on the red stone. He steps on the blue stone to shield the attack, and says it's time to wrap this up. Kaluna tells him to be humble and begins to swing again. Soul says this is his last pattern, and that it is the original moonlight slash once more. While avoiding the attack that will kill him if he is struck, he can accumulate the damage onto Kaluna with a simple stepping stone gimmick. And he starts to laugh while enjoying himself, saying it's just like the name suggests, the dance of Moon Night, as we see them dancing under the moon. He lands on the black sheep once more, and Kaluna goes to swing down, but glances over to see a fireball coming straight to his head, as he tanks the attack. His helmet flies off, and Kaluna drops to his knees. We see that he is actually an elf, and he apologizes, telling his master that he failed the mission, and gets hit in the chest by another attack. His corpse falls to the floor, and Soul lets out a sigh as he has broken through the last gate of the ruins of the Forgotten Moon. He can now choose a reward like he did last time and has achieved some achievements and nicknames as well. He recalls what Lightning Mask said about why he is trying so hard to kill Kaluna, and how he defeated him without avoiding him, but Soul is firm in his decision, saying that dodging him was not the best choice as this was, and he can just make up the reason for it. There is a reason why he had to defeat him right now anyways. We see him stretch out his hand, and he says, "Serve." As a shadowy figure begins to envelop Kaluna, we see it consume him, and Soul is happy to see. A scroll says, "You have succeeded in summoning the shadow of Moonlight Knight Kaluna." He has failed to clone the Moonlight Slash, as the summoned shadow's grade is too low. Due to having such high wisdom, it manages to deteriorate into a lower version called Full Moon Slash. Due to being so weak compared to Kaluna, Kaluna is only exerting 20% of the original's power, and we see him now as a servant of Soul. We see somebody named the lewd smell was coming from my armpit, donate 100 madness. What a freak. They all start to talk about it, wondering why he's so good at a game that just came out. And multiple people begin to enter the snowman's room. And they wonder why Kaluna is serving him. You can pause and read his stats now, along with other status things. Soul is happy with it. Although his power deteriorated to only 20%, he gained a hero class summon. The summon is at grade 10, and they are usually of the rare class. Currently, this is no different than securing a definite survival. Shadow Summon is one of the few summoning arts with very generous conditions. He meets the summoning condition as long as he defeats the opponent and it has a shadow. He opens his chest, saying it's time to check the rewards. It is the highest ranked chest called the Moon Chest. He levels up a couple of times and acquires a ton of equipment related to the moonlight. He also acquires some gold, potions, and skill points. We finally get to see his stats, and he holds the title One Who Dropped the Moon. Soul says whenever he levels up, he is given 4 circulating stats and 4 fixed stats. Soul decides to invest most of his stats into wisdom, as wisdom is his most important stat. Aside from these stats, the most important drop is the moonlight sword he got from defeating Kaluna, and that he must give this to Kaluna, as it increases any attack using moonlight by 20%. Soul explains how the summons of the Shadow Summoner are characterized by their ability to grow independently and equip items. In other words, the Summoner leads the growth of the summons through his power. While the summons of the Shadow Summoner grows independently, that means each summon needs its own investment. It'll cost a lot, but it's certainly worth it if they think about the value in the long run. Furthermore, he also got the staff with the wisdom stats he needed. The chatter starts to talk about how wisdom is hot ass. Soul explains that it's judged as being weak because of its ambiguous use. But for a Shadow Summoner, it is the most important stat. It has the greatest effect on loyalty, charisma, skill improvement, and success rate when resurrecting a shadow. It's especially good for someone who is aiming to become an elite summoner. On top of that, he even got a lottery ticket for an item he did not expect. We see it's the seed of the moon, and he says that it's beneficial to eat it, and he knows of a way to increase its performance. And finally, he's earned a title. It's the one mentioned earlier, which gives any attack with the moon attribute an increase of 5%, which applies to his summons. Soul says so far so good, as he's happy with his progress, and it's time to move to the next floor. We see a giant beam of light engulf him as the second adventure is beginning. The next adventure is called the 5 Amical Brothers. In the southern sharp stone mountains of Pandaia in the world of eternity lives a tribe of hideous trolls. It is the Rock Canine tribe which selects its leader in a peculiar way and maintains the tribe the same way. Currently, their leader is Jamat the Warlord. Weaken the Rock Canine tribe using any means necessary and kill at least one of the tribe leaders. And if you fail to reach the goal, you will die. We see he has a timer, and he says if it's around noon right now, he should be able to head over to the safe zone by tomorrow morning. And except in special cases, they should be given 1 rest every 2 adventures. And he says that since he has 5 goals to aim at, there should be a lot of variables since it's quite a difficult adventure. The sharp stone mountains are not that tall, but the terrain is rugged. There are quite a few guards too, so it'll take some time to climb up. He looks around saying that taking into account this difficulty, it's an adventure that requires a 5-man party. But he wonders why nobody else is here, and he says due to the time limit he has to move quickly anyways. There's something that catches his attention. He says that during the first adventure, he was given 6 hours, but now he was given an ambiguous amount of time. And he wonders why. He glances over to see that every one of his party members are currently dead. And he says, damn. All the chatters start to go crazy, asking what is he meant to do, saying there's no hope for this and that he is dead. It jumps to a guard post in the mountain range border. We see a green flag, and Soul explains that the Rock Canine tribe only uses green flags on special occasions. They only raise these flags when they wish for blessings from Tan Creed, the Earth Dragon, during the Harvest Festival. First of all, this place is no different from the lowest class of the Rock Canine tribe. And he looks around to see all of his teammates' corpses, saying that it looks like they all died here in battle. And looking at their attires, their party consists of 1 priest, 2 frontliners, and 1 archer. It's a decent combination if they had the proper knowledge. They would have been able to clear this, and if they survived, there would have been many ways for them to attack, but it's useless to think about this, because he can't pick up water that is already spilled. He says he is alone now, so he has no choice but to think of the best strategy to use in the situation. There are not many he can apply in this circumstance, and he thinks about something, saying that he does have one idea. A scroll appears, giving him some options about what to do at the village. He looks at the time remaining, saying that he will overcome this adventure alone, and acquire the best reward. The world of eternity produces different results according to the methods employed during the adventure. In other words, the behavior of the pawns affect the world. If the method he has in mind succeeds, history will be made in the world of eternity. He heads back into the forest, and chooses the first option, which is to attack the houses of the Rock Canine tribe in order, starting from the bottom. There's no need for him to explain how dangerous this choice is, but even if he summons Kaluna, it's still too dangerous. The second option is to wait until night falls. The raids are advantageous, however, it's useless if you're alone. So he will choose the third one, which is search around to gather information. Among the information he needs, the exiles of the Rock Canine is the most important. There are a total of 5 rough mountain peaks. The highest one is where the Rock Canine tribe is located. The other peak was occupied by other beings, but that does not mean the enemies of the Rock Canine tribe are in a big place. Because the minor characters, who all have their own little stories, each occupy a separate peak. In the 5 Amical Brothers adventure, this setup is very important. He will start with the hidden key of this adventure, which are the exiles. He says that they're hiding somewhere in the lowest peak, and they're hiding there because they were exiled, as the name suggests. He says he's sure they are there, and we hear some bells jingling. He looks down to see a trap, saying that it's quite loud for its size, and they probably use magic to signify it as an alarm, which means they are nearby. We hear a voice, which is surprised to see a human, asking who he is. He steps forward through the trap, saying that he is not a dangerous person. The orc sticks their hand out, asking him again if he's a human. Soul looks over, wondering if the person he's looking for is in this place. The voice continues, saying not to come closer, and he repeats, saying he does not have any bad intentions. The orc calls him a liar, saying the canine tribe must have sent him here, asking what he is going to do. We see that he has many options, as the Forsaken One is afraid of him. He asks why they don't want him to come closer, and if there is a problem with it. The orc continues by saying to stay away from him. Soul waits for a second, and then asks the orc if he is ill. He already knew this was the case, but he needs to respond in the way he wants him to. The orc stands up, asking if he can see the bubbles forming on his body, saying that these are wounds he got from his illness, and that it is contagious, so it's better for him to stay away from him, and that he does not want to show him more. Going off the options, he says that he wishes to hear about it in detail. The orc asks if he's serious, saying that he will be infected if he gets closer. Soul says if he does not get closer, he won't be able to hear him. The orc is taken aback, asking what he wants to hear. Soul says anything the orc would like to talk about. The orc turns around, saying it's better to talk inside, and if he wants to have a conversation to follow him, as he has dropped his guard, but in return he won't be responsible for anything. Soul says that's okay, and follows the orc. The chat starts to go crazy, asking why he is following him, saying that he is going to catch his illness, and to maintain social distancing. Inside of the hut, we see a lot of supplies and some books, which catches Soul's eye. The Forsaken One asks him if that's weird, but he says not really. The orc then asks him if he would like some tea, saying it doesn't taste good, but he can still serve it. Soul says he'd love to, but he wants to hear his story first. The orc says he'll start by talking about himself, and Soul says to go ahead. He says it's nothing much, but in the past there was an endemic disease that originated from the steep rocky mountain. One generation after another, many trolls died. They are trolls, not orcs, oops. The inhabitants of the Rock Canine tribe set one rule to prevent this horrible disease from spreading, to exile, and that is to exile those who have contracted the disease. Soul asks the troll if he has been exiled here. He says no, that it was his mother. She was still pregnant with him when she was exiled. She begged for him to be born in the tribe, but it didn't work out well. The predecessors thought that the child might spread the disease, they didn't even know if it was true at the time. Even though he ended up contracting the illness, his mother resents the tribe even in her death. She said that she wanted everything to disappear. Soul asks what she meant by everything, and the troll says she wants the tribe, along with the disease, and even him to disappear. Soul asks if it's incurable, and he says the reason he's been reading so many books is to learn about his disease. He used sorcery to learn the human language and read all kinds of books, along with studying the endemic disease that he's suffering from. It's not incurable if he can find the ingredients, he can treat it. He needs corpse finger mushroom, and that it's in the mountains. Before he can finish, Soul says he assumes that he could not find it. The troll says that the problem is his bones. The more the disease spreads, the more he can feel in his bones, and because of that, he can't even go to the cliffs. Soul then makes a suggestion, saying that he can look for it, and he begins to smile at the troll. As he begins to recall all of the settings for this adventure in his head, he says that he can save the troll, and asks to make a small deal. And the hidden adventure, The Forsaken One, is now in progress. Outside of the hut, we see Soul running through the forest. He is clearly thinking about something, and we see the troll telling him that if he really happens to get the mushroom, then he will help him with anything. He explains that side quests usually occur in the middle of an adventure and they greatly affect the flow of it. The Forsaken One is even more special since it adds a helper NPC to the piece. The helper assists the piece with tasks proportionate to their loyalty. The Forsaken One is one of the highest ranking helpers. He says that each and every second matters in this adventure, but the time invested in this side quest will not be a waste. If he can make the Forsaken One his helper, then he can overturn this hopeless situation. The sun begins to set, and we see Sol clearly gassed out as he has made it to one of the cliff tops. But there is nothing there. All of the chatters begin to say that he is screwed, and say bro is cooked on God. Since there is no mushroom, there is no future. But there is nothing to feel bad about. The current prog party is all failing too. He steps to the edge of the cliff, and his perception begins to activate. A scroll appears saying that this place seems to be the cliff area that the Forsaken One mentioned, but the corpse finger mushroom is not here. It gives him options on what to do, one of them being to wait. He plops to the ground, and the chatters start to say that he is throwing. He says he remembers now after coming here. The first piece that he created that stepped foot into the world of eternity was none other than the wizard he picked originally. He says about 17 years ago it was a caster back then as well. He had rushed to this cliff in joy after discovering the Forsaken One's side quest. He picks an option, and he says back then he didn't know that the dream would continue for 17 years. So every day he did his absolute best and did not refrain from showing any passion. However, in those times he was simply inexperienced in controlling the piece as we see it fall to his death. The cause of death for the first piece was the loss of footing while looking for the mushroom. Although it was a ridiculous reason, it was something that would naturally have happened. Because a caster is a class lacking in strength and agility, it wasn't suited to search for an item using their body. Since he had searched around the cliff looking for that mushroom with such a class, it wouldn't have been able to live for a long time no matter how much he tried. We see Sol breaking down and crying as a child, saying that he made the wrong decision, and because of that mistake, the adventure of that piece couldn't progress anymore, and that was his first adventure's end. The moment had come to be a big shock for him, and even now, it is still a painful memory for him. As the sun continued to set, he says that it looks like he'll be able to gain something thanks to that now, as it should be about time. A burrowing sound begins to be heard, and everybody wonders what's going on. We see on the bottom of the cliff some rocks begin to fall out and something sprouts. The chatters begin to wonder if he waited for it to sprout. Sol explains that he spent a lot of time researching the Forsaken One's quest, and the corpse finger mushroom has the trait of appearing on the cliff at the darkening hours where the twilight sets. We see him putting his forehead onto his staff as a shadowy figure emerges from behind him. It is called Shadow Hands, and they start to head down the cliff. He says the basic ability of the Shadow Summoner is the ability to create hands with shadows. Although the effect is simple, it is useful in this sort of situation. Maybe it's because it's his first time using it, but it is difficult to control, and he wonders if it's going to work. The chatters say it's deceivingly hard to use them. We see him miss his first grab for it, and they start flaming him. He decides to lock in and finish it. He carefully begins to control the hands and places them around the mushroom, saying that he's going to grab it with just the exact amount of strength he needs as if he is cradling a baby's head. He latches onto it and pulls it out. Bro would have caught a case. As his hands retract back from the cliff, he looks back in suspense and is relieved once he sees that it actually worked. Out of the corner of his eye, he catches a light shining on a tree. He glances over at it, wondering what he saw. A scroll appears saying that his perception activated and the hidden adventure, Masterless Pocket Watch, has been activated. And the recap is that the watch was abandoned, and based on the symbol engraved into it, it must have quite a story, and that the mission is to find somebody who knows about it. Sol says that if it wasn't shining, he would have just returned with the mushroom, and he stretches his shadowy hands out to take the watch as well. The chatters say that he is quite greedy. He grabs onto it, and nobody else seems to know what the deal with the watch is, saying that they couldn't find anything on the wiki. Back in the forest, we see a cauldron as the Forsaken One is boiling something, and he wonders if he can really trust Sol. He's hated having baseless hope for quite a while now, and he recalls his mother on her deathbed as she wanted them to all disappear. She wanted anything related to her, the canine tribe, or the curse to disappear. We learn that the troll's name is Mael, and he looks sad upon hearing his mother's words. He says he never even thought about the disease being cured. That is why he dedicated so much time to finding a treatment. He began to read the books that the humans dropped after being killed by the rock canine tribe. It was difficult to read at first due to the language barrier, but eventually, he was able to, and he continued to accumulate knowledge and began to treat himself. However, his end was coming faster than the treatment would allow. He needed to make the medicine before his disease worsened. But obviously, he wasn't able to go get the mushroom, and he wonders if trusting a human was his best choice. He hears rustling in the woods and looks up, wondering if it is Sol or a member from the tribe. He sees Sol gassed out but beginning to exhibit symptoms. He says he came back with the mushroom as he requested, but the disease hurts a lot more than he thought. Mael sees the mushroom in his hand and begins to feel hope, ever after rejecting it so far. He asks Sol for his name. Sol tells him that his name is Snowman, and Mael introduces himself, saying that his name means Child of the Stars. He begins to cry while saying that he will never forget the help he has received from the snowman. And with this, the Forsaken One adventure is now complete. Later on, right outside the hut, a scroll appears saying that Sol has recovered from the endemic rotten branch disease, and his vitality has been permanently increased by 2. The Forsaken One is also recovered. Mael says that he will help him as promised, asking if there's anything he wants. We see that he has some options to choose from. You can read them if you would like. Sol says that now that his party members are all dead, option 1 is useless. And since he doesn't satisfy the conditions of 3 and 4, he goes for the second option, asking if they can take down the rock canines from the inside. Mael thinks about it, saying that there is actually something they can try. It jumps to the canine tribe, and we see 2 trolls standing guard. Sol starts to recall Mael's words about how today is the best time to strike them, for it's when the rock canines harvest festival is held. It's a sacrifice offered to the earth dragon. There is a rule in the festival that nobody can break. That is, when it hits midnight, all members of the tribe must drink from the huge cauldron in which they boil animal blood, and every member has to participate in this. He hands Sol a potion, saying that if he pours this into the cauldron it will help with his plans. Sol asks him if he will be okay, and Mael asks if he's forgotten and reminds him about his mother's last words. Of course, his disappearing would be something that happens later, but he will partially grant his mother's request. We see a new sub-adventure start, and he must lace the cauldron with the nostrum potion. Mael then burned down his hut and disappeared. Mael took the things that were relevant, like the rotten branch disease medicine, along with a book that was full of empty pages. Sol asks him about the book, and he says that it's his dream to become an archaeologist, and the world is vast and things wrapped in secrets are endlessly excavated, and he plans on roaming the world and recording them down. Then he wishes for Sol to punish the barbarians, saying that he knows he possesses the Star of Intelligence, and he receives a title called the Attractive Being. Sol feels a little sussed out, saying that it won't be bad in the long run. When it comes to creating rapport with someone, it will increase by 10%, and he decides that it's time to get started using the nostrum. He explains that the red one is the camouflage nostrum, which will turn him into a troll for a single day. It will also dumb him down as well. The second one, the blue one, is the madness nostrum, and it would be hard to be detected even by the most skilled shaman. Sol opens the red one and starts chugging it. He lets out a long burp and slowly begins to feel his body shifting into that of a troll. We see the guards at the front gate asking him what he is doing over there, saying that he's not meant to leave his post until the harvest festival is over. Sol apologizes, saying he will join them quickly, and they call him an idiot. We see that now he is a troll, he has the options to use voodoo and troll language. The voodoo is useless, but the language one is not. Now that he has passed the watchtower, he has to find the cauldron and lace it with the madness. He recalls Mael saying that it is located in the middle layer. He starts to head up to it, and reiterates how the rock canines live in 5 different factions. These factions only join forces if something big happens. Other than that, they remain divided. For this reason, they are ruled by 5 leaders. Shamans representing each faction and as divided villages are the ones to maintain discussions of the tribe as a whole. However, the heirs of the generation are currently facing some serious issues. Due to the lack of abilities, the rock canines, which were once a strong tribe, are declining. He finally reaches the middle layer and spots the cauldron in the middle of the group. He pulls out the blue potion and hands it to a troll, telling him to look at this, saying he would like to contribute some of the blood he collected into the cauldron. The troll tells him that the blood from the sacrifice is more than enough. Sol pleads with him, but the troll does not want any of it. Sol says this is the white horn Arago's blood. It will definitely be of help. The troll seems a bit more lenient upon hearing of what type of blood it is and takes it, saying that he will take it to the leader and see. Sol begins to chuckle, saying that the rock canines believe that if valuables are offered to Tancred, they will receive her blessing. The white horn Aragos are very rare even within the sharp stone mountains. We see the troll approach a man named Sir Magata and tell him about the blood of the white horn. Magata holds it and begins to sniff the blood, saying that it is the real thing and to put it in. They are unable to notice the poison inside as it was camouflaged by Mael using the actual white horn's blood, and that the Forsaken One wasn't given the heroic rank for nothing. The potion gets poured into the cauldron, and a scroll appears saying that those who drink the blood's offering will be wrapped up in madness. We see Megata telling everybody that it will be midnight soon and tells everybody to raise their tankards. He starts to give a speech, saying that everything is given to them by Earth's grace, flesh, blood, and even plunder, telling them to drink up and leave nothing behind, as this is Lord Tancred's way and that it is also the Rock Canine's way. They all start cheering, and everybody begins to drink theirs. Sol pours his onto the floor and spots the leaders of the Rock Canine sitting down. He says that they clearly look the part. He says that Mael warned him about one of them. The reason why the Rock Canine can still continue on in this generation despite their dilemmas. The one who wiped out the shamans of their previous generation all by himself. The toughest troll in the history of the Rock Canines. The tribal chief Jamat. We see the cauldron is now empty, and as the festival has come to an end, Sol looks around. All the trolls have drunk the blood mixed with the potion of madness. Of course, the 5 leaders are no exception. There may be a difference in the effect compared to an ordinary troll, but 1 hour later, they will also receive the effect of the madness potion. He says that should be enough, and now as long as there is no obstacle to his plan, once the night is over, the Rock Canine tribe will disappear. As night falls, we see him walking through the woods, as he is hiding in some bushes saying he's finally found it, the treasury of the Rock Canine tribe. The chatters start to say that it's just a storage room, asking why is he even here. Sol says according to the setting of this universe, the troll tribe store their most important items in this place, and the Rock Canine delegates warriors who aren't affiliated with any other faction and uses them as treasure keepers. Although they may not be as strong as the chieftain, they are still quite strong trolls. The madness potion starts to kick in, and their eyes begin to glow. They start to struggle with their rage, looking at one another, attacking each other. The chatters wonder what is going on, saying that was a big hit. One of the trolls tells the other to die and pay due favor to Tancred. As he goes to say he will spill more blood, we see a blue slash come in, cutting his head clean off, as it was none other than Kaluna. Sol says it's as he thought, they aren't a match against him when they are weakened with the potion. Even if he isn't at his original power, he's still strong enough to take care of these things. Sol tells Kaluna they'll be going in. We see some chests and vases on the floor, as well as a giant door protected by another guard. The guard turns around asking who's there. He turns, saying that if they were the ones guarding outside then leave as it's too late, as there's something wrong with his body and they need to go tell Jamat and his brothers. But he realizes it's not a troll as Kaluna flies in towards him. He blocks Kaluna's first strike, asking him who he is, but Kaluna does not respond and continues to strike. The troll curses at him, but quickly gets stabbed in the throat and falls to the floor. Sol says that he's certainly powerful, but he can tell that he is definitely weaker than before. If it was before he had lost his powers, he would have killed him instantly. However, no matter how sorry he feels, he can't help that. He obtains the rock key for defeating the treasure keeper and heads to the door. We see he has quite a few options for what to do with the key, but he says that he knows what's behind the door. The gift given by the Earth Dragon, Tancred, to the Rock Canine tribe for their worship, created by the scales of the Earth Dragon, are a pair of gauntlets called the Stone Fist. It gives the power to destroy boulders and immense spell power just by equipping it, but as a price of accepting such a gift, the Rock Canine tribe had suffered countless battles due to greed for the gauntlets. This battle had also occurred commonly within the internal factions of the Rock Canine tribe. In order to cease the internal conflicts within the tribe, the four-bearing shamans of the Rock Canine had to gather the leaders of the 5 factions. They had bound them all with the curse of their brotherhood, despite their lack of blood relation. Sol says that's the setting. Even though the title of the adventure is the 5 Amical Brothers, the reality is that they are just a gathering of those that desire to kill each other despite not being able to. Because of that, his choice will be to not take the Stone Fist, but only the Rock Key, and that should be enough. When the tribe will be chaotic due to the Potion of Madness, the 5 brothers will definitely come check on the treasury. Since they can't let the Stone Fist fall to their other brothers, they will panic. We see Megata telling his men to destroy the gate, and as soon as they do, we see them slash through it, breaking the chains and causing the doors to fall in, and they are surprised to see that the Stone Fist is still inside. Megata gets pissed, asking his brothers who did this, saying there must be a perpetrator amongst them. One of them says not to suspect him, he had simply gone there once there was chaos. Megata then blames Jamat, saying that he's sure he's the one behind all of this. Jamat calls him a fool, asking if he has forgotten that their ancestors have bound them with the curse of their brotherhood. Megata gets pissed, and another troll tells him that this isn't the time to act like this. Now that they confirm that the Stone Fist is safe, they must subdue the ongoing chaos. They should be well aware of the situation in the tribe. Megata says that since his words are right, he'll leave for now, and then blames Jamat, saying that everybody knows it was him, and if he acts rashly, he'll be facing the whole rock canine tribe. Magada gets some men to guard the storage until a new door is built, and if anybody tries to take the stone fist to kill them on the spot. We see Jamat staring up at the stone fist. He seems to feel something, as we see his hand twitching. We see some dead trolls, and Magada says that his home is completely wrecked. He is gassed out, but says that he should calm the madness down in his body, then take care of the rest. He begins to hear footsteps, asking who is there, and from the darkness, we see Soul emerge. He says that he didn't think he would get caught, but he guesses it was obvious. Even though he may be the weakest among the 5 brothers, Magada is still a shaman, and nevertheless, the entrance of the treasury was destroyed according to plan, and he succeeded by planting a seed of doubt in the hearts of the brothers. Magada realizes that it was him, and gets angry, and charges in with his axe, saying, "How dare a human disturb their tribe?" Soul summons Kaluna, telling him to deal with this light work. It cuts to an eerily quiet night as we see traces of a battle on the cave walls, along with Magada groaning in pain on the floor. We see there is blood everywhere and he looks up towards Kaluna, calling him a monster due to the strength difference. He then says that his brothers will take revenge on him and loses his speaking privileges. We see that Soul has taken a 50% decrease in strength and agility for 1 week due to Magada's curse. Soul says that this is a grudge curse, an incantation that puts a debuff on the summoner directly even while he has a summon. The debuff is actually supposed to be divided among the entire party every time one of the 5 brothers are killed. That's why he decided to kill Magada first, since the Shadow Summoner is not a job which is greatly affected by the decrease of strength or agility. We see him take a torch off of the wall and throw it onto the floor, asking how his brothers are meant to avenge him when they are only going to get busier from here on out. As we see an all-out war break out among the trolls, one after another they are falling. During the chaos, they look over and spot Magada's home on fire, asking what happened to him. It jumps once more to a place called the Rock Canine Tribes Convention. As we see some of the brothers enter, they have all lost their mind at this point and they call out for Jamat, saying that they come here knowing that he was here and to show himself. Jamat turns around, also beginning to be consumed by the madness, and is glad to see his brothers. It jumps to a different little shack and the chat says that Soul seems really slow. He just burned down an orc house yet he is sitting here nonchalantly chopping food and cooking. They wonder if the Manhwa is changing genre to that of a cooking one now, and they ask why he even picked cooking as a talent. We see him open the seed of the moon that he got from defeating Kaluna, and he drops it into his fried rice. They ask if he even knows what the hell he is cooking. The seed of the moon has various effects, but they are normally categorized into 2 types, permanent increase in stats, or gain a volatile ability. If it was a different situation, he would have chosen the permanent stats. Right now that is not the case. In order to prepare for the final battle, he has to keep the ability ready. The most widely known way of ingesting it is by eating it after reprocessing it through cooking. A scroll appears saying that his dish has been completed and the simple stir-fried vegetables with the special seed is ready. Due to beginner's luck, the cooking was successful and he gained 1 willpower. He looks confident, saying that he remembers the recipe well enough to be implemented into cooking. Even though it tastes bland since he could not season it, even just having been able to find a normal house in this chaos is quite welcome. He finishes the meal and he earns the use of the ability called Stage of the Moon for a single day. Soul says he has finished all the preparations he could have. A chatter spoils the Stage of the Moon, saying that it is a wide area magic which is an ability that buffs everything with moon attributes. Soul says it's time for Jamat's brothers to be gathering around to try and kill him, so he'll head there to clutch up. Inside of the convention, his brothers tell him that he better choose his words carefully. Jamat does not reply and they say that they are suspicious of him and to answer truthfully, asking if he is the one who took the opportunity and killed Magada. This is his first time learning of his brother's death and says that he is sure an unknown enemy has gotten into the tribe. The reason all of them have fallen into madness is probably the blood that everybody drank some time ago. He said somebody mixed a drug into the blood and took the chance to sneak attack the treasury. Then they proceeded to make a bolder choice by killing Magada. It's not something that these greedy and weak brothers would do. We see him stand up, saying that it's similar to his ways and he can understand why his brothers are suspicious of him. We see he is now using the stone fist. They start to get the wrong idea, saying that it was truly him who planned all of this and he has shown too much greed this time, calling him a traitor to the tribe. Bro rolls with it, saying that he did everything. They begin to prepare for battle, saying that his arrogance knows no bounds. They begin to say that he has been freed of witchcraft just because he killed the ancestors. They say that he will die today. He begins to channel his aura and we see him rear his fist back and slash forward, launching rocks towards his brothers. They are surprised by his strength and one of them, named Myam, catches a stray to the shoulder and to the neck, obliterating him. The other watches in fear, but due to the grudge curse, it now takes Jamat 70% longer to cast spells. He says he understands why they are targeting him. They would have eagerly waited for the time when they could kill him and aim for the position of tribal chief. They couldn't let this slip by. He begins to slowly walk forward with floating rocks around him, asking when their tribe fell so low. One of the casters asks him how much longer he thinks he can rely on the power of the stone fist, saying that its power is not something that one shaman can handle. We see him harden himself with stone as he starts tanking attacks and he says, "O Mother of Earth, Tancred, if the rock canine has to shed blood, he will happily follow her will." We see him in close range now for the caster and he charges in, wrapping his hands around him and tells him to take a deep breath before snapping his spine. We learn that the caster's name was Trago and due to his death, his grudge curse is that the sense of distance is distorted for a week and defense, resistance, vitality and accuracy are decreased by 70%. This continues until even the final brother Tron has been turned into a donut by Jamat. Jamat is huffing, calling them pieces of shit. He says now the only pivot point of the tribe is himself and he has to quickly unite the members and return the situation. He begins to feel an aura at the front of the door and throws a rock towards it, asking who is there, as we see Kaluna raise his sword and slice the rock into pieces. Jamat doesn't really look all too surprised as he expected as much, and Soul says that fighting among your brothers is bad and that you should always stay on good terms with family. Jamat then asks him if he is the one who plotted all of this. Kaluna is receiving influence from the moonlight, and he begins to charge up. Jamat says that his stupid brothers would never be able to achieve this, and we see the stone fist beginning to glow. He calls Soul a devil, asking if he wants the mountain. Soul does not answer but raises his staff into the air and taps it into the ground. Jamat quickly charges towards him, saying to try to take it from him. Kaluna meets his charge, and they trade blows. Jamat comes in from the side with another rock throw, but Kaluna deflects each and every one of the rocks. Soul says that they are evenly matched. Jamat has his stone fist, but he is exhausted after his battle with the brothers. At this rate, Kaluna can fully handle him. We see Jamat block another attack, his eyes full of hatred, and he asks if he thinks this is what it will take to conquer the mountain. He hits Kaluna with an even stronger attack. Soul is surprised as Jamat's onslaught continues, and Kaluna begins to get pushed back. Soul says that his bones hurt as a penalty from using a shadow summon, and he wonders if he can fight Jamat with only 20% of Kaluna's strength. He says that Jamat is supposed to be weakened due to the grudge incantations. We see Jamat does not care, and he calls himself the Mountain. He hits Kaluna's sword once more. Soul realizes that there is more to this. Jamat says that the entire world is under his feet as he throws Kaluna backward. Kaluna slides across the ground right back to Soul, saying that if only there was some way to reverse the situation. But he believes that they just need to find the right timing. A scroll appears, saying that Jamat is about to create an earthquake. As he raises his fist into the air, he slams the floor with all of his might, sending the rocks through the air as the ground begins to shake. Kaluna begins to deflect him and looks forward as Jamat begins to leap at him and lets out a scream. Kaluna manages to block the attack, but we can see it has a lot of impact. Soul realizes that something is off. Usually, Stone Fist is a powerful attack that causes a rebound effect that hurts the user and that Jamat should have been in complete tatters from the recoil of using it. He wonders if he is missing something. Jamat then starts to talk about power, saying that it is overflowing out of his body. Soul realizes now that instead of making Jamat weaker, it looks like using Stone Fist is giving him more power. Jamat raises his hands into the air, saying that he is going to crush the invaders. He swipes down at Kaluna, who blocks it, saying that he is going to shatter and destroy him. Kaluna continues blocking the attacks, and Soul says that he should be recharging Stone Fist right now, but he is still using its magic power, and that must mean it is undeniable that Stone Fist is now transformed into Mountain Fist. There is only a small section for it in the guidebook. The Easter egg was generated by the World of Eternity, and there weren't any actual records of the item. He wonders why it is happening, saying that the same attack method he has been using on the brothers for 17 years should be preventing any variables. The expelled person's power creates confusion, and in the tribe, the first would kill the other brothers. He says that in the Five Brothers episode, the first is randomly selected, and then the difficulty is dependent on who the first is. He says that means Jamat's existence is a variable here. He tells Kaluna to be careful, but we see him get hit as we see a powerful impact on his blade. Kaluna still manages to block it, But the recoil is devastating as it creates an explosion from where they are. We see Soul on the floor, and he tries to stand up but falls over again. As he begins to lose his vision, he sees Jamat walking over towards him. He recalls when he was a child that the other gods wanted to run away in one of the fights, and this is when the legend of the snowman had just begun. He was the party leader, and the party members by mistake put the pieces in danger, and they decided that since they can't beat the monster, they should just sacrifice some pieces and try to save what they can. But Soul said he worked too hard to come this far and he will not run away. One of the gods says that they're all okay with it and asks for pieces since they can always get new ones. But Soul says that he was not talking about himself, but rather the pieces, the pawns, worked so hard to get to this point. How can they just abandon them so easily? Somebody else starts to sigh, asking why he has such an obsession for the pieces and saying it's too reckless, asking Snowman if he can even do it. He explains that pieces that don't fight or run away always end up dying first. They can't win through combat, and they can't win by running away, but he is determined to find another way. The reason why Snowman's pieces always produce miracles is because whenever there is a crisis, he chooses to confront it. He tells number 3 to flail his sword at the giant Zur's ankle. The dungeon master wonders if his attack will land and rolls the dice, saying that the probability is low and she hopes he gets his miracle. We see Soul stand back up as Kaluna is in tatters. Jamat begins to unleash even more power, saying that he is going to end them, and a scroll appears saying that he is preparing to use landslide. Soul wonders how long he's been out for, and how long Kaluna has been in the half-moon stage. A scroll appears saying that he is now entering the full moon phase, and Soul realizes this is the timing. While Jamat is screaming about how they will be crushed under his power, Soul clenches his teeth, saying that it's not over yet, and he is now using the stage of the moon ability he got from the seed. At the same time, Jamat's landslide also activates. Kaluna raises his sword into the air. As the scroll says, the play begins on the stage of the moon. The protagonist is Moonlight Knight Kaluna. Jamat continues charging forward with landslide. We should all take a moment to appreciate how sick the art is. As Jamat gets closer, he begins to feel that the aura being released from Kaluna is no joke. While the moonlight shines down, all of Kaluna's stats are increased by 50%. The ones who are not the protagonist are made to get off stage, and everybody except for Kaluna's stats are decreased by 20%. Kaluna says his iconic line of, "Since the moonlight is now full, to be humble." Jamat is surprised, wondering what's about to happen. Soul encourages him not to lose. Kaluna says now he will carry out the will. As he swings his sword down, we learn that he has enough stats and that the full moon slash has been improved to become the moonlight slash from the tutorial. He swings down to the floor, leaving behind his moonlike aura. Jamat's landslide continues forward as he is too late to stop. Their attacks collide with one another, stopping the landslide dead in its tracks. Just the wind from their collision is enough to almost knock Soul backward. As the dust begins to settle from their collision, we see that the sun begins to rise. Jamat is gassed out, on his knees, soaked in blood. He looks up towards Kaluna, then towards Soul, and calls him a demon. Then changes it to Shadow Summoner and begins to cough while saying to take him. He says he cannot end here and there are things he must do. Kaluna quickly cuts him in half before he can try anything else. The grudge incantation from Jamat is that all stats are decreased by 30%, but due to all 5 of the brothers being dead, he is freed from all grudges, and the rewards are now improved. The chats is still wondering how he is such a pro, saying that this shit is fire. Now his adventure is complete, and he has earned an achievement for having the brothers fight and earned a title called the Demon That Came at Dawn. They start chanting his name and saying that was fun to watch. Due to his title, from midnight to sunrise, all of his stats are increased by 3%. He has 2 more titles called Alienator and Single Child, which increases his charisma by a little bit, and in case of no friendly allies, all stats will increase by 3%. A chatter named Future Dream has donated 200 madness, saying he wants to become the snowman in the future. Kaluna has also now awakened a new ability called Heroism, along with an achievement and a title. When the enemy stats are 20% or more higher than his own, his stats will increase by 10%, and he gains a 15% EXP buff against monsters that are stronger than himself as well. The chat starts to go crazy, asking why the hell a summon can unlock achievements and titles. As Kaluna levels up, he is now using 40% of his original power. The chat forgot that he was only using 20%. Soul looks down at his fist, saying that usually monsters hate being shadow summons. Since it was an act of being taken out by force from death, they have to serve the master that raises them. However, Jamat asked him to take him. He says Jamat is an unpredictable variable and irregular, which will complicate the game board heavily, as his actions will continue to defy expectations. Although he doesn't know if taking an irregular with him will be a benefit or a loss, he doesn't have a choice. If he doesn't arise him, he casts serve on him. He says that if it does not work, it will still be a success. We see the shadowy figure begin to form. As Jamat is on his feet, saying that he will be with him, he has succeeded in summoning him. Due to such a stat difference, he is only using 32% of his original power. Jamat says there's something he must do before they leave here and that he needs to gather his brother's corpses. We see them all gathered on a mat. He stretches his hand out and begins to use witchcraft to absorb their power. The amount of his original strength he can use slowly begins to increase. Soul says this is just what he imagined an irregular would do. After absorbing his final brother, he is now able to use 40% of his original strength, saying that at least they were together in their death and this mountain will always remain a part of him. We see his rank is heroic, and his stats are pretty high. Later on, we see people start to see black smoke from the mountain, realizing that it's the end and that they need to run away as Jamat is dead as well as all the other brothers and that the rock canine is done for. A scroll appears saying that Sharp Stone Mountain gets freed from the rock canines. Secret Labyrinth Frozen Ruins is opened and the Moving Sky Labyrinth is also open. We get some world-changing lore, as Snowman brings about revolution through great achievements. Small and big changes take place in the world of eternity, Pandaia. News about the rock canine being defeated by Snowman is spread all over. Snowman's name echoes even from the corners of Pandaia. The Golden Caravan merchants praise Snowman's achievements. The Freedom City, Kongori, is freed from the threats of the rock canines. The citizens of Kongori remember the name of Snowman. Earth Dragon, Tancred, is unable to hear the sad news of the rock canines. A change is brought about Pandaia's power structure. From this point on, there are 3 more adventures that any other player can choose from their base. He has earned adventure points. Soul is in complete awe, saying that this is his favorite part of the game, as he has a true impact on the world. We see that he has the chest to open from the rewards, and it is called the Holy Object. He opens it up and starts to gain levels, along with obtaining the Mountain Fist, the Stone Robe, and the Root of the Spirits, along with some money. The chat is going crazy that he actually got a Holy Object and a drop, saying that this is crazy unfair. You can read the stats on the item if you want, and he gives it to Jamat to equip, as he himself is going to use the Stone Robe. One of its stats is that it cannot get dirty. They say that he looks like a pro now. One of the haters clocks in for their daily shift, telling him to stop growing. The Root of the Spirit is a consumable, but the effect is unknown. Soul says that he will cook it the next time he gets a chance. He is pretty happy with the rewards from this stage. He gets teleported to a city, and some other players are with him now too. They look around and panic, asking where they are and if everybody else here is Korean. We see some people calling out for their children and their mothers. He wonders what this is, since it wasn't in the trial version. A scroll says that he is about to get his point ranking revealed. He has earned 327,000 points, leagues above every other adventurer. Everybody else says that this makes no sense, asking how he got 320,000 when some of them barely got 50,000. They start asking about who first places as his name is private, saying that if he has that many points, he must know something about this place. They start to get all of the top rankers to reveal themselves. Soul starts to look around. As everybody else realizes, the only players here are Korean. He says that when Corden mentioned the merging of worlds, it sounded like something on a larger scale than just a national level and that Koreans aren't the only ones coming into the world of eternity. Instead, it's likely that the place he's at now is the Korean server. A scroll appears, saying that you can rest at the free city, Kongori. You have 30 days to rest and focus on recuperating. Outside the city, everybody is confused, wondering why they are taking a break and why it is a whole month long. They wonder who first place is. Soul overhears a woman behind him talking about adventure identification and how she's meant to use this. Then she watches Soul walk up as he shows his card, and they let him in. The other players realize that they can get in, so they start rushing towards the gate and begin scrambling to get in. Soul wonders how many people they've stuffed into the same city and explains that the adventure identification serves the important role of being proof of identity for entering cities. There probably won't be any problems for any player to enter the city, but the problem is that the amount is large. On top of that, when considering the wiped out parties from the second adventure before he joined, there might already be adventurers in the city who have completed their adventure sooner than the group who just transferred in. In that case, there probably won't be many rooms remaining. We see him enter a tavern, and the barkeep asks what he needs. Soul tells him he would like a room and shows him his identification, asking if there are rooms available. The man tells him that there is only an expensive one left. Soul says that's fine, and the barkeep asks if he would like it for just one day. Soul says he would like it for a whole month. The barkeep says that someone else said the same thing earlier but couldn't afford the 10 gold coins. Soul says it actually is expensive, and the barkeep gives him an offer, saying he'll add food and a bath for 2 extra gold. Soul agrees and heads upstairs to his room. He enters and begins to get comfy, saying he finally has a place to sleep. He summons Kaluna, telling him to make sure to protect him while he is asleep. We see his eyes look very heavy, and he says that he has been awake for more than 24 hours since he was summoned to the world of eternity. He reaches for the scar on his throat and then falls asleep, beginning to wonder if he will wake up back inside of the game room. When he opens his eyes, he has full control, saying that he's in another lucid dream, but he can't tell where he is due to the darkness. But it definitely is not heaven. A scroll appears, saying that the Merchant of Madness, Jamat, is making their appearance as they are interested in his madness. Soul says he's never seen this system message before either. A purple aura begins to fill the room as we see a woman walking towards him. She sniffs him, saying that he smells nice and that she found him first as she has arrived before Terrard. Soul asks who she is, and she says that he doesn't seem surprised even after seeing her, and asks if his kind are called humans. Soul is confused, and she says that she doesn't plan to go around scaring her clients and that it is a pleasure to meet him. She is one of the merchants responsible for acting as a middleman during the emergence of worlds and introduces herself as Jamat. Soul asks her about what she means by middleman along with the merging of worlds. She says that this is why it's difficult to trade with those who have been sold off. He asks her if all of humanity has been sold off, but she tells him to listen carefully. Humanity's owner has sold every resident of the world along with the 2 worlds. He asks her what she is talking about and to whom. She tells him that it is to the residents of the other worlds. They should have been laughing while watching him even until recently. In other words, it would be apt to view humans as gladiators or slaves sold to a circus. The audience then pays madness as a viewing fee. Madness is the opposite force of faith that drives the world. She says that she is a merchant who sells items in exchange for the madness he has accumulated. Of course, a part of her share is taken by those who sold him as a commission fee. He says that he finally understands Cordon's words. The gods are gathering madness by selling humans and the residents of Pandia. The noteworthy feats of those who have been sold are considered entertainment to residents of yet another world in exchange for madness. Soul says that he finally understands the system and that to escape this hell, it seems that Ascension is truly the only path. He says that since she came to see him, it means that he must have madness for her to buy. She says that he is correct, and in fact, he is quite a lot. She tells him that he has 3,000 madness so far, and he asks if that's actually a good bit. She says to her, it's a low amount, but to humans, it is quite large. It is likely that he is the only person who has accumulated the most madness thus far. The person in second was right on his tail, but they died in their adventure. She then asks if he will trade. He asks to see her wares, and she shows multiple items to him, and he is surprised by there being so many. He says that if he were to try to look through every one of them, it would hurt his head. But he begins to do it and goes through picking the this and that seasoning bottle, which just is basic seasonings, along with a fresh ingredient pouch, which preserves ingredients so they will not rot or go bad. Jamat is surprised, saying that his choices are odd, and he says there wasn't anything else that caught his eye. She starts to feel offended, saying that is a blow to her pride, and then says, in that case, and shows him a purple flower called the shadow flower. It is a rare flower, and just once, the user may forcibly use shadow summoning on an opponent stronger than himself. She says that he might not be aware of this item's value, but this is something she normally offers to first-time customers. He asks her how much the shadow flower is, and she tells him that it's around 3,000 madness, asking if he figured out the value of the item. She sees him hesitate and asks if he thinks it's too expensive. Soul starts to think about it, saying that it's hard to make a decision because he's not familiar with the madness currency, and he doesn't know if it's cheap or expensive. She starts to get flustered and says that she has another idea. If he purchases the shadow flower, she'll throw in the extra items he picked out. If he combines it, it's going to be over 600 madness extra. In return, he has to promise her that he will make another transaction with her again. He asks if she wants him to stay exclusive. She says yes, as they have to meet again no matter what. He doesn't even have to buy from her, she just wants him to look at her items first. He says okay, and she says that with that the transaction is complete, and she's also delivered the item. She's looking forward to their next meeting, and she'll be getting going now, and she hopes he survives. We see he gets the 3 items, and he wakes up inside of his room. He sits up and looks over at a table, seeing everything all there. The chatters talk about how he definitely bought something, and that this 1-month break is gonna be boring. Soul says that the system is more interesting than he thought, and if he can't avoid it, then he should abuse it. Although he arrived at the resting place, there are still things he needs to do. First, he has to allocate the points he's saved, and second, he needs to check out the next adventure. Third, he needs to check the trends among the other players. And fourth, he needs to clear the pocket watch side quest he got. But he looks down at it, saying he doesn't know anything about the watch, and he can't think of anything that's related to it. His memories disappear from time to time as well. He thought he remembered everything about the adventures in the world of eternity, but when he got up this morning to put everything together, there were many things that he didn't remember. He doesn't remember how certain adventures began, or what options he chose, or what the results were. He knows that he's not the type to be forgetful, and he wonders what's going on, saying that he has to be careful for the time being. We see a gathering outside, and they start to ask what the government is doing, and everybody seems to be scared. Soul says that everybody seems like they're not in that good of a condition. And a man starts speaking on the stage. He calls out to everybody, asking them if they want to hear him freestyle. Saying what they need the most right now is cooperation and unity, asking if they really have to split up and get themselves killed. And to think about the adventurers and the people who have died. A scroll appears showing Soul that his perception is activated, and public speaking is in progress. A woman in the crowd asks how they're supposed to unite, saying there should be a balance. An older man speaks up, asking why they should even trust them. The speaker says that's why he's gathered these people, and as they may all know, the person who ranked first in the adventure chose to keep their identity hidden. Everybody starts to ask him if the man beside him is the one in first place. He says that's right. This is the one who ranked first. Soul is surprised idiots like this exist. The man continues saying that he's giving all of them the chance to choose. What they can trust the most in this dangerous situation is power, not God or their friends, asking if anybody can deny the fact that he's the most capable person around. Everybody starts to believe it more. The man continues saying that he's planning to create a community, an organization if you will, where people protect people. Soul says that others probably formed communities as well. Their goal may be to protect each other, but it won't be long until they start developing a selfish sense of nobility. He refuses to trust anybody, as he doesn't care about the people here. He's experienced indifference and distrust back at the orphanage when he was younger. That's what he lived with for the last 17 years. Anytime he trusts somebody, he's cast aside. And he's sure they'll just be fine on their own. He heads to a clash training center. And the man at the door asks him what he is doing here. He has 3 options to choose from. And he picks the second, which is that he wants to strengthen his existing skills. The man says he understands and to follow him, opening the door, telling him to head inside. As he does, the man closes the door behind Soul, leaving him in complete darkness. Then a blue light forms in front of him, and he sees a skill tree. He says it's easy for him to adapt because he's already familiar with the system. And that he will first upgrade his most important ability, Shadow Summon. And next he needs 4 ability points. He begins upgrading his summons, as well as learning how to use the Shadow Dimension. This is pretty much just buffing both Kaluna and Jamat. And the chatters recognize this, saying that they are going to become monsters. He tries to level up something else, but the scroll appears saying that he doesn't have enough ability points. And Soul says he expected as much. And we look at his stats from where he was earlier. And while they're not much higher stat-wise, but his abilities have higher levels. He says this much is fine. That night, at the tavern, we see everybody eating and having drinks, and they are talking about their experiences, wondering what happened to the world. One of the girls talks about the public speaker this morning, saying that the guild name Steel Heart is a bit old-fashioned. And then one of the other girls says that it's better than Black Tiger, something a boomer must have made. And the chatters start to flame them, asking if Snowman is going to join the guild. But of course, the answer is no. We see Soul lost in thought looking at the pocket watch. And he's holding it up, recalling Cordon's words that if he helps somebody with if he reveals his knowledge about heaven, he will suffer consequences. So it's best to move alone. But he's curious as to what others would think about the pocket watch. He looks over at an old man at the table. The old man starts to get up and walks over to him, pointing to the watch, saying that he thinks he recognizes it, asking if he can look. Soul is surprised, but the man explains that he knows it as he is the one who made the watch after all. The old man then asks if they can talk somewhere else. It jumps to an old house and the old man opens the door saying that this is his old workshop and it's a good place to have a quiet conversation. He heads inside saying that it's still the same and Soul looks around saying that it's a watchman's workshop. The man puts his lantern down and introduces himself as Bill Marcus saying that you can just call him Bill. Soul recognizes the name saying that it definitely sounds familiar. He starts to get a headache, saying that every time he tries to remember something, his head hurts. And he's probably done this quest before, because there's no reason why the name Bill Marcus would be so familiar. The problem is that he doesn't remember it at all. He then greets Bill, introducing himself as Snowman. Bill seems surprised at the name and looks up towards his clocks, saying that it's quite strange. Soul asks what he's talking about, and Bill says it's nothing, asking him how he got the watch. Soul told him all about it, and how he went to the mountain to dig up herbs and saw the watch while looking over a cliff, not lying, but changing the story a bit. Soul asks him if he knows anything, and Bill says of course. Now he knows why it's come to this, asking if he can hand the watch over. He says that he definitely made this watch since they can see that his name is engraved onto it. He says that 20 years ago he gave this watch as someone as a present, and that it was his granddaughter. She was captured by the trolls of Steep Mountain 20 years ago. And it was a mistake to try and cross the mountain to make it in time for her performance. Soul asks what happened to her, and Bill says nothing, which makes Soul understand the situation. No one stepped forward at that time, the ruler was there, as well as the free knights, mercenaries, and adventurers. He asked everybody, but getting an answer was impossible. Someone appeared saying that they would help his granddaughter though. Soul then asks him who it was, while sweating nervously. Bill says it's engraved on the watch, and Soul says there's no name on there. The man starts fiddling with it, saying that it's because it's on the inside. He opens it, and it reads, "Good fortune follows the brave ones. Snowman." Soul's heart starts to sink. Bill says he can't believe 20 years later, a man of the same age and the same name would appear with a watch. Soul falls to his knees, covering his mouth so he doesn't vomit. Bill asks him what's going on. Soul doesn't reply, and Bill asks it again. Soul says that he finally remembers. Bill, granddaughter, and Snowman. It's not the first time he's used this name. The Frost piece he fostered was also named Snowman. The piece he fostered has built up an influence on the world of eternity. We hear Soul panting as he runs through a library. The librarian tells him they close in an hour, and he ignores her, saying that's fine. He says the actions of the piece affect the world, however it wasn't just a system on a game board, so everything that happened on the game board was real. He says his first piece died 20 years ago, which means this is 20 years into the future from when he first started playing. He grabs a history book that has influential people, and it has records for the last 2 decades. He starts to say no way, as we see every one of them are his pieces. The 30 pieces he's played for the last 20 years, before he knew it, have made history here in Pandaia. His whole worldview has just been shifted. He jumps to the next day, and we are outside. Bill shows him a graveyard, saying that this is the right place, and that it's his granddaughter's. Her name was Wyvern. Though her body wasn't found, this place is an honor, so it has its own sentimental value to him. We see written on Wyvern's tombstone, it says the loveliest lady in the world, and he thinks it's good to honor somebody, even if it's with a grave without a body, it always reminds him of her. The grave next to her is the grave of the adventurer who shared the name with him. Soul looks at Snowman's grave, and it says a person who did not ignore hardships. Soul starts to feel regret, and we see his hands shaking, and as he puts the watch on the grave, he apologizes, saying that he has come too late, and that he fumbled the bag. He says when you roll the dice and get 1, it is also considered a fumble. His first character Snowman died because he rolled in that one. The reason why he forgot is because the trauma was too great. His head and heart start to throb, and his eyes begin to light up. As a scroll appears saying that the pocket watch has found its real owner, and he has gained an ability point as a reward. His eyes start to glow as he squeezes his head to try to stop the pain. It says that the inheritance of Snowman has begun. He says that his mind is going to break, and he can feel his memories coming back to him, and that his memories didn't truly disappear, and that with the 30 pieces he controlled, a portion of his memories were split into them. Another scroll appears saying fate, things to be retrieved, adventure has been planned, you have inherited the unfulfilled wish of Snowman, and that the goal of the adventure is to face all of his fates with no time limit, and he wonders what fates mean. Bill starts to ask him if he's okay, telling him to try to calm down. Soul tells him that he's okay now, and Bill says that he thought he was about to have to dig another grave. Soul thanks him for worrying, and Bill sighs as we see his favorability increases towards him. He says Sol is quite an enigma, and that if he ever has trouble to come to him, he doesn't know if he'll be of much help, but he can at least sell some watches. Sol thanks him, and Bill suggests they head back. Sol says that he never thought he would be passed on something here, and that passing on or inheriting has a lot of different meanings, but in the world of eternity, it is the process of taking skills and items that belong to others. And he never thought he would inherit something from a former game piece. And not only that, but Jamat inherited one of his characteristics, which is called the massive greed, which means he gains experience 10% faster and has a 15% chance of unlocking new skills. And that it is one of the characteristics that Snowman, his first game piece, got when he created him. It was a great skill that helped his piece have a lot of momentum in terms of growth. He didn't know much back then, but the other gods were amazed by it, and everyone said that his piece would eventually become extremely powerful. Unfortunately, that was not the case, as he died from falling off a cliff. But his potential was truly quite a lot. And he has taught him his fate. He thanks his first piece once more, saying that he needs to trace all of his 30 pieces throughout Pandaia. And every time he finds one, he'll inherit a portion of their skills and memories. Rather, he needs his own memories back. That way he can properly ascend. It jumps to a month later after the break at the Adventure Association. We see a man sighing, saying that the government definitely won't come for them. Another man tells him not to say something so bleak, and he's sure that they'll come save them as long as they hold on. We see there are a lot of people talking about what they're going to do for their next adventure. And they talk about how most of the guilds are unreliable. We see Sol looking at the board while they talk, and he is looking through each and every request. We see that some of the requests are just straight cringe. And the chat starts flaming them, saying that they're just trying to get carried. Sol says he doesn't know if it's because it's the last day, but there are a lot of recruitment posts. And the only thing left are adventurers that he is not interested in. And he says that he should pick something that he is certain about. Because from the third adventure onwards, excluding special circumstances, you were able to choose your own adventure through the Adventure Association. And based on his memories, there is a certain individual in the corner of the association eyeing everybody else. And we see a man with red tattoos on his face. Sol approaches him, and the man asks him what it is. Sol says this is what he was looking for. And we see that he has some options to choose from when it comes to dialogue. He picks option 4, saying that he does not look like an ordinary person. The man laughs, saying that he was looking for some people to hire. And he has to transfer some things to Novira. And he needs people to guard his wagons. Sol asks what else. As his insight activates, he can tell the man is lying. The man says that he wanted to hire somebody trustworthy. He'll make sure that there are plenty of rewards, asking if he is okay with it. Sol asks what makes him trustworthy. And he says that he guesses it's because they talked. And he doesn't have to take the job if he doesn't want to. And that he himself doesn't have much time. He gets more options about what to choose from. And he goes with option 1, saying that he understands. The man says he's made a good decision, and he introduces himself as Arden, telling him to take care of him. Sol introduces himself as Snowman, and the Adventure Novira transport is scheduled. Sol asks if he's hired other people. And he says that he has to transfer some things to Novira. And he needs people to guard his wagons. Sol asks if he's hired other people. And he says that he'll look for them from now on. We see a man watching. He gets his friend's attention, asking if he sees Sol. Saying that he's trying to hide his gear, but it's obvious that it's good. And he heard him talking to the merchant clearly with his espionage skill. He didn't know that it would be exploited like this. His friend says that he looks strong, asking if this will be okay. His friend says no matter how strong he is, it's only been a month, so they should be on the same level. Saying they should definitely do this. And that the strongest people are those with nothing to hide around here. And to go get more people from the guild. And he'll go talk to the merchant in the meantime. The next day, in Kongori Square, we see a lot of people asking if they really have to go. Saying that it feels like they're marching to their deaths. Sol says that it's a bit cruel because the resting time continued for so long, everybody lost their ambition. They all begin to shine as the next adventure is starting. They start telling each other not to die. And just other shit that usually raises death flags. We learn more about his adventure. Novira transportation will take place in the south of the world. And there are various treasures of nature around it. There also exists a forest called the Silent Great Forest. You have made a contract to guard the transportation carriage to Novira, a city located near the Great Forest. The problem is that there are many bands of thieves, including the ruin hunters, along the passage to Novira. There will not be any issues if you do not encounter them. But if you do happen to, It will not be easily resolved. And that his mission is to guard the carriage and decrease the number of people. And that the reward is directly proportionate to how many people and carriages are left at the end. Sol says he remembers this adventure. Or to be precise, he recalls it from Snowman's memories. His first piece, Snowman, had cleared this adventure before the adventure of the 5 brothers. But when he played with his second piece, it failed to clear this mission. Or that it was unable to clear this mission. We hear Arden laughing, and he says that Sol came just in time. And he shows the man from the inn. Saying that these are people who wish to join him. Asking why they don't exchange names. They all start introducing themselves. The man in the red introduces himself as Bek Sangyu. And he points to his friend saying that his name is Seo Jinkle. Sol says they must be the people who were sneaking glances at him in the association. But that's not what is important. As in this adventure, the traces of his second piece should be here. Arden said that it is a guarding mission, but they will be the reserves. As he can tell, there are plenty of guards. But nobody knows how things are going to turn out. That's why he picked out more members. Sangyu asks what they will do then. And Arden tells them that they just need to tag along and step up if there is trouble. And they will take care of scouting the area and being on night watch. And to board the carriage with 3 ribbons. And take a nap or something. Jinkle says that this is too easy. And Sangyu says no wonder he chose this mission in the first place. They all say that Sol knew it was going to be an easy adventure. Calling him a rat. Sol says they have no clue what they are even getting into. As this is not an ordinary adventure. And that chain adventures tend to be messy with their difficulty. For example, it can be a normal mission just like at the start, and later change into an adventure with a horrible difficulty towards the end. It won't be easy for him either. But he must go. And he will definitely find traces of the second piece on this adventure. It cuts to the carriages being driven off towards Novia. We see everybody sitting inside, and Sol watches them. He says he does not know what their motives are, but it seems like they have decided to follow him. He wonders if they are trolls or if they are after his equipment. If you don't know what a troll is, go play a game of League. You'll understand. He says either way it seems like they just joined without any real motives. Sangyu starts to laugh, saying this is a piece of cake. And Jinkle says that the employer is cowardly, so it makes this adventure easy. They both talk about how it's so relaxing. Sangyu then looks over towards Sol, asking him what his job is, and he tells him that he is a summoner. They start laughing at him, saying that his job seems really lame. Sangyu tells his men to stop and they are embarrassing him, but he laughs while saying it. Jinkle says that since they ended up in a fantasy world, he should dream big. Sangyu apologizes to Sol in a mocking tone, saying that his friend is rude but he has the skill to back it up. Sol sighs, saying that these dudes are annoying, and the chat starts making jokes. One of the other men then asks Sol if he is part of a guild. He says he doesn't belong to one yet. And the man begins to smile menacingly, saying that there are times when you need someone to lean on. Sangyu recommends that when he gets back, it would be best to join a guild, and they are part of the Predator Guild. They say that Dr. Disrespect is their leader, and that if he is interested he can join them. Sol says he will think about it, and they start to smile, saying that if he gets back sure to check them out. Of course, Sol has no intention of joining a guild full of snakes. Inside of the Novira Transportation Guard adventure, his second piece never finished it, and the level of difficulty changed completely. When his first and second pieces went on this adventure, abnormal problems occurred twice, both on the same day at the same time. It was the first night of the journey. The chance there would be a problem was very high. Rather, it was definite there would be an issue because it was pre-designed to be that way. It jumps to night time, and we see them all sitting around a fire. Arden says they all worked hard to come this way, and he hopes the food is to their taste and tells them all that he's brought some alcohol and to try it as its killer. I think he's making a joke. They probably shouldn't drink it, but they do it anyways, and they start talking about how good it is. And they tell him to bring out more. Sol's insight activates and he smells something weird from the alcohol. His shadow hand activates and he fake drinks it, kind of like when you sneak your dog food under the table, saying that this is how it begins. Arden is going to tell his story, and on cue he apologizes for bringing it up so suddenly, saying there has been a change in their plans. Sangyu says that before they go to Novira, he wants to stop somewhere else, correct? Arden says he's sorry, but there's nothing they can do since it's already decided, so how about he'll give them 3 times the pay, so each person will get 600 gold. They are all surprised and decide to go for it since it's a lot of money to them. Sol quickly senses something to his right and glances over. As he looks towards it, he sees arrows flying in. As they get closer, he tells everybody to dodge. One of the men catches straight at the throat and is instantly taken out. Sang-yu and Jinkle start to run and scream, asking what is going on as Sol takes cover from the arrows. Jinkle sees that his friend Sung-ho is no mo. Sang-yu starts to panic and calls out to Arden, asking him what the hell is going on. We see him kneeling, panting, and he is angry. Sang-yu tells him to quickly say something, but Arden pulls a knife out on him, telling him that there is a canyon nearby. If they lose their pursuers there, then return to the silent forest, they won't be able to find them and to hurry and steal the wagons. Sang-yu tries to tell him it's not that simple, and Arden puts the blade to his throat, telling him that he told him to shut up, saying that he's hired him for a reason and to do as he says unless he wants to die, as playtime ends here. We see some men riding in on horses, and they see the characters leaving, saying to chase them. We hear Sang-yu calling out to his friend Kyungmo, telling him to focus, and Kyungmo starts to ask him if he's going to die like this. Sol readies himself as the scroll appears, telling him that the contents of the mission have changed to that of a carriage chase. As they continue riding, Jinkle starts to panic, saying that this was supposed to be an easy adventure, asking how they were meant to escape now. Sang-yu turns towards Sol, saying that until they get out of here, they should join forces. In a cold tone, Sol asks why he should. Sang-yu pulls out his sword, asking him if he doesn't understand the situation he is in, asking him if he does not sound serious. As his vision begins to blur, he falls to the floor along with Jinkle, and they wonder what's going on with their bodies. They start blaming Sol, and he tells them that they should not recklessly swallow something a stranger gives them. Sang-yu realizes what happened and say he must have planned all of this with Arden from the start. The horsemen get closer to the carriages, with their weapons drawn. We see Sol beginning to summon one of his shadows as Jamat comes out. Jinkle and Sang-yu both recognize him, saying there's no way, and that is the chief of those trolls in the mountain. He's someone they gave up on fighting because it was clear they wouldn't be able to defeat him. So how was Sol able to summon him? As the men get closer, Jamat says the situation does not seem good. Sol says it does look like that, but to wait and see. Jamat is too damn big for this carriage. Sang-yu and Jinkle tell Sol to take them with him, asking why he is leaving them, saying that the guild won't leave him alone. Again, Sol wants nothing to do with them. As Arden keeps going forward, he sees some ropes get pulled, and he tells his men to hold on tight, as the horses run forward and trip over them, causing the carriages to all flip. Among the carriage wreckage, we see Arden standing up, panting while drawing his blade, saying, "If you are alive, to stand up." He tells them all that this is war, and to get ready to fight. One of the men approaches him, calling him Arden, and then correcting himself, saying Kujo, asking if he thought he would be able to run from them. Kujo starts to flame him, and the man laughs, saying that his tongue is as sly as a snake, saying that he should have tried talking with Sir Borgo. Kujo says that he didn't like the way he was treated, and that's why he wanted to pick a proper fight, asking them if they'll join him, saying he'll treat them better than Borgo. The man asks Kujo if he'd be able to protect them from Borgo's chase, and he asks if he really thinks that's possible. The man laughs, saying that he should just die then, asking if he has a copy of the map, and it's already translated. Kujo says yes, he has it, but they're not taking it from him alive. The man says that he'll bid him a farewell in advance, and that the map will go to its rightful owner. Kujo screams bullshit while running at him, saying if someone heard that they'd think Borgo found it, and it was his to begin with. An all-out fight breaks out between all of the men alive and the pursuers. While the fight continues, we see Jamat watching from afar, asking Sol if he plans to just sit out of it. Sol says that he's experienced this adventure twice, so he knows the truth of it already. The adventure is more complex than it looks. The Borgo widely spread his name among the ruin hunters that have settled in Novira. Only his name is different. The figure and role are still the same as the previous one. His subordinate Kujo was always griping against Borgo, and he happened to obtain another map of the ruins while exploring them and tried to translate it without Borgo's knowledge. But Borgo finds out and chased him. But since he already made it to Kongori, they had no choice but to set up tents and wait in the Great Forest. In the translation Kujo got, in order to open the entrance to the ruins, it was written that it requires 5 life sacrifices. That means that he and the other guys were not taking his guards but his offerings, and that's why Kujo had mixed poison into the alcohol, in order to make the party members sacrifices without having resistance. We see Kujo stab the man through the chest as the man cuts his eyes. If their groups clash, no one survives. The first character healed its own body and survived by running away, and the second character chose another option. We see a blind Kujo screaming to die as he stabs the man, calling him stubborn. He hears footsteps and starts to sniff, saying that he can smell Snowman, and begs him to save him. Sol tells him that he's already dead. Kujo laughs, saying that's right, asking how he would survive in the first place with too much blood loss. And he says that he has an interesting story if he wants to hear it. Out of the options, Sol picks the second one, saying that he does not need to hear it. Because Kujo is monologuing about how there will soon be a huge monster here, and that Snowman will die, Sol takes the map and begins to look at it, saying that it's similar to what he knows, but the translation is completely different from before. Kujo begins to laugh, saying that he's surely been tempted by the treasure of the ruins too, but it's already been marked by Borgo. Sol asks why that's important, and Kujo starts to laugh, saying that he will eventually end up surrendering before him. Kujo begins to laugh, saying that he too will end up succumbing to his desires, just like he has. We see he has 3 options now, and he grips the map, saying that won't be the case, as he rules his desires, and he picks option 4, which is to head to the ruins himself after stealing the map. Among the rubble of the carriage, we hear it moving, and we see Jinkle and Sangu are still alive. They start to hear horses but realize they can't move their bodies, and that this is bad. They look up, wondering who it is, and we see a man arrive. One of his subordinates says that it's already been crushed, and we learn that it is none other than Sir Borgo. We see the men looking around the wreckage, telling Borgo that they found him, and we see Kujo on the floor. Borgo walks towards him and puts his palm on his head and then holds him up while searching his clothing. He gets angry and then begins to laugh, saying that it's not here while throwing Kujo to the side, saying that the map is nowhere to be found and nor is the translation. One of his men asks him what happened, and he says that they'll find out now while looking over at Jinkle and Sangu, who are begging for their lives. Borgo tells them to only speak the truth, asking about the map. Sangu says that he doesn't know anything about it, and Borgo slaps him, saying that he got ahead of himself. Jinkle starts to scream upon seeing his friend's head on the floor, and Borgo turns, asking him. Jinkle says that he doesn't know where the map is but he knows who took it. It was a man named Snowman who rode with them. If his corpse isn't here, then he has to be the one who took it. One of his men says that it is true that somebody escaped, and they sent 2 pursuers, but they were both killed in an instant. Borgo asks Jinkle if there's more, but he is confused, so he repeats it, asking if there's anything else he needs to say. Jinkle tells him that he was a summoner, and Borgo says that's interesting. Before Jinkle can finish his sentence, he gets his head cut off too, and Borgo tells his men to chase after Snowman. He starts to laugh, saying that things sure are interesting but not to lose him at any cost. Sol makes his way towards the ruins and gets off his horse, saying that they can't ride it from here on out. He looks around, saying that the shape of the 3 stones gathering in one place is familiar. He even remembers the direction from when he played the game now, and it should be around here. He finds a bronze statue, saying that this is what he was looking for and that he should turn it clockwise. As he does, the 3 orbs begin to glow and move apart from each other, creating the Triforce. The chat goes crazy, saying this is dope. The door begins to shine as well, and Sol says if he approaches the gate of the ruins now, then he can enter. A scroll then appears, telling him that Borgo has used abilities. Sol is surprised, and as an attack flies in towards Sol, we see Jamat step out and catch it. Borgo is surprised that it was caught. Jamat snaps it, saying that the people chasing will soon be here. Sol heads towards the gate, and a scroll says that he has successfully survived the ambush and his rewards have been upgraded. Sol is determined and enters the ruin called the Hall of Restraints. We learn that we get more world building as it says you who were asked to guard the carriage going north got involved in an extreme situation. Arden, who commissioned you for the work, was not a merchant and had a false name. It pretty much just recaps the adventure up until this point and gives him a time limit to clear the ruins or eliminate the pursuers. The chat says that this one is hard. And they say that he is in big trouble now. As Sol looks up, he sees a gate and he reads the map as it says in order to open the gate, you need 5 bloods. He rips the paper in half and rips it again, and everybody says that he must be crazy. Sol says that if it was correctly translated, it wouldn't read as sacrifice 5 people's blood, but sacrifice 5 drops of blood. And then the gates slowly begin to open, and he smirks, saying that he knew he was right. And he gets donated 200 madness for getting the answer correct. As his men arrive at the gate, he says that he smells the scent of blood and he tells his men that it's here. And he tells Kurjan as he interpreted the map, he should step up, asking if he knows what will happen if he deceives him. Kurjan says that would never happen, and to believe him, and that Kujo just poorly translated it. Kurjan walks up towards it and looks down, surprised, and tells Sir Borgo that the snowman must know that the translation Kujo had was hot ass, but he knew the correct answer. Borgo starts to find it even more intriguing, asking how he would even find out about it. He starts to glare at Kurjan, which scares him, but he says that they have to break through the ruins even faster than him. Back to Snowman, he gets a notification that Borgo has entered the Hall of Restraints and they will target him and the treasure, and he says they are here. As we see Borgo's men get past the door and finally enter, we see some arrow traps in the wall as well as an arrow ready to fire, as Soul stands before a text on the wall. A scroll appears, saying that there are arrow traps in the walls on both sides and an unknown language written in front of him, and it gives him options on what he would like to do. Out of all of the options, he picks number 6, which is to interpret the ancient language. The sign says to practice humility and self-restraint, express your gratitude from a Smokan's unlimited grace. Soul says he picked this option before too, and this option means that he should show courtesy whether by praying or bowing. He throws a rock forward, saying that there's no reaction whatsoever, he's safe. It's just like his memory of his second character, and if that's the case there will be no problems with the gate remaining ahead. He heads through, and then it jumps to Borgo's group, walking through the ruins. He asks Kurgan where Snowman is, saying he's not here. Kurgan looks around nervously, wondering why he's not here, and the other men say it's pretty obvious what happened, that he must have colluded with Kujo, or else there's no way he would have got ahead of them. Kurgan screams no, saying that's not the case, and they start to yell, asking him if he thinks he'll come out unscathed if they keep falling behind. Borgo tells his men to stop it. They tell Kurgan to hurry up with it. Kurgan looks down at his cliff notes, saying that they have to move by crawling on the floor as if they were bowing. Borgo asks if that's really what they have to do, and Kurgan explains that there are arrow traps, and it'll take time to dismantle them. Borgo tells his men to start right away. One of his advisors suggests that they send someone else out to confirm it. Borgo says that Snowman is already way ahead of them, and he hates having somebody else stand in his path, and he'll believe Kurgan once more. We see them all crawling forward, and Kurgan is panicked, saying that he's going to die because of Kujo, but he must survive Borgo by any means, because he already knows everything about these ruins. As they are walking, he has a realization, telling Borgo to wait. Borgo asks what's wrong, and Kurgan says to be honest, he may have predicted it wrong. If by any chance Snowman has reached the middle point, he may be in a place where he can control the gates he passed through. Borgo realizes what this means, but it's too late, as the men start catching stray arrows, and Kurgan is no exception. They start making a run for it, and some of them start blocking with shields while others blindly run through. In the end, we see them dead on the floor behind, and Borgo slams the floor asking for a damage count. His advisor tells him 7, but Kurgan is dead as well, and all of the info they had was inside of his head. Borgo starts to laugh, saying that Snowman sure is a worthy opponent. It jumps to Snowman, as we see him walking away from a lever. A scroll says that this lever is related to the gates earlier, and that he pulled every single one of them. He is now at the 5th gate and says just as he remembers, it's a secret room without a door. Perception activates, telling him there are traps here, asking him how he would like to act. He looks at all the options and says he should go right away. He closes his eyes and begins to walk forward, while deep in thought, saying that the phrase written in this room is to close your eyes and walk the distance of your heart from a Smokan. Closing his eyes in a place where there are traps is impossible and a crazy thing to do, but he knows this is the way to get through the gate. According to his interpretation, the number 8 represents the mysterious goddess Smokan. Therefore his priest had to close their eyes and walk 8 steps in this place. As he walks, he says that his 8 steps based on the height of the priest at the time, when the average height was over 2 meters. As such, with his current height, he'll open his eyes on the 9th step, which he does, and then a golden light begins to form in front of him on the wall. We see that it opens. Now he has passed the 5th gate, he's on to the 6th, and then he starts speedrunning, passing the 7th and the 8th. He gets donated 100 madness, and everybody starts to wonder in the chat if maybe the information was leaked. We see him inside of a narrow corridor, and Soul says it'll soon be the last gate. In other words, it means he is getting closer to his second piece. The fact that he was able to break through the ruins is thanks to the memory that was left behind. He wonders if the ruin hunter Gillik will be there, which was his second piece that lived a short life. He was over 2 meters tall and had an outstanding physique and had a messy beard. He often laughed silly and loved children and plants. He had a difficult past but was a strong man who overcame it. That was Gillik. Soul says he is definitely here, as traces of his first piece were still on the mountains. So Gillik's traces should remain at the 10th gate of this ruin as it was. We see him enter a room, and he says it's here, the 10th gate, the Hall of Light, as we see 4 mirrors. We see people riddled with arrows all over their bodies as a man nervously walks forward, counting his steps, getting to 7, and then gets shot in the head and falls over. Borgo says it's time for the next one because according to Kurjan, the number of steps is between 5 to 10. He's dealt with almost everything, and he is determined to tear Snowman apart. Back to Sol. He says that it's here. He looks around wondering where Gillik is and then spots something in front of him. We see a corpse slumped against the wall. Sol gets close to it, saying that it's Gillik, and he starts to get an odd feeling, saying that the feeling he felt when he found his first piece's traces is the same feeling he is getting right now with Gillik in front of him. He touches his knee, and then his head begins to throb like it did previously as a scroll appears, saying that the inheritance of Gillik has begun. He starts to get memories of Gillik flexing, telling everybody that he's unbeatable. Asking if everybody remembers him, saying that he is the one who dug up all the secrets and ruins of this world. Sol begins to shake and screams in pain as more memories flow into his head as he's telling somebody named Yarn to hold on and not to let go. Sol grabs onto his head and he recalls Gillik taking the 8 steps of a smokan, in a broken voice, saying that it's a cool solution and he understands the sand a bit. But the trap is not that difficult, asking the rest if they think the same. We see him crying, telling them all to answer him, as we see his friends' corpses. We see an arrow in his stomach as he's looking down at it, wondering if it was poisoned, and he starts to laugh, saying that he got all the way to the last gate. He looks up at the ceiling's mural, and laughs, saying Ismokan is a god who controls light, and that it's a clever solution. And he says that he was hoping that somebody would be ahead of him, and he calls out with his final words, asking if anybody is there. Sol begins to sob after these memories flood through his head, and a scroll appears, saying that he has inherited the unfulfilled wish of Gillik, and he begins to inherit his abilities. His chance of discovering hidden ruins is increased by 10%, and he can find secrets and traps more easily. And if he is the first to clear a ruin, he will receive 30% more rewards. Gillik's body then begins to fade out, leaving nothing behind but his signature red scarf. The chat starts to get mad, that he got the ruin's predator skill. Sol says he was late but he will do as Gillik wanted, and he will clear this after putting on the scarf. He says if Gillik had noticed that the door was a fake earlier, the results would have been different. Sol studied the Hall of Restraint in detail for the sake of the other pieces, and all the pieces he created since were granted the ability of detection. Even himself, when he jumped into Pandia, he was able to see the door open, and he made sure to pick it as well. A scroll appears, saying these mirrors are definitely the key to passing through the gate and gives him some options on how to adjust the mirrors. He says he has to make them face somewhere. The last thing Gillik was looking at was the picture of the goddess on the ceiling. He begins by turning all of the mirrors up towards the mural on the ceiling, and we see them all shining upwards. He says this is the true solution. As he stares up at it, he puts his hand on his chest, saying Ismokan, I will hand you nature's light as we see Gillik's spirit lives on with him. He says to open the way the mirror begins to open as a spiral staircase descends down, and he has passed the last gateway of the Hall of Restraints and that his adventure will be concluded when the timer runs out or after he picks up his reward. He begins to get donated madness as they cheer him on, saying they thought they were watching a movie. He makes his way up the staircase to yet another set of stairs and puts his hand on it, opening it, seeing a well-lit room and a statue at the end. The statue begins to speak, saying stranger, welcome to Ismokan's sanctuary. Sol thanks the statue, and the statue says Ismokan will give you a gift, so make sure to use it. Gold and treasures begin to pour out from the wall, saying to make a choice and pick carefully. Sol looks down at all the treasure, saying that he feels like Aladdin right now, trying to endure the temptation of treasure. But he does not know what to pick, as he doesn't know what is the most useful for him. Due to completing the carriage chase, we see that his awareness is temporarily increased for 10 minutes, and he activates perception. He starts looking at all of the items, saying he would have this ability if he upgraded his perception, and that the real version of it is nuts. He starts looking at all of the armor, and the chat starts saying he can get some armor for Kaluna. He stretches his hand out towards a bandana, and chat is confused, asking why he picked this up. The statue asks him if he is sure of his decision. He says yes, and we see it is called the eye patch of perception. You can read this stuff if you want. Sol explains that in Pandia there is a clan that has special eyes. Their eyes have special abilities, and as there are multiple types of eyes, there are a variety of things to acquire and events to unlock. He can't believe he got the opportunity to obtain these eyes in the early game. If it's the eyes of perception, it will go well with him. The statue asks if there is anything else he wants, and he says no. The statue says that Ismokan brings prosperity to those who practice moderation, and an additional reward box is created. He says that it seems to be a gold coin, but it's a good time to try out his eye patch, and he blindfolds himself. His eyes begin to burn as a golden ring forms outside of them. He squeezes his head and falls to his knees, as the headache becomes unbearable. He says he didn't know that it would be this painful, and it feels as if he is on fire. The bandana slowly begins to catch on fire and burn away until he can see in front of him again, and now he has unlocked the eyes of perception. His eyesight is improved, and the stats of elite monsters will now be displayed. The more he trains, the more he will be able to see, and there is a certain probability that the description of an item will also be displayed. He looks around saying that the world looks completely different from before, and while it was more painful than he thought, now he can avoid being swept up by randomness. He glances over as we hear Borgo's axe scraping on the ground. He says that he has finally found him, and he's surprised that he hasn't left yet, calling him a rat. Soul asks him where the others are. Borgo says he's the one asking questions, and that he needs to answer then die. Then says that wouldn't be enough, and he'll spread his limbs across a field. Soul asks if it's just the two of them, and Borgo says he already told him he would be the one asking questions. His advisor starts going crazy, telling Borgo to look at all the treasure, saying that they can do a lot with this much treasure. Borgo strikes him down in the back of the head, and the advisor asks him why. Borgo tells him to get his hand off of his treasure, as it all belongs to him. Soul says it's a miracle he has come this far. Borgo tells him to shut up, saying that he is taking everything, including his life. Soul tells him to go ahead. Borgo immediately starts grabbing all the treasure he can possibly get his hands on. He equips some armor that automatically sticks to his body, and a helmet, saying that with his power, he is going to crush him. Soul says it looks like nobody told him the name of this place, and Borgo asks why he is yapping all of a sudden. The statue behind Soul begins to release a menacing aura, its face slowly shifting through that of a demon, calling Borgo a greedy person. Those who don't practice moderation will pay the price. The entire temple starts shaking, and Borgo laughs, saying that greed is what drives him. If he wasn't greedy, he never would have come here, and that no one can punish him, but he gets struck down by the statue's lightning and falls to the floor. Soul watches, and a scroll appears, saying that Borgo is now under the curse of a smokean, and that he can now take all of the items without limits. Soul says it started as the treasure gets sent across the room. We see that Borgo's regeneration has increased drastically, as he begins to laugh, and all of his stats have decreased by 50%, and that Borgo isn't in control of his body anymore. Borgo rears his hand back and yeets his weapon directly towards Soul. Soul watches and sidesteps it, saying that he can see the trajectory now with the eyes of perception. Borgo starts charging in at him, and it sounds like he's run into a brick wall, as we see Jamat standing before Soul, saying that Borgo is a man who can't even control his own body. Borgo begins to release a red aura, and Soul says that it's a different scroll from usual. Looking at the info about Borgo, it seems like the eyes of perception are effective. Borgo gets mad, saying that he became like this all because of him, and he starts charging at him. But a chain wraps around him as Jamat pulls him towards him, and they start having a contest of strength. Jamat starts to overpower him and Borgo screams to let go. Jamat says that he doesn't want to, as he snaps Borgo's arm and then kicks him in the side. While still holding onto his arm, he rips it off, launching Borgo into a wall. Borgo lets out a scream, as his arm begins to bleed, and he falls to the floor. The statue tells Borgo to stand up and protect the hall. Borgo's arm instantly regenerates, and he is forced to stand back up and begins coughing. He says that he is undefeatable, and that he has to protect his treasures. Jamat rears back his fist with a stone fist, saying all he has to do is tear him into pieces until he can no longer stand. Borgo is so far gone, he just screams not to touch his treasure. He starts to block Jamat's blows, but each hit is getting harder and harder to block. A scroll pops up, saying that Borgo's skill treasure making is in use, and that a connection has been activated. Soul quickly tells Jamat that it's dangerous. We see Jamat block his attack, but Borgo's special skill, Fatal Blow, has been activated. We see him rearing back his hammer, as his next attack will have a double damage, and it will knock back the opponent. If the opponent collides with terrain, they take even more damage. Borgo swings his axe, saying that he told him to stay out of his sight, and it sends Jamat flying into a wall, causing him to take all of the damage. Soul looks over at him, realizing this isn't that good of a situation, and Borgo says now there's only one left, asking if he's just going to lay down his life and die for him. Soul smirks, and Borgo starts to ask him why he's smiling. But says he understands, though, because when he's angry, he smiles too, and that he must be pissed that he is going to die. Soul tells him calmly that he is not lost yet. Borgo's skill, treasure making, activates again as he summons a sword. He starts swinging it towards Soul, calling him unsightly. Before the attack can land, We see Jamat push off the ground with all of his strength, as he instantly gets into Borgo's face. He flattens his wrist like a pancake and says that stupid people are greedy, so they don't feel fear. And then a scroll appears, saying that Jamat will swap to support mode, and that he is going to engrave his fear onto Borgo. He begins to squeeze Borgo's wrist like a tube of toothpaste, and Jamat smiles, saying that unlike Borgo's, his body is truly something to behold when he gets angry. He stomps on Borgo's toe, and holds onto his arms while kicking him away again, ripping them both off. He throws them to the floor, telling Borgo to stand back up, asking if this is all he's got. Borgo's arms regenerate, as he now has a spear in his hand, saying that he will kill the savage troll. Jamat says that if he ever met him, he wouldn't be insulting him so brazenly, and every human he's met has begged him for mercy, but in the end, they always begged for him to kill them. Borgo rears his hand back and throws the spear towards Jamat. Jamat deflects it, and Borgo leaps back in with 2 blades. Jamat raises his fist and blocks the blades, while deflecting the other, saying that his enthusiasm is good, but he's unorganized. He readies his fist, hitting him straight in the chest, saying that even though he is quick, he has no power. He raises his fist again, saying that he's rude, and launches him into a wall, calling him insignificant. Borgo starts to spit up blood, and he asks Jamat what he is. Jamat says that he's him. Borgo says that it makes no sense that he could lose. Jamat tells him that it does make sense, as the world is filled with things that nobody can comprehend, and that's what makes it fun. Borgo tells him to shut up, saying that he's not done yet. He begins to summon more and more of the treasure, as they float in the air above Jamat. He slams them down towards him, and he begins to use his fatal blow skill again, as he charges back in. Soul calls out to Jamat. As Borgo's sword attack comes in, we see that Jamat has used his rock armor to block all of the attacks. Borgo is dumbfounded, as Jamat grabs onto his shoulder and stabs his own weapon through his chest, asking him if he is done regenerating, and wonders why Borgo thought he was a pushover. Borgo begins to cry, telling him to stop, saying that he is scared. Jamat palms his head, saying in the end, he's saying the same words as the rest. Borgo turns zesty, saying his hands are so thick, and begins to laugh. Jamat says no, while popping his head like a zit, saying that is just his fear speaking. A scroll appears, saying he has now defeated Ismokan's ghost which was possessing Borgo. He earns an achievement called Pacify, a title called Ghost Slayer, and additional rewards. Soul says this is as he expected. Jamat is one of the strongest trolls in history. There's no way he would lose to somebody like a ruins hunter. Jamat walks away like an absolute Chad, while the chat starts going crazy, screaming his name. We see a golden chest shining as a scroll appears, saying that this is the best reward, Ismokan's gift. He acquires some level up points as well as the armor that Borgo was wearing, but now it has been purified. Soul says he did not know he would get it in a purified state. The statue returns back to normal and begins to glow as it did before, and it says that with strong greed, you must have a firm will. Soul's Ruins Predator activates, and he acquires additional rewards. He is surprised, and the statue begins to slowly crack with a golden light. As it continues, it says, "You are like steel with a cold heart of fire. Do not anchor but scatter your light. You will shine in this world," and then explodes. A scroll appears, saying that there has been a minor change and the stone fist is now accumulating divine power, and Jamat has acquired the title Mighty Warrior of Ismokan. Jamat seems a bit apprehensive, and Soul says that it makes sense as he served the Earth, Dragon Tan Creed, and it's natural for him to be hesitant when receiving a blessing from an unknown god. It's sad that the helmet that Borgo used was destroyed, so he has no choice but to put it in his inventory and use it for later. We see that the armor he was wearing is also monster rank, like the helmet. But it makes sense as it did not break from Jamat's hits. The rank of equipment in Pandia varies. Soul explains how their equipment in the game generally goes from poor to common to specialty, rare, or treasure quality. Treasure quality was considered the highest for the early game. However, treasure also had different qualities such as monster, divine, relic, peerless, and so on. The items at these levels have similar strength as part of treasure quality. Monster items are similar to the ones in the game. Monster items and cursed equipment must be used by a specific class or purified. This armor can be worn now since it's been purified. But according to the rules of Pandia, Jamat isn't allowed to wear heavy armor, so he has no other choice but to give it to Kaluna. He says he has one last item to check, and he looks at the stone fist. We see that he got a buff that adds extra damage and enhancement for an ally, which is going to be very useful. Both of the titles he got are also useful, and he did a good job in trusting his instinct and waiting for Borgo. There's nothing left to gain from this adventure, so he completes it. His score now is almost 600,000 points, and he is still in the lead, doubling the person in second place. The chat goes crazy, saying that there's such a big gap between first and second. Now he will go back to Kongori to rest. We see him teleport into the street, and there's nobody else around. He says that it's quiet and maybe nobody else has finished their adventure at the same time he did. He decides to just head back to his place and rest. We see somebody stalking him from around a corner. Sol can sense them and wonders if they're from the Predator Guild, but says it makes sense if the 4 that were with him all died and maybe they already heard about their members. Then he says never mind, as it could be a random. He starts to run, and we see the man begin chasing him. When he turns the corner, Kaluna puts his blade to his throat, scaring the man. Sol quickly asks him why he is following him. The man looks nervously at the blade, and Sol says just because he doesn't answer does not mean there's a way he won't find out. The man tells him that he knows, and Sol asks what he's talking about. He says that he knows Sol is rank 1 in the leaderboard, and he was the only person to pass through the entrance when the rankings changed. He's been waiting. Sol asks him why he was waiting, and the man says that he needs his help, begging him to listen to his story. At the inn, we see them all there, and we see the man's hand is black. Sol asks what happened, and the man says he encountered a ghost and was cursed. Sol says it does look like it's rotting. He says at first he thought it was rotting, but it's too solid and smooth, so he definitely does not believe it to be a curse. The man then says he has 2 sisters, one older, one younger, or rather he had an older sister. Sol asks what he means, and the man looks sad, saying that she died in the second adventure during the 5 brothers quest. She fell off the cliff, and he tried his best to pull her up, but we see his arm beginning to tense up. We learn that his name is Yomyoung. His sister tells him to let go, saying they'll both die. He tells her to shut up and not to let go. She closes her eyes, and Yomyoung says that he loved his sister a lot. We see her saying that she'll leave their younger sister, Noel, to him, and she lets go. At that time, he remembers her voice and the way she looked at him, and her last words. After that, his sister has been appearing in his dreams every night. We see that he has acquired a haunted hand. Sol asks what his sister says in the dreams, and he says that she begs him to save her. Sol says that it's an unexpected accident and it must mean that Yomyoung gained the rare constitution called Ghost Hand, and it is not a curse. There's no way to make good use of it unless he gets his hand purified by a high priest. In other words, that is the hand of a ghost. But if he can get that hand back from the ghost hand will be a huge benefit to him. Sol asks Yomyoung if he wants his hand to go back to normal. He says no, and this is his guilt and regret. What he needs help with is with his sibling. His younger sibling went to a guild and since then they've been distant from each other. He asks what guild she joined, and he tells him that she joined the Justice Guild. Sol says he hasn't heard of it. Yomyoung says that it's a guild that was formed at the very beginning, and they said the one with the highest score was in it, but the rank 1 is Sol rather than the man they claimed. He heard that in the guild, members are organized according to the officials' wishes. Anyone who opposes them gets killed. And he's also heard rumors that they made people try recklessly leaving the country. Sol says these are just rumors, and he says no, he's confirmed it with his sister Noel, and she is in danger and he needs her to be saved. Sol says that even if what he said is true, he doesn't see why he needs to help him. The man is taken aback, asking him why, and Sol says that he's not a disciple of justice, and everybody has their own reasons. He doesn't have the time for anything except for his goals. Yomyoung starts to get angry and smacks the table, asking why, saying that Sol is so strong as it's evident by his adventure score being double the second highest. Sol stands up, calling out to him, saying that he did not become strong in order to help those who will only hide behind the strong and wait to be rescued, and that he must save himself. He should be the one to find a way to save his sister, not him. He can't save everybody around him. As Sol goes to leave, he then tells him about his hand, saying that maybe it isn't black due to a curse and he must get rid of his own guilt to solve his sister's problem. This is the end of their conversation. Sol is donated 200 madness and somebody says that he is true to his name and he is quite cold, it's snowman joke. They start saying that they actually would have helped Yomyoung in Sol's position. But Sol says he won't survive here by helping others and in this world, a crisis can strike at any moment. He doesn't have the time to help others. However, Yomyoung has a ghost hand and it won't be difficult for him to get his sister back if he solves the secret of it himself. That hand has the ability to help him in the future. He starts to debate it, saying that he guesses it would be okay for him to help. We see him head to an information guild, and the informant tells him that there is a lot of information on the Justice Guild, asking what he would like in particular. Soul says that he only wants the negative information and hands 150 gold as the price. He doesn't think other people know there is an information guild because it's a secret place inside of an old bar. The person on the other side quickly puts their hand back through the hole, giving him a piece of paper. Soul opens it, saying that what Yeomyung told him was all true, but he only knows what is on the surface and that it's much more serious than he thought. Then he starts to wonder about the Predator Guild, asking the informant if they have information on the Predator Guild as well. He gives 100 gold and starts reading it, saying that this is quite serious indeed. He asks the informant why they are ignoring such a situation. They say it's 20 gold, he hands it over. They say they have no idea so far. They only interfere in a player's situation when it involves the death of a citizen. He says that means that they are just letting things happen under their noses. The informant says they have their own rules, and it's just their personal opinion, so they won't charge him for it. Soul begins to burn the information and says that there is someone he wants them to follow for a week. They ask how strong they are in comparison to Soul, and he tells them much weaker. He hands them a piece of paper, telling them who the target is, and they tell him it's 20 gold. It cuts to Yeomyung putting his shield on, determining himself. Soul heads back to the skill tree area, and they ask what brings him here today. We see that the option before that was disabled is now enabled, and he says that he heard there was a shadow summoner here. The man says that's old news, and they lost contact with Summoner KO after he went to Novira. They are worried since Novira is a place with many evil people, and it's been a while. They're not worried about the people there since it's KO, but nothing is certain in human affairs. Soul says that he didn't have to choose the fifth option, and this is connected to the Enlightenment episode which will appear after 6 more adventures, so he shouldn't rush in. But if he just ignores this, he might not be able to clear the Enlightenment episode on time, and he asks if he can look into KO. The man is surprised, saying that he'll leave it to him, and the hidden adventure missing summoner has been activated. It's pretty much a recap of everything that happened so far, that he needs to go find KO in Novira. Soul says that he would also like to strengthen his skill, and the old man opens the doors. Soul says that he delayed this since there was a new option available, but this is the main purpose of his visit here as he has 4 skill points and he would like to upgrade his main skill, Shadow Summon, this time. We see that he can now have 2 summons out at the same time. If he succeeds in arising a corpse, he will be able to preserve 50% of their abilities. And now every summon gets a 10% EXP bonus. Soul says now that it's done, it will be like a one-man army if he can use the 2 of them to raid bosses. He starts to recall Yeomyung's words and realizes when it comes to his strength, there's not much more he can grow here as this place has a limit and he's already pretty much at the cap. Once he is done with the predators, he will leave this place. Inside of an inn, we hear people talking about how Jinkle and Sangyu died along with everybody else. We are inside the Predator Guild and they ask their leader what they should do. His name is White Shark, and he asks them who defeated their men. They tell him that his name was Snowman, and he laughs, saying that he has heard that he looks like a nerd, and asks what power he possessed to be able to defeat 4 people. They suggest that maybe this information is all a trap, and they should gather more members. White Shark puts out his cigar, saying that order is important in everything. Even if they should kill him, it's important to know how they will kill him, and since they are going to move with the Justice Guild, killing him recklessly would get them in trouble. One of his men says he can't trust those assholes from the Justice Guild as he's not even sure if it's okay for them to stick together. White Shark laughs, saying that they are just leeching off of them and pretending they don't know each other, and that Yoon Wonkel runs the Justice League, but he doesn't have the power to control the inside and he wants to expand the activity to Kongori. So they'll pretend to help Young and they'll take over the Justice Guild along with every other guild here and do proper business after that. He starts to snicker, saying that the world has become so beautiful even if they were to stab someone to death on the street, nobody would get involved, and that he's glad there's no laws here. In the end, the ones who understand violence best are those in high positions, and he cheers his drink. As he is talking, we hear footsteps rushing downstairs, and a man enters, calling out for White Shark. He asks him what's up, and he says that the Justice Guild, Young, wants to use his power. White Shark asks him what it is. It jumps to the Justice Guild, asking what kind of crazy bastard would come here by themselves. We see a man fall to the floor, and we see Yeomyung, who was the one who knocked him down, and he is determined as he's asking them where his sister Noel is. Yeomyung's hand begins to shift as we hear his sister's voice begging him to save her. We see her ghostly form latch onto his back, begging him. Then we see Yeomyung hit a man in the face, saying that he does not care whether he was cursed by his sister or not. He does not care if he can't use his arm. He will do whatever he can to get Noel out of this place. He hears her screaming to let go and is surprised. His sister Noel begins to run towards him. We hear a man saying that Noel is making a big deal out of this and that her brother shouldn't have come here to commit acts of violence to get a guild member, asking if he thinks the world is that simple. We are introduced to Jung. Noel says that she's leaving this place, and she can't stay here anymore. She was going to leave on her own, wanting to know what is wrong with Jung. He says that he can't believe someone who knows all of their inside information is leaving without disciplinary action and that she is taking them too lightly. She asks what she has to do, and he says that she needs to never say a word about what she knows and that she has to give him 5,000 gold as the price of the investment he put into her. She screams, saying that's ridiculous. Asking how she's meant to pay such a large sum. He says that the Justice Guild prioritizes profit, and obviously, if she can't pay it back, then they will force her to, and tells his men to go after her. She tries to plead with him, saying that Jung is a liar, and he's deceiving them all, and nobody here is the top player. He's lying to the weak people, and that he is thinking of only getting money out of this. Nobody seems surprised in the slightest, and she realizes that they all knew the entire time. Jung asks her if she wouldn't do anything it took to survive, saying that the world has changed. Jung tells his sister not to worry, and they'll leave this place. Then she tells him good because she hates it here. Jung is quickly kicked in the chest and falls to the floor. As two men start jumping his shit, saying how much they hate him. Jung then grabs onto Noel, telling her to stay still before he gets angry. She screams, and he says equal rights, equal lefts, and slaps her in the face. This continues as Jung is getting beaten on the floor. He reaches towards a sword. A scroll appears, saying that the ghost hand is now awakened. The two men are surprised, but it's too late. They are instantly cut down by the sword. As the black hand is assisting his movements, he will be able to move at a fast speed for a short period of time. Everybody realizes that he's stronger than before, and Jung tells everybody to go get the Predator Guild to help. Noel calls out for her brother and begins to run towards him. We see Jung is gassed out, but all he can see is a figure of his sister in front of him and recalls her falling to her death. Her final words were that she would leave Noel in his care. He says he couldn't hear it because of his guilt. There's no way that this is a curse, and his arm became like this due to her will. He stands in front of Noel, saying that if they try to touch her, he will kill them all. We see his sword is shaking. We hear White Shark saying that he knew this would happen, and he told Jung to take care of his men. Jung turns around, saying that he's late, and that Jung is causing all of the issues here. White Shark asks if he's talking about the little one with the shield, and then he stands before him, saying you're not him, right? Talking about rank 1. We see the furniture get sent across the room as White Shark starts his offensive. He says it's fun, but Jung is severely lacking skills, and as expected, he's definitely not in first place. He says that since he's come this far, he'll play with him for a bit, and he throws another punch out. Jung blocks it, and then White Shark grabs onto his head, slamming him into the wall. Angrily, Jung asks him why he has to do all of this if he's so strong. White Shark smiles, saying that he's talking as if he is a villain. Jung says that's because he is, and White Shark laughs, saying he's right, and then asks if villains are bad. He says that he wants to let them know that good and evil don't matter anymore. The only thing that matters now is if you are strong, as violence is the only thing that can rule others here. Jung tightens his grip on his sword and swings it towards White Shark's face, but he blocks it with 2 fingers, saying that he can see everything that he is trying, and then snaps the blade in half. Jung realizes that his defeat is imminent and that it's all over. We see someone knock on the door, asking if anybody's there. Some of the members step out, asking what he is here for, and we hear Soul telling them to open the door and that he knows everything, which is why he's here. Jung says it seems like Noel did some dirty work, and they can handle him. White Shark stops his assault on Jung and heads out. Soul then asks Jung if he is okay, and Jung is surprised to hear someone calling to him, asking who it is as he looks up to see Soul, and Soul asks if he doesn't remember him. Jung is confused, saying that he rejected his request. Soul says that he did not come here because of his request, he came here because there's something he needs to end before leaving, but he is curious as to why he's in that state. We see blood dripping from Jung's face as he goes to say something. He recalls what Soul said about needing to be the one to save his sister, and he begins to cry, saying that he worked so hard and tried his best, but it did not go well. Soul says that he sees, and he tells everybody there that he is taking Noel and Jung with him, so let them go. Jung gets pissed, asking him if he's insane, and White Shark calls out to him, saying that from his appearance he knows he's Snowman and that he's been looking for him. Then he asks if he killed both Sangyu and Jinkle. Soul says he didn't, and White Shark asks how he's supposed to believe that, and Soul quickly asks him what he wants, and White Shark says that he's going to have to die. Soul says that if he's done talking, then he has a question for everybody in this room. He says he knows everything about what's happened here, asking if there's anybody who would like to repent for their sins. Nobody speaks up, and he says alright then. Jung turns, telling his men to quickly get rid of him. We see White Shark get into his stance, saying that he was going to anyway and that his family died because of him. He tells Soul that his score is private, saying surely he knows what that means. Soul raises his hands, as we see glowing eyes from them, and he summons both Kaluna and Jamat at the same time. White Shark recognizes Jamat immediately, saying impossible, asking him what the hell he is. And Soul tells him he is the other private, saying surely he knows what that means. White Shark realizes that means Soul has double his score. Jung starts to laugh nervously, saying that they've been looking for him for a while, and now he's in front of them like this. They could use him, asking if he would like to join them, and they'll guarantee the best treatment. Soul asks what the best treatment would be, and Jung says that the world changed overnight, and people are now in a lawless wasteland. But danger is also an opportunity, and they are no longer at a time where birth determines how you live the rest of your life. They are on a new table now, with themselves being the pioneers. They will grow big by taking in outsiders and standing on top of everyone. Soul asks why they are the ones standing on top of everybody else. Jung struggles to come up with an excuse, but White Shark says it's simply because they are strong, and those who are strong become the law, as violence is power. Soul says that's fun, and that they must also know that violence can be conquered by violence. White Shark grins, saying of course, and they will be the strongest. Soul then tells them that he doesn't really care about something like that. He asked a question earlier to see if any of them wished to repent, and he's already received their responses. So his answer has been determined since then. Other than Young and his sister, everybody else will die. White Shark lowers himself to the ground, calling him arrogant, saying that he'll meet his end today. Soul tells Kaluna and Jamat to go forth and kill them all. We see Kaluna instantly charge in, cutting the heads off multiple enemies, and then following it up with yet another slash, killing more. The men quickly realize that they are outmatched and try to run. Jamat grabs one of their heads and uses him as a human bowling ball to knock 3 of them into a wall. Jung realizes that they are screwed and tells White Shark to stop him. White Shark quickly charges into Jamat and pulls both of his fists back. He starts using his skills, Rock Smash and Tenderize, hitting Jamat straight in the stomach and the head. Jamat holds his ground, but Jung thinks that since it was a nice hit to the head, he should be feeling damage. Jamat grabs onto White Shark's arm, saying that the way he struggled reminds him of a bug, saying that he's just throwing a temper tantrum when he realizes he's helpless, and that's something a child does. But an adult should also know when to grovel for their life when the situation calls for it. Jamat rips off both of his arms, turning White Shark to an actual shark. Jamat says he likes the phrase violence can only be conquered by violence, and it seems that they weren't at the apex like they thought they were. He grabs onto White Shark by the throat, asking what they should call the overwhelming violence that stands at the peak, asking if that would also just be simply called violence. White Shark starts begging for mercy, but Jamat says that's not the answer he was looking for and that it's called order, then squeezes his head off, causing it to fly through the air. Jung begins to scream and run, reaching for a door only to get his hand cut off by Kaluna. Young slowly begins to walk over towards him, and Jung asks why they are doing this to him. In an angry voice, Young says that he warned him not to mess with his sister. Jung begins to crawl away, saying that he wants and begs him to stop, but Young says it's too late and he's going to kill him now. Jung quickly crawls towards Soul, grabbing onto his leg, begging for mercy, saying that he's not the only one in the world acting like this, and that everybody's trying to devour one another since there are no rules here, and that there will always be more people like him, and that he is a victim. He recalls what the informant said about how the only time people interfere is when a citizen is killed, and that the players have their own rules. Soul says that rules will always continue to be created, but it doesn't matter if they are. Since people seem to create whatever rules they want, he'll destroy them and make his own, forcing everybody to follow them. Jung starts to cry, calling him crazy, saying he's the exact same as them and that he's just trying to do whatever he wants, calling him a monster. Soul says that he might be a monster. He looks over towards Young, who asking how he is a monster, and stabs Jung in the chest, saying that's where he's wrong. In the wise words of Jamat, he is order. The chat starts going crazy, chanting for Soul. He gains another 400 madness total from donations. We start seeing some market board posts about how the Predator Guild and Justice Guild both instantly got destroyed. Everybody understands that Young and his sister had a lot to do with this, But there are people spreading misinformation that they were the ones who did it. There's more, but I ain't reading all of that. Sol then tells Yeomyoung he'll call for him next time. Yeomyoung says of course he'll be there, but he doesn't know how much help he'll be. Sol says that he'll definitely need his help, and he's glad he's safe. Now that he has added Yeomyoung onto his friends list, he should be able to reach him regardless of where he is. He's sure the next time they meet, the ghost hand will have awakened much more, and he'll make sure he properly pays the price for his help when that day comes. It jumps to 3 days later at Novira, the ruined city. His resting location has now changed here. But due to moving it, the travel luck dice is beginning to roll. As it spun into the air, we see it land on a 2, saying that he is quite unlucky. Which means that the adventures he takes here are going to be more dangerous. But if he is able to clear them, then he will gain a big opportunity. Sol looks a bit worried, saying that experienced adventurers always prepare for the worst. Because just by changing your location without prep, you could lose your life from one roll of the dice. He looks up towards the city, saying that he just has to hope that the adventures here aren't too AIDS now. Sol says that this is going to be a great opportunity for him to obtain more rewards. Since he has Kaluna and Jamat, he can handle most adventures. He continues through the city and explains that it is the only city of its size located near the Great Forest ruins. He overhears a man laughing about how they made it back safely and how if he left them behind they would have been cut into pieces. A woman tells him that this isn't a joke and that they shouldn't be ruin hunters as it's impossible for them. He tells her that's the charm of being a ruin hunter. You enter ruins because people weaker than you are able to enter and make it out alive, while people stronger than you can die if they make a mistake. She tells him to get away since he smells like ass. Sol says as expected, it's a place where the local economy is powered by ruin hunters and that it's thought of quite highly. The most important resource in ruin hunting is none other than people. These combat-oriented transferees coming into Novira is a blessing. It's probably due to Novira's unique situation that has allowed transferees and the residents of Pandaia to live in harmony. He smiles, saying it's a welcoming city. First, he should check the posts of the Novira community at the Adventure Association to get an idea of the general mood of the city, as well as gather some rumors about KO. He heads to the Adventure Association and starts digging through all the posts, saying that most of them are about hunting ruins. There was occasionally one about Borgo, and it seems like something happened after he disappeared. We see him asking some people about KO, but they say they've never heard of them. He continues again, and again nobody has heard about KO. One of the ladies says that she thinks she knows who he is talking about and that she came here around a month ago. She remembers teaching her some things because she acted like it was her first time here. Sol says that if it isn't too much trouble, maybe she could give more details. She says that she doesn't know, but he could help her recover her memory. He gets a scroll showing the dialogue options. He hands her a gold coin. She instantly says that she remembers now and that she told her that she was looking for a room to use, so she mentioned a place to her. It's a mansion nobody wants because an entire family died in it. Though it is still commonly rented out to outsiders from time to time, though she's unsure if she is renting or leeching. We see Sol head to the mansion and try to open the door but realize it's locked. Through the options, he picks number 4, which is to use the broken window to enter. He sees number 5 about asking the ghost for a way inside and says that's pretty creepy. Inside, he says it's dark, but there are definitely traces of someone living here. It's relatively recently within the last few weeks, but he's confident that nobody is home. He summons Jamat, telling him that this place could have been the research room of a person named KO, and he needs help finding it. Jamat pouts, saying that he thought it was something more important. Sol asks Kaluna if he's always this quiet. Kaluna says that he had nobody else to talk to when he left as a disciple in the ruins, so he didn't talk. Sol asks about when he was an elf, and Kaluna says that he doesn't remember. Sol wonders why, asking if it's because he became a shadow. Kaluna says it's not just because of that, rather, all of his memories before he became a disciple feel hazy. Sol says that since he is the first person to ever use Kaluna as a summon, there's probably a lot that is not known about him. Learning information about one's summon is an important job for the summoner as well, and he plans on slowly uncovering everything about Kaluna and Jamat. They tell him that they found it, and we see them enter a room that is filled to the brim with research. On one of the boards, it says that she has a list of important things that need to be solved. Sol says that everything here is different. Not only is the majority of it incomprehensible, but the contents on the wall also go back and forth and are filled with things that have no correlation with each other. Still, it's not like there weren't any clues, and we see that one of the mentions discovered Grizz's secret laboratory. Sol says that Grizz is a genius who used to be one of Pandaia's remarkable figures. Not only did he pioneer mechanical engineering and many other fields, but he also filled the world with his breakthrough inventions and strange creations. The majority of them were desired by many, and because a lot of people desired his abilities, it's fairly well known that Grizz had created various secret labs throughout the continent. Since he traveled often and needed places to research, and Soul only met him once throughout his 30 pieces. We see Grizz saying that he is happy to have found somebody on the same wavelength as himself. Soul says that even though it was a one-off meeting, they spent a lot of time together, and it was quite fun. If he could just obtain one of his inventions or even a blueprint, it would be a big W. Still, it's going to be just as dangerous as how hard he worked to hide it, but it'll be fine, and he should just pray that KO had gone to Grizz's secret laboratory. A scroll appears, saying that the main contents of Missing Summoner have changed and that it has now changed to Grizz's secret laboratory. He must clear this adventure without a party. He's teleported to a forest, wondering if that means it's around here. It's pretty much just a recap, as they usually are when they introduce adventures, explaining how he has to get through Grizz's traps and he'll probably find some good items along the way, and to find KO. His insight activates, and the trees around here look different from others, and it seems that someone had intentions to hide something here. Soul says that his insights have gotten much better since he got the eyes of perception, and it's very evident to him that these trees are too identical to have been created by nature. He says that means that it has to be here and that he needs to be careful. As he slowly walks forward, his insight activates, saying that he senses danger. Soul looks over to his left, seeing a robotic bird on a tree, and he says that Grizz always placed these surveillance devices around his secret labs, but he doesn't know how to take care of it. He gets 6 options and says that none of them are good. Destroying it is definitely the right call, but it would be a huge problem if he fails his throw. At times like these, he should leave it to Kaluna. We see Kaluna saying that it's definitely possible and reminds him that he is an elf after all. He throws the knife, and it hits the robot. Soul uses Shadow Hand to recover the blade while telling Kaluna that he wants him to continue destroying these things until they arrive at the laboratory. We see him take out a couple more and then even finish it with a third one as they have made it to the entrance of the laboratory. The chat wonders what's going on with the sci-fi stuff, saying they thought this was a fantasy. Soul then asks Jamat if he could open the door for him. Jamat asks if it's okay if he breaks it, and Soul says to do whatever he needs. The chat is confused, saying that usually, when you try to forcefully enter, traps will activate. We see Jamat pry the door open and easily make his way inside, and he asks if this is enough. Soul says it is. Soul also explains that the reason why Grizz is described as eccentric is that he worked really hard to make it, but he wasn't able to get them to work, and since he couldn't get them to work, he just left them as decoration. If you're wondering why every lab has that same design, it's because it's the only one he made. Soul smiles, saying that he often ignored common sense. It's still too early to conclude that KO has not been here yet, judging by how second door was written next to the one that Jamat destroyed. There are definitely other entrances, and he should check inside. Inside of Lab 3, Soul says that it sounds like a fan is still running around here, and it also smells odd. The air is also way too fresh, so maybe plants are growing inside. He spots something, seeing a piece of paper on the wall, and he reads it, saying that he's found it. It's a note from KO, saying that she is going to take this because she was interested in it. The main contents of the adventure have changed again, and rather than him focusing on finding KO, he now needs to acquire things from the lab. Soul wonders what KO took, and Kaluna appears behind him, telling him to take a look at these notes. It's questions about death. Things such as what is death, would it hurt to die, and if there is such a thing as the afterlife. They are very curious about all of it. Soul says it's clear that this is research that Grizz led, and he wonders how this is related to the item that KO took. There is no one in this vast continent who has experienced death besides the undead, but since they are those who have rejected death, they are the exceptions. Therefore, Grizz invented something that would allow him to get a glimpse at the face of true death called the death-inducing device. As the name suggests, it just lets you experience death. Soul wonders why KO took it, and Grizz says that he has confirmed its effects, and it's really terrible, and he does not want to try to die. Soul looks down the corridor, saying that he guesses he has no choice but to go deeper if he wants to find out more. As they go further down, we see what resembles train tracks. As he finally reaches Lab 2, his insight activates, and he feels a presence behind the door. Kaluna kicks it down, and they are greeted by a beeping sound as a robot begins to light up. The robot says error over and over and squares up now that the entrance has been destroyed. Soul tells Kaluna to leave it be, saying that it's moving way too awkwardly, asking him to cut the vines restricting it. Kaluna does so, and then the robot begins to groan and shake as its eye changes from red to blue, and greets Soul, saying that this is one of the 81 laboratories that Grizz created and that its name is Arda, and it is the director of this laboratory. Soul says that it's acting different now, so since it's welcoming him, he should just go along with it and hide the fact that he's an intruder. Arda thanks him for visiting the laboratory but says that Grizz is currently absent, asking if he is a guest who is scheduled to visit. Soul says that he came here without contacting him beforehand. Arda tells him that unfortunately, he won't be able to meet Grizz, but he can look around the laboratory, asking if he would like a tour. Soul says sure, and Arda asks if he's already taken a look at Lab 3. Soul says yes, and Arda says he'll show him both Labs 1 and 2. Soul is donated 300 madness as the chat goes crazy, saying that he is way too bold. Arda explains that Lab 2 was used to research spirit containers and is also where they managed to implement a multi-attribute spirit container. Soul is surprised they actually made one, and Arda says that it's one of Grizz's many accomplishments. Spirits attract and repel each other when they are placed together, and they often crash into one another as a result. However, Grizz was able to solve this problem. Soul asks how, but Arda says he's not sure. Soul says that's odd since he is the director, but Arda says that his title does not mean much. All the research was conducted by Grizz, and everything here only serves as attendance. Soul looks down at some research, asking if this is supposed to be an alternate form for the multiple attribute spirit container. Arda says that it's an ongoing theory that is yet to be proven. However, the probability of Grizz being wrong is very low. As such, it should be possible to imbue the power into a belt. Even if the wearer isn't capable of using the power of spirits, they will be able to harness their powers indirectly through the belt. Soul says that's crazy, asking where the belt is, and Arda says that it's actually here in Lab 2 but wonders where exactly. Soul asks if he even knows. Arda says that the belt has disappeared, but he's not sure how. Soul looks over, recalling all of the trees and vines, and then asks Arda what's in Lab 1. Arda says that Lab 1 is a biology research complex, and it was researching future foods and a solution for the starvation problem in the Empire. There they have cultivated strong plants capable of surviving in even the harshest environments. The laboratory's control center is also there, asking if he wants to be guided towards it. Soul says yes, since he's confident that something is happening there. Then he asks Arda if he knows anything about Milan. Arda says he does not, asking if it's perhaps someone's name. Soul says it is indeed, and Arda says that the name has never been inputted into the system. Soul says he understands, and the chat starts to wonder who Milan is. Milan was the final piece that Soul raised, and he spent a long time together with Grizz. Grizz was super inspired by him, though he was also giving him an inferiority complex, as he had practically all the knowledge in the world materialized into one person, and he can see why he is called the Great Sage. Soul asks if he is sad, and Grizz laughs, saying no. That he's very happy, and he's so happy that there exists someone in the world who can understand him. Later on, we see Grizz asking him if he really has to go, saying that he needs him, and he doesn't remember ever desiring something so much. Soul says this isn't the time to get swept up in his feelings, and that was then and this is now. They finally arrive at Lab 1, and we see vines all over the wall. Soul asks Arda if he's the only being in this laboratory. Arda says no, and there should be over 20 attendants here. Soul senses movement behind the door, saying that he thinks he knows why he's the only one they've run into so far, and that it must be because he ran away from the monsters on the other side of the door, as we see evil plants. A scroll appears, saying that it is the overgrown life form and it is a rare rank. Soul says now he understands what happened, and it used its skill hive mind to take over all the research golems, and everything in this lab has become his enemy. The monster comes in for an attack, and Jamat blocks it while Kaluna cuts another branch off, but it begins to regenerate. Arda goes to tell him, but Soul says he sees. Arda says that it seems there is an error with his save function, and he will do his best to recall the things that have taken place here. Soul tells him to quickly lock in, saying he can't believe the difficulty is so high when it's a solo adventure. It doesn't make sense to ask someone to clear this alone in the first place. Soul then realizes if he is alone, then he should be getting help. Arda says he has finished recovering his memories, and Soul says now he understands why Arda is still here. Arda says he discovered that the plants here had an unexpected sign of excessive growth, and he was giving a report to Grizz, but they took over too quickly and cut off their contact. This means that Arda is going to be forced into his party for this mission. Arda says the researchers were quickly taken over by the vines, and he escaped to Lab 2. After that, he ended up meeting Soul. Soul asks what their weakness is, and Arda says they have the same weakness as any other plant. They are weak to blight, insects, and fire. They won't be safe if they burn them all down due to the smoke having nowhere to go. Arda says that's not necessarily true, as if they get to the central control unit, they have access to activate the large-scale fire response device. Sol tells Arda to start spreading some gasoline, and Arda opens up his chest, saying understood. He starts spraying it around along with Kaluna's sword. Sol lights it, and Kaluna begins to demonstrate some fire breathing straight out of Demon Slayer. One part of the monster goes to open its mouth, and the difficulty and the adventure quickly change from the secret laboratory to the sleeping golems of the forest. Again, we are given another recap, and his goal is to defeat the plants and rescue as many golems as he can. Jamat quickly points out that the monster has gotten slower or it must be scared. Sol tells him to charge forward, pointing to one of the golems, saying that he needs to free it. Jamat hauls cheeks over and rips the vines off the golem. Arda tells him that if he frees the researchers, they will assist him. However, since they have already ceased function, he must answer a question set by Grizz to move them again. A scroll appears, asking who is the biggest genius in the world and a symbol of intelligence. Since Grizz is on the list and Sol says that he was a big narcissist, it should be an easy answer. The golem lights up, introducing himself as Alvar, asking what he may assist him with. We see that he has rescued one of the 20 golems. Sol says this reminds him of a territory-conquering game, pretty much Risk the board game, and he has to build up the biggest army he can before it is too late and reach the central control unit. This continues over and over again, and we see that he has rescued the 9th golem along with the 10th, and they start heading over to the control unit. Arda says they are almost there, saying that just ahead is the center. Jamad's spider senses tingle, and he tells Sol that it is dangerous as we see one of the plants raise up and start biting directly towards Sol. Sol says damn it, since they were so close to getting to the control unit. Sol starts to dodge the attack and we see Jamat jump on the monster's back. While holding it, he tells Sol to quickly get away. Sol calls out to him, and Jamat says he doesn't want to tell him twice. The monster begins to release something called charm pollen. Jamat tells Sol he'll be right behind him whilst changing to his earthquake stance. Sol says he understands and wonders why the hell this was built in the center of the lab. He calls out to Arda, telling him that it's over for them if they get cut off, so they have to hurry and connect it. Arda tells him that a critical error has occurred and that he's waiting for Grizz's approval before disposing of research material. Sol tells him to skip it as the monsters are on the move again. We see the golems being taken out one by one. Arda says that he will attempt to force authorization as a proxy, and he begins to connect with the central control unit. As the other golems are being torn apart, his connection is successful, and he orders all functional researchers to delete the research materials. The golems begin to stretch their hands out, using flamethrowers to burn all the plant life. As they begin to wither, it tries to retreat, and Jamat starts chasing it while ripping it apart, asking it where it thinks it's going. It begins to put some roots around Jamad's arm while trying to use hive mind. Jamat realizes it's trying to control him, saying that it's desperate and worried that it is now the only flower left. He grabs onto the monster, saying that it was mistaken for trying to control him, and he tells Kaluna that it's time now. Kaluna enters full moon state and begins slashing away at the monster, getting closer and closer to it and freeing Jamat from its grasp. We see him release his moonlight aura all around the room, cutting the monster into pieces, followed by a massive explosion. They all look over at it, and Sol says finally they can take a breather. As the fire begins to spread, the system activates, starting to put it out. Sol gets a scroll that says he's defeated the life form, and he levels up and obtains skill points. We see the remnants of the burnt plant as the rest of the golems begin bringing supplies over. Sol has obtained the multiple spirit container belt, or rather the prototype and the blueprint for it. He has acquired a vitality powder and some armor along with some gold. Sol puts it all in and says he knew it would be here. We see that it gives A+2 in constitution and transforms every time it absorbs a spirit. The chat is completely confused, asking why he went through all of this shit for A+2. Sol holds up the blueprint and starts reading it. As he is flipping through it, a golden light appears, saying that the hidden adventure to the best of one's ability is now active. Because this is a linked adventure, he is unable to choose his next adventure. He wonders if this was planned and if the blueprint would have forced him into this adventure and says it's fine. What he planned to do next wasn't that important. Since he can't keep wearing this awful belt, he has to complete the adventure no matter what. He looks at the armor as it gives A+7 in constitution, saying that it's pretty good along with some vitality powder, saying that this is a bigger pull than he expected. The chat starts to wonder if it's even good, asking why Sol looks so happy about it. Sol says he knows exactly where to use this, and he's pretty happy with how this adventure went. Now that he's done checking on the rewards, He should awaken the last golem. We see it sleeping on the floor, and he wonders what kind of answer it will be this time. As he starts awakening it, he looks at the prompt and is surprised as it asks who the first person that Grizz desired was. We see Milan is on the list. The chat starts telling him that the answer is obviously Grizz, asking why he isn't pressing it. They start to get angry that he isn't. He recalls what Grizz told him about how he desired him so much and chooses Milan. The chat thinks that he is trolling, saying that this is cooked. The golem then wakes up, and we see that the golem's name is Gream. Now that he has rescued all 20 golems, he has been given additional rewards, and the chat wonders who the hell Milan is. Gream asks him what he can assist him with. Soul says it's the first time. Grizz had someone else as the answer, and he wonders if Milan was really that important to Grizz. Gream thanks him for saving him and pulls out some boots, saying that this is thanks for helping him in the lab. The boots are called the Boots of Narrow Escape. They give +4 to Constitution and 3 to Dexterity, along with having the effect of being able to escape from danger, which has a 24-hour cooldown. Soul asks about it, and Gream says that it gives you instantaneous acceleration. When you activate it, it will ignite and give you massive amounts of speed. He's not sure what the exact duration is, but it's rather short. So far, they have not had any problems with it. Soul says hearing so far makes it seem a bit worrisome, but just being able to get out of a situation makes it pretty good. Gream says that Gree was often highly interested in new materials, and he always gave his best effort in pouring in the essence of mechanical engineering into materials other than steel. Soul asks if this is one of those inventions, and Gream says yes. Also, the core engine and the boots are one of Grizz's newer models, asking if he would like to leave his name behind. Saying that he needs to notify Grizz that there is a visitor, Soul tells him that it's fine, as he begins to shine, and Gream thanks him for saving them. As he teleports away, we see that he is now beginning his next adventure. We see Arta putting his hand on the communication device, talking over it, saying that the connection is unstable, asking for someone to repeat himself. We hear Grizz saying that he heard there was an emergency. Arta tells him about what happened, saying that it has been resolved, and Grizz asks how. Arta tells him about everything that happened so far with Soul along with his summons and how they defeated the plant. Grizz finds it interesting and asks how he activated all the golems by himself, saying there's no way, and he only had one chance to answer each of the questions, asking if he understands what that means. Arta says that he has no clue. Grizz says that he means he answered even the trick question he put in there. The guest knew about his relationship with Milan. Then asked him where the guest went. Arta says that he left after the situation had ended. Grizz says that there's nothing he can do about that. It's not like Milan would return either. And that he plans to visit the laboratory soon with an important investor. Arta tells him understood, and he'll get it prepared for him. We see a giant cathedral-type building along with Adventure 6, the incomplete color study. People in Pandaia understand that their world isn't just in one form. An example of this is when they are asked about it, they say that there is also the spirit realm. The spirits are intelligent beings born from the coagulated energy of nature, wielding the elements. They are powerful magicians and adorable miscreants. They increase the likelihood of abnormal natural phenomena like wildfires, hail, droughts, and white nights occurring relative to the amount of time they spend here. And around Novira, problems like these have arisen for quite a while. There is a lot more lore stuff that I'm not going to read. His objective this time is to capture or kill as many different kinds of spirits as he can. And if he fails, he will be given the sense of shame status. And he has over a month's time to do this. Soul finds that odd that there is over a month, saying that this adventure will be annoying if he has that much time. The adventure name being Incomplete Color Study is worrying too, and there is nothing about the multiple spirit container. As he is looking around, we see two dudes in the forest who spot him. And they realize that he is competition. Soul recognizes that they must be transferees as well. Just because they are all transferees doesn't mean they have to cooperate. And depending on the adventure, some transferees competed with and fought each other. So they decide to go on without even talking to Soul. And Soul also looks the other way, saying that based on the direction they are coming from, it's over there. We see him head over to a reception desk. And a girl greets him, saying this is the Aquarius Magic Tower reception desk. Asking if he is the adventurer from Novira who is here to help. He says yes, and the girl sighs, saying that she feels like there are way too many adventurers, asking for his identification card. She starts reading it, realizing that he was on Kongori, and looks at his name, and is surprised. Her coworker looks over, asking if there is a counterfeit, and she says not that. She sees the name Snowman. The man gets surprised also from seeing the name, and then she covers his mouth, telling him to be quiet and apologizes for yelling. Asking if he is the one who took down the Rock Canine tribe. He says he is not too sure about that, but he did fight against them. They start talking and the girl tells her coworker to quickly bring something out. Sol says he guesses the fame he gained and the 5 brothers is playing an influence. Since it's better the more fame you have, you usually have to build it up through a lot of rough adventures. The effects weren't that significant at first, but since it's been a while it's pretty good. It will even allow him to change the tune of those stereotypical arrogant magicians of Pandia like what is being witnessed now. The man quickly gives him a spirit container used for capturing, saying it's an improved model that they lack in a large supply, so they are only able to give it to someone they trust. Sol asks if he is the one they are giving it to and they say yes. Everybody else starts to feel prejudice, saying that they have been given heavy bags and shitty models. He says he appreciates the gesture but he will decline as he already has a spirit container. The man says he understands but they would need to see it and register it. He looks at the belt and the man says it's interesting, asking if Sol made it. Sol says he got it from an acquaintance and the man tells him to wait a minute and he gets his co-worker Farron to look at it. She is surprised and says there are no issues with it. Then asks him where he got the belt from. Back in the woods, we see Sol walking, saying that he will get started by looking for the most docile spirit. The green spirit. He says the instructions for it are written down in the manuals he found in Grizz's laboratory. He even talked about how he should catch each spirit and what powers he can expect from them. But there is one thing that is worrying him. Sol tells Farron that it is hard to say where he got this from as they are the type that dislikes being disclosed. They say that makes sense as there is no way an expert who is capable of creating something like this is normal. He asks them if they are done registering it. The man says yes, all he has to do now is bring back spirits in his containers. Recently there is some news about some people going missing among the adventurers who have come to help. Unfortunately, the timing just had to coincide with the Magic Tower's busy period, so search operations will be delayed. They tell him to be cautious. Sol says it was just a roundabout way of them to show that they would not help him. And that he needs to focus on his own survival. And that the busy period means that the spirit flood is creating a bigger issue than they expected. He looks over, saying that the ground over there is cracked and he can feel the heat rising from it. He wouldn't even be able to tell that it's the Great Forest at a glance. And if the spirits continue to be left alone, the forest will rapidly die. Or rather it could already be on the verge of death and that he should hurry. It jumps to 3 days later and he realizes now why they gave him a month to do it. He sent off Kaluna and Jamat to scout in his place while sleeping, but they also haven't been able to spot or capture a spirit. It's because the Great Forest is just that damn huge. It was only thanks to the barrier stone that there weren't many monsters, and if they have to go deeper it might have become an issue, and that even a month might not be enough time at this rate. He starts to feel a wind energy to his left, saying that, and he turns, spotting it behind a tree, saying that he found them. We see 2 little spirits and the chat tells them not to follow Snowman. He has 5 options to pick from, and he says that only 3 and 4 are normal options as the rest seem bad. Even if he attempts to talk to them, it's impossible since he doesn't know their language, so he decides to follow them. Sol follows them and one begins to hug a tree as the other joins him. He wonders what's going on and then one of them hugs his leg and he wonders if they mistook it for a tree. And he looks down worried, saying that he'll decide to just take care of them as if they were his nieces and nephews. We see them with him while he is sleeping and that he follows them during the day. One of them runs over to some dead ground and starts slapping it, creating flowers in an instant. He says originally the Great Forest was rich with water. For such a forest to become like this it must be the fault of another spirit. One of the green spirits looks sleepy and grabs onto Sol's arm and starts pulling him towards the other one as we see it carrying a crown of flowers. He bends down and they put it on his head and he smiles, saying that he's missed this feeling. Back when he used to roll the dice outside of the world of eternity or having escaped a savage battlefield, he decided to take a step back from the central events of the world and enjoyed a relaxing adventure. It's the same feelings he used to have doing it back then. The 5 difficult adventures he's faced so far, maybe he didn't realize it because he was too busy trying to make it out alive, but it seems that they have taken a bigger toll than he originally thought. Due to him spending such a long time with the green spirits, his spirit permanently increases by 1, and his resistance against mind-type attacks increases slightly. Sol wasn't expecting this, but he says that it's nice and then asks the spirits if they would like to join him. They both nod their heads and he whisks his cape back to reveal his belt. They both quickly jump into it. We see that he has now captured the green spirits. He says Grizz's belt required a minimum of 3 different spirit types for it to reveal its effects, and then he should try to capture some more quickly. We see some adventurers in the forest sighing and they talk about how maybe looking for spirits isn't the right decision. Even though they've been searching for an entire week they haven't found a single one. As they keep walking, they feel a menacing aura and draw their blades out of fear. They wonder what's going on and they point their swords. One of them says that since they're in the barrier stone, it must have just been an animal. The adventurer says that he almost had a heart attack, and then we hear him get munched. It cuts to nighttime, and Soul says that right after getting the green spirit, he captured the orange spirit. He's only captured 2 spirits in 5 days, so he should pick up the pace. He looks up, saying it would be nice if he could get the violet spirit, which only shows up at night. He hears a rustling in the woods and turns, wondering if his plot armor just kicked in. We see a hand stretch out as a woman tells him to be at ease and that she saw a fire and was hoping to warm herself up. Soul offers her a seat, and she thanks him. He asks if she is lost, and she says yes. She asks where his party is, and he says he came alone. She introduces herself as Han Seo Ryon, asking about Soul and calling him a Jesse. The chat starts flaming him, and Soul tells her his name. We learn that his name actually stands for snowfall in Korean. They hear thuds in the woods, and Seo Ryon turns surprised. She asks Soul if he heard that, and he says he did. She says it sounded like multiple spirits. She wonders what to do. He tells her to sit tight. We see 2 fat fire bunnies, and Soul says that he purposely lit the fire to draw them in. The red spirits are bigger than Kaluna, but they are docile like sheep. Like most spirits, they don't harm humans unless attacked first. We see one of them sit beside Seo Ryon. Soul says judging by their eyes, they all came here because they were sleepy. We see 4 cuties sitting around the fire. Soul tells them that if they are looking for a place to sleep, he can offer them one and reveals his belt. They look at each other and nod, quickly jumping into his belt. Soul says he has finally gotten 3 of them now, and Seo Ryon is surprised that his belt was a spirit container and how the color has changed now. The multiple spirit container belt has changed into the 3 spirits. It gives 10 strength, 10 dexterity, and 10 constitution and will continue to change as the spirits are absorbed. Soul gets donated 300 madness, and everyone wonders what the hell is going on. Everyone wonders why the belt is so broken. Soul looks at the skill spirit's blessing and wonders if it is some kind of shield, saying it could be useful in blocking magic attacks. It is only effective against low to mid-level spells, but considering the number of elements he can defend against and the damage he can block with each one increases depending on the spirits he has collected, it is really good. Seo Ryon asks if it is okay if she touches his belt. He tells her no. She asks how a spirit container can be that small. He ignores her, saying he will take the night watch so she can sleep first. Grizz's notes appear again, and he explains once 3 different spirit types are captured, the belt will reveal its true abilities. It would be best if he gathered all of them himself, but he is busy. He has no interest in a proven theory. However, in case people in the future claim he didn't capture the spirits because he was unable to, he will write down how to capture each and every one of them. Soul says every other line is about how good he is, wondering if it is a diary or a manual. First, this belt was created with only low-rank spirits in mind, so the only methods written down are those used to capture low ranks. The next spirits are the white and black spirits. We hear Seo Ryon in her sleep, having nightmares of sorts. Soul says that the white and black spirits are much rarer than the other ones, and due to that, the spirit containers used to capture them are of an entirely different design. Because of their rough temperament, you must first exhaust them, only then can you capture them against their will. This can be done by feeding the spirit solvent, which is practically poison to them. Unlike the other spirits, which are docile, white and black purposely go out of their way to kill others. It jumps to a bed of flowers, and some adventurers are surprised. In the middle of them are some white spirits, and they say they can't believe they were hiding here all this time. We see the fat one from earlier, his name is Porkchop, and he says that he almost died because of them and he'll explain how he found them later. They look over to see one of them flying towards them. It grabs one of the man's hands, and he wonders what it's doing, saying they're leading him, and he wonders if it's for a dance or something, saying that they don't really look that dangerous. But the man decides that since they're spirits, it's probably okay. And before he notices, his hand starts to look funny to him. As we see, he is now face first on the floor along with his partners. He wonders what's going on and calls out to Porkchop, telling him that he feels like he's stuck. And then he turns, saying that it's not actually Porkchop but a spirit in disguise. And the man dies. While it's raining, we see lightning strike a tree and Seo Ryon screams. Soul tells her not to scream as it might scare the spirits, and she asks how she's not meant to, saying this is something normal people get startled by. She asks if that means she can kill the spirits by startling them. He says yes, then another strike occurs, and Seo Ryon stops herself from screaming this time. Soul tells her that it's a spirit, and as long as she stays still, she won't die. The yellow spirit asks who they are, and they start to feel a pressure. A scroll appears with options, and Soul says according to Grizz's manual, he will answer it. He goes for option 5. Sposs asks if he can help with his worry, and Soul says yes. Sposs asks him if he really thinks he could, saying he doesn't even know what he is going to ask him to help with. Soul says judging by how he's asking questions, there really is something that he needs, and he doesn't know how difficult it is to ask him to help, but he will help him as much as needed. Sposs then tells him to follow, saying that he'll take him to where he needs help. And we see a cave. Grizz's manual explains that Sposs are one of the few spirits that are capable of having conversations, and they have a lot of worries. The majority of them are trivial, but if you follow, they'll follow you if you help them. We see Seo Ryon gassed out, asking what the hell this is, and Soul tells her he thinks they are here. Seo Ryon says she guesses so, and even after running, she still couldn't catch up to Sposs. And she wonders what is going to be inside of the cave. Soul says he thinks he's figured out what the worry is, and Seo Ryon is surprised. Soul says this is definitely not a trivial worry as we see a Yeti. Seo Ryon says surely this is dangerous, and Soul says it would be if it was an ordinary Yeti, but this one is being mind controlled as we see a frost spirit named Frosai sitting on his shoulder. Sposs says that Frosai is mean. They're not moving even after he tells them to leave Sposs's territory. Only Frosai acts like this too. Soul says that the Yeti would be a baby in the spirit's eyes as he supposes, asking Sposs what he wants him to do. Sposs says that they have a battle of strength against Frosai's baby, and since Sposs is weak, he can't even beat it. Seo Ryon asks what the hell a battle of strength means, and Soul says maybe something like arm wrestling. Sposs says probably. Then Soul agrees, saying he'll help if he can add another favor. If he beats Frosai, they must also grant him a request. Sposs says okay, and he'll go check with Frosai. Seo Ryon is surprised, asking if he's really going to fight that Yeti, telling him to think about it more clearly, saying that she thought he was more knowledgeable about spirits. All Soul could think of is she is noisy. Sposs and Frosai talk, and Sposs comes back, telling him that they agreed to their terms as Frosai thinks that she could not lose. And Sposs apologizes, saying that he does not think he'll win either. Soul tells him not to worry since if she's going to use her baby, Soul says if she's going to use her baby, he might as well use his, and then quickly changes to friend as Jamat isn't about that. Jamat sighs, saying he can't believe he has to participate in something so pathetic, and Soul tells him that their lives are on the line. Jamat says okay and then asks the Yeti for his hand, saying that he is going to plant it in the ground, and we see the Yeti is scared. Frosai sets up a table for them to arm wrestle on, and Sposs counts down, saying ready set go. The match begins, and the Yeti begins to exert enough pressure to start cracking the table. Jamat, not moving an inch, is determined and asks Soul if he has to drag this out or not. Soul says no, nodding his head, and Jamat instantly slams the Yeti's arm into the table, causing him to flip. As the table begins to crack, we see the Yeti's hand get buried into it, and Soul tells Jamat he didn't have to go that far. Jamat tells him that the Yeti is not injured, but it will take him a while to pull his arm out. Sposs comes over, thanking him for putting his worries to rest, and as promised, he will listen to his request. Asking what it is, Soul shows his belt, telling him to come with him. They look sadly at each other, and Soul says that since spirits cannot break promises, whether they are sad or not does not matter. Both Sposs and Frosai go into his belt. The 3 spirits belt upgrades once more to 5 spirits, now adding 10 wisdom and 10 intelligence. The Yeti pulls his arm out and starts running away in fear. Seo Ryon says that Soul's belt is glowing and making weird sounds again, saying that it's amazing. He says that now he has captured the most aggressive spirits, the rest should be a cakewalk. He asks Seo Ryon why she's not capturing any. She says that it's because she broke the spirit container she was given. She's already too deep to go back. Soul says it makes sense and guesses that she plans on partying with him until she can return safely. He starts thinking about his next objective and heads to a waterfall, saying it will probably be around here. As we see a stream, we see blue spirits playing inside the water. Soul says unlike Sposs, they won't even endanger him. He begins to approach them, and they throw water on him. Options appear asking him what to do. I don't know why anybody would ever pick number 1. Soul smiles and goes for option 4 and starts playing with the spirits. We hear them laughing while having fun. Seo Ryon is surprised, saying that she thought he would get angry at them. After a bit of playing, Soul looks at the spirits, asking them if they like to come with him. They smile and nod their heads, then quickly go into his belt. Back at night, we hear Seo Ryon asking him if he has any nieces or nephews, saying that he played so well with the spirits. He tells her that he's an orphan and playing with the younger kids at the orphanage was something he often did. She apologizes for bringing up a sensitive topic, and he tells her that it's okay. It wasn't as if he was that great at watching over them anyway. And he's made more than just a couple cry while playing with them because of his scary looking face. She laughs at him and asks if he's ever thought about fixing it. He says if he could fix it easily, he would have fixed it a while ago, and she says that she knew he would and then thanks him for the cocoa. The chat starts looking respectfully, telling them to deploy the ship. Sol notices something as Seo Ryon continues asking what he plans to do from this point on. He tells her to be quiet as something's coming. Some of the chatters say that maybe it's Bear Grylls and that he's coming to drink his own piss. As we see the Violet Spirit coup. Sol is surprised and says he stayed up countless nights since he was unsure when it would appear, and meeting it was the hard part, and now it's time to capture it. He just simply asks if it would like to come with him, and Ku nods his head. Sol says it's the hardest to find but the easiest to capture, and Ku joins his belt. The belt begins to shine and spin, and both he and Seo Ryon are surprised. She asks him if his belt is okay. Sol realizes that something is going wrong. As a giant beam shoots up into the sky, showing all the colors from the belt, the 5 spirits belt has changed to a masterpiece called Rainbow, and it is now a treasure quality. It has a +15 to all stats. The chat goes crazy. Sol says it's not like it was an ordinary belt in the first place, but now it looks like a treasure. Seo Ryon sighs, saying she thought it was going to blow up, and he tells her he's sorry, but there's more that he doesn't know. He tells her he doesn't actually know much about the belt. She says she thought it was just an ordinary spirit container, asking where he got it. He changes the topic, saying he has a question for her and asks about the injuries on her body. She says it was the night that they met, and she explains how she was anxious because she barely captured any spirits. And because of that they decided to go deeper into the forest and it wasn't just her. She was with someone else, another girl the same age. They met by chance but because they were in the same situation, they became friends. We see Seo Ryon turn around as her friend is bleeding out. She says she never thought they'd run into a monster that crept into the great forest. They were somehow able to defeat it but, as he can tell, her friend ended up dead. She tried saying something with her dying breath, but Seo Ryon never got to hear it because she died before she could finish. She wonders if her friend was going to tell her it was all her fault or to always feel guilty about letting her die. Sol tells her that they can't know. The only thing she can do is to think of it positively. She might have been trying to tell her that it wasn't her fault and that she was a good person. Seo Ryon laughs, asking what he means by was, and if that means she's not a good person now. He says no comment, and she asks why he's not saying anything. She says that she just started thinking he was a nice person too. The next morning, she's struggling to remember where to go, and Sol asks if she's sure this is the right path. She tells him to give her a moment as she's still trying to remember. He tells her to take her time, and spirits are quite easygoing by nature so they don't move their territories without reason. She says even though he's saying that, it sounds like he's whining, and he tells her that's subjective. He explains how archers normally have a tracking type skill, and he's sure that she'll find the path soon. The path to the 8th spirit's habitat. It flashbacks to the conversation and her friend. Seo Ryon says that her friend told her she saw white spirits, which means there could be more than 8 different types of spirits that crossed over the barrier. Sol wonders if she's talking about the white light spirit, and Seo Ryon says that she has a general idea of where they should be. It's not too far from here, and if he's interested in it, they can go check it out. Sol recalls that on the bonus effect of the rainbow, the effect that states that it will continue to change as you absorb more spirits had not disappeared, which means that the belt can still absorb more and that Venta and Shades are dangerous spirits here to kill people, but if he can enhance his item's effect further, it's worth the risk. That night, we see a white light in the sky and Seo Ryon tells him it's here, asking if he can see it. He says he does, and Seo Ryon is surprised that they actually exist, and Sol says he finally found the Venta. Venta and Shades are unlike the other spirits. Back in Grizz's manual, he explains how Venta and Shades are unlike other spirits, firstly because Venta's energy structure is different from the rest, and they are unable to hunt alone. Secondly, Venta have an energy consumption problem. If they don't supplement themselves with the energy of other creatures, they grow weak. That's why most of the time when a barrier stone in the physical realm breaks, it's due to them. The easiest creatures with energy to consume are humans after all. Sol sees 3 people, Porkchop and his crew, asking why they were here. Seo Ryon asks if he knows them. He says he doesn't, but he remembers seeing them. They were the group of people behind him at the reception desk talking about how they were being discriminated against. Seo Ryon suggests that she can approach them first since she's faster than him. She can go check it out and come back, but if it's dangerous, he'll have to come help her. He nods in agreement, and then she quickly runs off. Of course, she fails the stealth check and cracks a branch. One of the spirits floats up and sees her, and as she begins to run away, it watches. Soul says even though she stepped on the branch, the Venta is not approaching her. She reaches the other group and she starts talking to them. She turns back, telling Soul that it's safe over here. It doesn't seem like the spirits are attacking. Soul glares at her, saying that he refuses, and she asks why. He tells her that it's because it's dangerous there. She says that he just saw her walk over and how she was not attacked, and he says one more thing, asking why she doesn't have a shadow. She asks him what he is saying and why he's acting so weird and maybe he hurt his head. He tells her that the white spirits are not docile and they might not be excellent at hunting due to biological issues, but they are nonetheless still dangerous spirits who aim to kill others. Their leader, who draws in their prey, shades, can steal the appearance of others. It's rare to run into a shade, but there are two ways you could. 1. You might encounter one when a member of a weak party separates, and in their circumstance, the shade will steal the party member's body and memories. It cleverly imitates the corpse like a parrot, and it certainly isn't a bad actor. Then the shade pretends to be a party member leading the rest of the party to a group of Venta, and they are ready to kill them. And 2, you might run into a shade while you are traveling alone. The person traveling alone is weaker than the shade. The shade will kill them on the spot, but if they seem to be stronger, the shade will borrow the appearance of a corpse and attempt to build a friendly relationship and then bring them here. So Soul asks again, when did Seo Ryon die? Seo Ryon begins to tremble, asking why he is acting like that. Then her appearance quickly starts to shift as she starts to grin, saying to stop scaring her, as her voice changes entirely. A scroll appears saying that it is the Shade's Shadow Black Spirit. It's a rare ranked boss and it has some skills. You can read it if you want. Soul says he remembers hearing something before entering the forest. The magicians told him that people have gone missing, and it turns out it was caused by Venta and Shades hunting people. If he was too vigilant, the cruel and intelligent Shades would have picked up on it and run away. That's why he pretended to have fallen for it. Opened up to it like he did not know about its existence. And he also pretended like he didn't notice her lack of a shadow. Grizz's notes explicitly explained how Shades don't have shadows, but just because they don't have a shadow doesn't mean that you can call them out on it. If you do, they'll just run away and hide, and you won't be able to reach the group of Venta. So whoever is reading these notes, if you are strong enough to get your hands on these notes, then you're probably strong enough to capture a group of Shades on your own. Seo Ryon grins, saying that she thought he said she was a good person. Soul says to speak properly. He specifically said they were a good person. The dead Seo Ryon was likely a good person, and that Shades is nothing more than a disgusting fake impersonator. Shades says he has a lot of balls to try to trick them from the start, and Soul says that it's way too confident for a parrot pretending to be a dead person. Shades continues grinning, asking if they shouldn't be confident, and with just this ability to imitate others, they fooled so many adventurers. Asking if he knows how many they've killed. We hear the adventurers saying that it's too late and he'll soon join them. As black figures emerge from their mouths, Shades controls them to fly towards Soul. Shades says that Seo Ryon had such weak energy and that she tasted horrible, but wonders how Soul would taste, and wonders if he'll be able to satisfy them. Even if he tastes awful, they'll eat him down to the bones, only then will their hunger be satiated. Soul puts his finger to his mouth and starts thinking. Shades begins to change into a dark figure while laughing, and then leaps towards Soul, telling him to come over here and give his energy. Never mind, it was not towards Soul. He starts eating the Venta. Having his ability called Coexist, his stats will be increased based on the number of Venta he absorbs, and his stats have increased by 540%. Shades starts to laugh, saying that he shall ingrain this lesson onto his bones, that pitiful power he has so much faith in is nothing before them. Soul begins to use his summoning skill, saying Kaluna, I choose you. Kaluna blocks the attack. We see it's got quite an impact behind it. Shades says this is his first time seeing this one, asking if he's forgetting something, saying that the night belongs to him, asking if he thinks he can face Shades at night. Kaluna tells Soul to step back, and Soul says it does seem that way, though he thinks this should be more than enough distance after barely taking a couple steps back. Shades gets angry, calling him arrogant, and we see Kaluna cut at him to hold him back. While Kaluna trades blow for blow with Shades, Shades says that he's nothing more than a human summon, asking how long he thinks he'll be able to last. Kaluna enters the first stage of Crescent Moon, and then goes to the second stage of Half Moon with a very strong attack. Soul says that it's clear that the skill's proficiency increased with the stat raise, and that Kaluna can enter stage 3 much faster now. Kaluna quickly gets into the full moon stage on cue, and Shades laughs at him, asking if this is all he has, saying that he's going to tear his body to shreds. He begins to use absorb energy, with even more Venta from behind. They start getting yoinked out of the air, and shoved straight into Shades as he grows larger and larger. Shades begins to laugh, thinking that it's over, and then Soul begins to laugh as well, saying that time is up. Shades starts to get the urge to vomit, as we see that he has failed to absorb energy, and that he cannot maintain his true form, and that Shades' power is unstable. Shades looks at Soul, asking what he did to him, and Soul asks if he enjoyed the cocoa. Shades then recalls drinking it, and Soul says this is why you shouldn't drink something a stranger gives you. We see in Grizz's note that he talked about feeding the spirit solvent to Shades, and that it shouldn't have been hard to trick it since it likes sweet things. And if it worked, then make sure you thank the great genius Grizz. Shades starts to vomit, as he can no longer coexist with the Venta, and begins to receive recoil damage from coexist. All the Venta are spit out. And we see the Venta shaking and crying. Shades tells Soul to hold on while gasping for air, begging for his life, saying that he promises to serve him if he lets him live, and that spirits always have to keep their promise. Soul sighs, saying that sounds annoying, and that he can just go inside now. He taps his belt, and both the Venta and the Shades begin to get sucked into it. Shades says that he'll regret this if he doesn't let him go, and he won't let him get away with this. Soul says nope, and then they are instantly all sucked into his belt. Now that he has acquired every single piece, the rainbow begins to change. Chat wonders what's going on, and what's going to happen to the belt. One of them wishes that there would finally be a female character, RIP Lil Bro. The belt begins to shine, and says he has gathered the energy of the 9 spirits. Soul sees black for a second, and when he opens his eyes, he's greeted to a space-like scenery, and he wonders why he is here. And then he is shocked to look up to see all of the spirits he has gathered so far creating their own type of a solar system. It says that the item has changed to be called Treasure Milky Way, and has changed to Peerless Space. A scroll appears, saying that a Peerless item has been born, and he has created an item that has never existed previously, earning an achievement called One of a Kind. As we see the belt upgrade its appearance, he gets donated 800 madness, and the chat goes crazy over the Peerless item, saying that this is nuts. Soul looks at the item stats, noticing a skill called All-Rounder and the option to enhance a spirit skill of his choosing. The damage he takes from any elemental attacks is reduced by 10%, which is a passive skill. Soul says he did not expect to get a Peerless item this early on. The newly added effect, All-Rounder, can give him up to a plus 25 increase to one of his stats while it's active. Since it mentions that the user's summons count as well, he'll probably be able to make use of it without engaging enemies directly and remain safe. We see him starting to enhance a spirit skill of his choosing. He presses a button, and the space around him begins to change, showing all the spirits orbiting a central point. Soul says this probably means he can only choose one, and as a shadow summoner, he should definitely pick the black one. The shadow energy becomes stronger, and his maximum shadow space increases by 15%. Soul says he did not expect this at all. Since his shadow range has extended, he wonders if he can acquire a new summon right now. The only effect left is the spirit barrier, which previously became stronger with each different type of spirit he collected, and also giving passive skills. One of the chat jokes that the belt is sentient, and Soul says the last thing he received is a title called Peerless Item Owner, giving him the right to challenge for the title Owner. Soul explains that Owner is a title given to a player after gathering a certain number of Peerless items. It's a good title, but Peerless items are hard to come by, so he should pick up the pace. Back at the reception desk, we hear Farron yawning. She sees Soul and instantly wakes up, telling her colleague to lock in. She was curious when he would return, asking if he captured or killed the spirits. He says that he's captured them, but it could be considered the same thing as dead, as he does not know how to open his spirit container. She asks to take a look, and he shows the belt. She seems very surprised by it, and her colleague asks what's wrong. She tells Soul to wait a moment. Soul asks if there's an issue, and Farron says that they are still apprentice mages, so they don't know much about spirit containers, but it just so happens that their master is visiting, asking if it would be okay if they showed it to him. Soul says that's okay, asking how long it would take. The man says that he's close by, so it won't take too long, and sends out a bird to go find him. Soul thinks that if they're a member of the Zodiac, he might even know them, and asks for their name. The man says his name is Blaine, asking if Soul knows him. Soul says he's not well educated, so he hasn't heard of him before, but he'll make sure to ingrain his name into his memory. The man then asks Soul if he's heard about the Grand Duke of Frost, the legendary archmage who founded Zodiac. Soul says he's heard his name before. We learn that there are officially 12 magic towers in Pandaea. Each magic tower received the name of a different constellation, and they are called Zodiac as a group. The person who founded Zodiac is none other than a magician called the Grand Duke of Frost, and he is also one of Soul's pieces. The man says a long time ago, when Blaine was held back by the Wall of Awakening, he received help from the Grand Duke of Frost to break through that wall. After that, he became widely known as a pioneer of all hail magic. Soul starts to remember, saying he now remembers the kid, and the man turns around confused. Soul tells him that it's nothing, he's just trying to say he understands, and that he seems like an incredible person. The man says of course, and he's not just saying this because he's his master, but he is an incredible person who saw the legendary Grand Duke of Frost in person after all. Soul says that he does actually remember Blaine. He flashbacks to a kid saying that he can feel his emotions running away from him. He feels neither anguish nor sadness, asking if this is really okay. Soul says that since hail magic is a type of frost magic, it bore the same characteristics and side effects. Once you reach a certain level of mastery, you hit the wall of vanishment, which erases your emotions. If you had someone who could lead you through the awakening, you could overcome the negative side effects and reach a higher level. When Blaine reached that level, the Grand Duke helped him overcome it. If their master is the same Blaine that he knows, then there's nothing to worry about. We then see Blaine approach, saying that his apprentices lack training. Farron tells him that Snowman's waiting over there, so just go on ahead. Blaine walks over and introduces himself while shaking Soul's hand. He says that he's heard the news and asks if he can check his spirit container. Soul says yes, and Blaine starts stretching his hands out towards it, saying that he'll be using magic as standard procedure. He goes to release his aura and is surprised, asking Soul how he acquired the belt. Soul says that he received it from someone he knows, and Blaine snaps his fingers using brain freeze. Soul wonders why he used this skill, and we see his disciples are unable to move. Soul wonders why he used it on them, and asks. Blaine says he apologizes, as he cannot allow anyone else to hear what he's about to say. He then says that the item is dangerous. The belt works by restraining the powers of the 9 spirits within it, using them in harmony. But because he restrained Venta and Shades, it has become impossible to reach harmony. If this delicate balance is lost, the spirit's individual powers can combine into one. If that happens, Soul cuts him off, saying that it would be impossible to restrain them. Blaine says precisely, and it wouldn't be an issue if he were maintaining that balance himself, but he's letting him know since it seems like he doesn't have the power that's related to it. So he wants to make a proposal, and he asks what he thinks about making a deal for that item with Aquarius. A scroll appears, giving 4 options. Soul instantly says he refuses, and Blaine thinks about it, saying it makes sense, and he too would look for another method if he had a rare item like this. With Blaine giving up so easily, Chat wonders if he even wanted it in the first place. Blaine says even so, he hopes he doesn't take his warning lightly, and that the belt will cause him problems someday in the future. He then summons a vial of frost, saying if he ever has a reason to visit Aquarius, to use this invitation. Soul says he doubts he'll ever visit a magic tower, and Blaine says he never knows how things will go in life. Might come a time when he can help him, or he can help Aquarius. Soul says he heard the Zodiac repays both kindness and hostility in double. Blaine says he's correct. Though they repay a lot more hostility than kindness, it's not like they ignore the kindness they receive, and regardless, he looks forward to his visit. He feels like they have many things to do together. Blaine cancels his magic, and Farron wonders what happened as she wakes up. Blaine calls out to her, saying that their guest has captured all the spirit types, and he wants her to record it exactly as such. She says by all, does he mean Shades as well? Blaine says yes. It seems that Shades is the real reason adventurers were going missing. So make sure Snowman is rewarded properly. We see he has a reward. He's also earned some titles and level ups, you can read if you want. Soul is looking at the rewards and is surprised, saying that there are gloves, weapons, and a cape, and they're all for summoners like they knew he would be using them. Blaine says every rare item in the world inevitably passes through the magic tower, and he hopes he can consider these a gift to commemorate their first meeting. Soul thanks him, saying that he likes these items. Farron says it seems like what happened in the mountains was not a lie, and Blaine asks if that means he's special. Farron says she doesn't know. She just gets a feeling from him. Blaine says that feeling would be accurate. She asks if he had the same feeling, and Blaine tells her that he doesn't know, but they'll see when he visits the magic tower. Farron is confused, asking how he would join without an invitation, and then realizes that he brain froze her and barks at him. Now that Adventure 6 is over, we see that he has earned 920,000 points. For reference, second place is only at 450k. Chat goes crazy, and they start debating if there's anyone who has more points than him. Soul says, other than the gap between rank second and himself, the rest of them are pretty equal. The skill level must be becoming standardized. He begins his rest, and so he is teleported back to Novira, and he will be here for a month again. Soul says, it's been around 20 days since his last break, and he should properly check all of his rewards before entering. He starts going through the title, which is a 5% stat increase when facing a spirit-type monster. The Venta mantle, which is plus 10 wisdom, plus 8 constitution, and it illuminates in dark areas. Soul says this is juice for summoners. A bonus effect that lights up in dark areas is not bad either. He's glad he won't have to worry about carrying around a torch. We see the gloves of spirit protection that gives 3 intelligence, 8 wisdom, and 5 constitution. Once a day, you can nullify a physical attack if it causes minor injury. Soul wonders how this is only considered rare since it's so good. He looks down at an orb in his hand, saying this is the treasure quality item he received from the adventure. We see it's called Shade's Grace, and it gives a plus 15 wisdom boost, as well as plus 2 spirit and 5 intelligence. His shadow hand has increased by 1 rank. His shadow space is expanded by 30%, his shadow summon stats are decreased by 20%. This is a bad drawback. Soul says it has a really good effect on increasing his wisdom, but there's one thing that bothers him. Shadow summoners are split into 2 categories. The first is a summoner who uses a small number of elite powerful summons. Number 2 is a shadow summoner who uses countless low-level summons. Obviously, he is the first type, and the former desperately needs effects that enhance or increase a summon's stats. Even though a summon's stats are very important, the Shade's Grace has an effect of decreasing a summon's stats. The weapon right now he is using is the Full Moon Staff, and the increase it gives to his main stat wisdom is not too different from the increase that Shades gives. Soul says with a situation like this, he has no other choice, and he says that he should go visit the auction house. We see some people arguing about cutting in line, and Soul explains that Novira's auction house is one of the bigger ones found in southern Pandaia. We see him walking past a bunch of adventurers talking about their treasure. He says that a lot of treasure has originated from here, and as such, many wholesalers and middlemen come to visit its auction houses to accommodate them. They also have an item search function, similar to the community function at the Adventurer Association. Soul says without this feature, the auction house would have become an uncontrollable, unintuitive mess. First, he should sell off all of his unnecessary consumables that he's received so far. Since he doesn't have the negotiation talent, it's much easier for him to receive a fair price for these items here than at an ordinary store. He says, as expected, consumables instantly sold, and all he has to do now is check for items worth buying. He searched for summoner items and is surprised once he sees a whip called Galota's Tongue and wonders how this is on auction. We see it gives 22 wisdom. The stats of his summons are increased by 15%. The chance shadow summon passes on a skill when used is increased by 20%. Every 6 hours, there is a chance the user becomes poisoned with a shadow venom. Here's the drawback. Soul explains that Galota is a generic name given to the black snake found in the ruins near the Great Forest. It is notorious not only for the danger posed by its shadow venom, but also for its ability to withstand multiple hits. He didn't hunt it specifically, since it could appear anywhere, but he guessed somebody was able to. It's an item that any summoner would want, and he'd pay a lot for it, but it's clear why it hasn't sold yet. The drawback of poisoning the user and its extremely high price. He says, even if he pooled all of his gold right now, he wouldn't have enough for the minimum price, which means that he should try and make contact with the person who placed this on the auction. He goes to the receptionist, and she introduces herself as Rita, asking if he would register an item. He says that yes, then places his Shade's Grace onto the desk. Rita is surprised, and he asks if there is something wrong. She says, not at all, and that it's quite small, asking what he would like to set the minimum bid as. He tells her that it's 200 platinum coins, and she asks if he's sure he'd like to set it that high, saying that a buyer might not even appear. He says that it's fine, and he has plenty of time, and he's not in a rush to change his weapon. She asks him if he would like for them to proceed as a proxy sale, and he says yes. She tells him that they would like for him to visit the auction house daily, considering the item he's trying to sell is something so valuable. Soul says this is best case. Maybe the owner of Galota's Tongue would realize his intent and request a trade. He decides to buy a few more things. We see Rita sneak off into the back, and she hands a piece of paper to a man with scars on his head. Sol heads over to the Novira Adventure Association, saying that it's a good chance that whoever auctioned off Galota's tongue is a famous individual. They're most likely a member of a ruin hunter faction. But he should check the community here just to see the current situation. There is a whole lot of text that is talking about how there are factions there, and there's somebody named Heka. Sol explains that he heard about them when looking into Cow, that there were 5 big ruin hunter factions in Novira. But he guesses they're all tense now that the balance of power has changed with the collapse of Borgo's faction. Other than that, we see that somebody mentioned that he has showed up in Novira. And we see them talking about Yomyung being taken out by the Heka group. Sol says the results of the battle do not matter to him, and he should prepare a place to stay. The next day, we see him talking to an old man about getting a room that he can cook in. The man tells him where it is. Sol hands over. Then, we see him talking to the information people about anything they have on KO. The woman apologizes, saying they don't have any info on her. However, they do have information on the ruin hunter who acquired a treasure he requested. He says okay, and he says that's good enough and asks for the note. We see that it did come from a ruin hunter. There's a rumor that Kibo's faction previously had the weapon in their grasp, as Kibo himself is a shadow summoner. But the information has yet to be confirmed. But it's definitely credible, as there is no other reason for Kibo not to respond to Heka's continuous taunts. Kibo has been caught using his internal information network to frantically search for a certain item. Sol looks at the note and then burns it, saying that it was definitely worth the money. Kibo was the name of the leader of one of the biggest ruin factions here. And the person who placed Galota's tongue on auction. There's a good chance that he has been poisoned by the shadow venom. Even though Galota's tongue is a treasure quality item, it's practically an abomination item due to its drawback. And the item he is searching for is probably the antidote. Sol says alright, for now it's best if he does that first without being specific. Back at the auction house, we see people going crazy, talking about another treasure quality at the auction house. And that the minimum bid is 200 platinum coins. Everybody talks about how ridiculous the price is, and that they can't even be shocked. We see Rita greeting Sol, asking if there's anything he needs. Asking if he's here to check for updates on his item. He says yes, and she tells him there's nothing so far, as nobody's placed a bid on the item. And like she suggested, it might be best to lower the price. Sol tells her that he doesn't intend to, but he may be open to an exchange. Rita asks him what item he has in mind. He says he doesn't have anything in particular in mind, but he'd be worth considering an item if it was similar in price. Rita starts to think about it and then suggests Galota's tongue, as it would register at a similar minimum bid. Sol grins and says that that might not be a bad option. Rita nods her head and asks if she should push for this. Sol says that if Rita is saying this, it must mean she knows the owner. She replies, saying that she just happens to be in charge of their item as well, but she cannot tell him anything about them. If he wishes to meet them, she can inform them. Sol says, understood, and that would be nice. And then he starts to leave. We see Rita sit up from her desk and start sneaking back to the scarred man. They both look towards Sol. It jumps back to Sol's room. He says that nothing is going as easy as he thought it would. He purchased this shadow flower from the Merchant of Madness, and he should process it first, even though he has not found a suitable summon yet. And even though he could buy the majority of the materials needed to process it at the auction house, the gelatin of Persecurity Delusions was nowhere to be found, and he'll have to prepare an antidote for Galota's tongue as well. The key ingredient needed for that is quite rare in the south. He starts to summon a card in his hand, which is the card that Janet gave him, and if he wants to purchase something. He says he didn't want to use this unless he had to, but there's no other choice. He rips it up and begins to go into his dreamscape. He says because of that thing that happened in the heavens, every time he does, it's quite unpleasant. He looks up, expecting Janet, but sees multiple figures. One of them greet him, and he asks if they are all merchants of madness. The man says yes, and he's already met with one. Sol asks if they are here with Janet. The man replies, saying he does not know, and he cannot tell him that. And Sol asks why not. He says to maintain a fair trade. Sol is just an individual who's caught up in the world merge. However, he has gathered an enticing amount of madness for them, and every one of them wants to be remembered by him. Sol says that this means they are wary of him trading with Janet and their exclusivity thing. Sol asks what he has to do, and the man says nothing much. Just like before, they will show him their goods, and if he likes anything they show him, all he has to do is buy it. He tells them about his promise with Janet, and they say they know that he made a promise to her, but it would not be a fair trade. In fact, a restriction has been placed on her for making that promise with him. Soul says he understands, however, he wants them to only show them the items that he needs the most. The man says okay and shows some earrings that increases his strength once a day to give him immense power. Everybody else starts showing him their items as well. Soul looks around, saying that they are all expensive and unique. And then looks over at the side, spotting 2 items that aren't as high quality. And he smiles, saying that he can tell it's Janet. She begins to shake and laugh, saying that she told them all. In the end, it will only hurt their self-esteem. The fog surrounding them all leaves, and they ask how he knew it was her. So they ask Janet what she did. She says that it's just because they are here to sell items, while she's here to let them buy, asking if they don't know the difference. They ask what she means, and she says if they don't understand, then they need to leave, calling them third rates. They say that they'll see her when they get back, and then they all leave. She laughs, saying that it would have been sad if he did not recognize her. He tells her that he realized it instantly after seeing her items, as it was exactly what he needed, the gelatin and some poisonous herb powder. And he asks how she knew he needed this. She asks if he forgot that she was the one who sold him the black flour. Obviously, she'd know how to process it as well. However, the fact that an ordinary human like him who was caught up in the world merge knows how to process it as well is another matter entirely. She smirks, saying that she can tell he's not an ordinary human, and that unique circumstances can happen from the world merge, and he must be one of those. And not to worry that she's not shameless enough to expose a customer's weakness. He says that explains the gelatin, but not about the poisonous herb powder. She says it's because she's been watching his recent moves. And he says as long as she doesn't watch him do something embarrassing, it should be fine. She says that she wants 3,000 madness for both of them, and we see that he has 10,000 remaining. He asks if she has anything else, and she wonders if that's a real question. Saying that she's a titan in the industry, and of course she'd have more. She pulls out some pants called the Black Ghost Shroud, asking what he thinks about it. We see the quality is called Madness. It's plus 12 wisdom, plus 7 spirit, and 5 constitution, and it increases the stats of his shadow summons by 10%, and their skills have an additional 5% chance of landing. Soul asks about the quality, and she explains that when they surpass a certain grade, they change to Madness. Soul wonders if it's a treasure quality item. She says that considering his past circumstances, she'll sell it for all of his money. And he asks if she's not going to attach a condition this time. She says there's no need, because it's a fair price. Also she's sure that he knows it well by now, that she's much better than the other merchants. He says that he cannot deny that she is exceptional, but he has a question asking what exactly they do with Madness. She says that Madness is everything for them, and to remember the fact that he was sold off for Madness as well. She looks down to see his fist clenched, as he is making a very angry expression, thinking about his past. She hands him another card, saying that she forgot to hand him this before he left. She waves by, and says that she hopes their next trade will be fun as well and not to die, and we see everything that he has acquired. Later in the day, we hear him coughing as he is brewing up some hot ass, and the chat wonders who they will watch if he dies here. Soul says that making the antidote wasn't hard, but wonders how he will process the shadow flower. It wouldn't be an issue if he used it as it is. But Janet gave him the other materials he needed. With these materials, he's more than ready to begin the next step of the process. We see the flower blooming after he poured vitality powder on it. Somebody in chat says that it's bone meal. And we see the flower is now considered overgrown. Soul says that he cannot be satisfied with just this, and he'll process it here no matter what. Later on, we see him eating some jelly that he made and that is awful. He tries it again and it fails. Chat finds it weird since he has a cooking talent, saying there's no way it happens again. But of course, he fails once more, making nasty jelly. He owns a title called Strange Food Eater and an achievement called Just Eat Dirt instead. He tries once more and fails, and we learn that it has been 2 days since he has started making attempts. That night, we see a pretty purple jello, and that the dish was a success. His spirit permanently increases by 3 along with his cooking skills of being improved, and we see that it allows him to use Shadow Summon on a much stronger opponent once and it will be treated as if Soul was 30 levels higher. As it is a treasure quality food. Chat goes crazy and Soul explains that Shadow Summoners cannot use Shadow Summon on targets a certain level higher than them, and he can only get stronger by fighting stronger opponents and turning them into his summons. Eventually, he will hit a roadblock as the adventurers get more difficult and the level increases. But this jelly can close that gap by 30 levels and allows him to acquire a powerful summon, and he wonders when he can use it, saying that he has the strongest summon that he can right now. We hear knocks on his door as a man is trembling outside, saying that he has a visitor, asking if he can come out. Soul smirks, saying it's about time, and judging by how he can sense a lot of people outside, that he came here with his faction, and he asks where he needs to go. We hear a voice saying there's no need for that. He came quickly on his own because he's the impatient type. The innkeeper tells them that he will be taking his leave to talk among themselves, and then the man says he's sure he knows by now and introduces himself as Kibo. As we see the scarred man with him as well. And he asks if Sol plans to keep him outside. Sol tells him it will be a bit messy in here, but to make himself feel free, we see Kibo's men waiting outside. Kibo tells Sol there's no need to be so on guard, as he's nothing more than a beast who has lost his fangs. Sol says he says that, yet to look at himself. And Kibo says that he just is people who worry too much. And for a space just one person is living in. This smells like ass. Sol says he has his own reasons, and Kibo laughs, saying he'll be understanding, since he did let him in, even when he showed up so suddenly. Sol says they should get down to business, asking him to have a seat. Kibo says okay, and then somebody knocks on the door saying to let them in, and that it's dangerous and that she wants to be in there. Kibo facepalms and sighs. And the woman continues screaming at him, saying to open the door before she breaks it down. Sol says just to let her in, so she'll shut up. Kibo apologizes for the inconvenience and opens the door to a woman named Mira. Mira says that he should have done this from the start, and he says that she should have been quiet. Sol asks if she's a transferee, and Kibo says yes, and that she's a fun kid named Ymira. Mira asks who he's calling fun and why it smells like us in here. Kibo tells her to be quiet as they're having an important conversation. Sol says that she's old enough to be his granddaughter, and Kibo says that he heard about him from Rita, and that he wants to trade items. Sol says that he did tell her that trading would be much better than not receiving a proper price for it. Kibo laughs, saying that he's sure that he also knew that he was the person who owned Galota's tongue, since he wasn't surprised. Sol says with a treasure like that, he wouldn't be surprised by anyone who showed up. We see Mira angrily glaring at Sol, saying if he knows why they're here to stop playing games and to make a trade already, they're in a rush. Kibo tells her to stay out of it, and that it'll be fine, so just sit and learn. She gets angry, asking what she's meant to learn, and Kibo sighs, saying that since Mira already revealed everything, he has no choice, and that he desperately needs Sol's treasure. Sol asks why, and Kibo asks if he is aware of Novira's current situation. Sol asks if he is referring to how the ruin hunters are all on edge due to the war that could break out. Kibo says yes, and this makes things much easier, and that the war is very close to starting. Kibo's balance is maintained in the city via these factions. Heka and Doju are belligerent, while Shura and Kibo are of moderates, and it was inevitable from the start. Sol asks why there wasn't a war before this, and Kibo says because Borgo was here. Though his faction was smaller than the rest, he was vicious and brutal, and he was always eyeing for weak points. Sol says that they were worried that he would strike afterwards when everybody was weakened. Kibo says ironically, he was the one keeping the peace. A third party is also a way to prevent a war, so currently, both he and Shura are weaker. Sol asks if he means in terms of strategy, and he says that's a part of it, but there's no one to keep Heka in check. Sol asks if he can do it, and Kibo sighs, saying that he told him he lost his fangs. Mira gets angry he's telling Sol all of this. Kibo tells her that trust is not something that can form when there is none to begin with, and she asks what that means. Kibo says that just how he doesn't trust Sol, Sol does not trust him. So where does trust first enter in a situation like this? He reveals that his hand is black, and saying that a person who is in a more dire situation is the person who makes room for it. That's just how it is in the world, unfortunately. Sol looks at his hand saying that it's black, but not in the way that Yomyoung's was, and that it must be afflicted by the shadow venom, and that means that he used Galota's tongue, asking why. Kibo says that he was rash, Borgo disappeared, and both Heka and Doju formed an alliance, and started pressuring him, and he made a mistake. Sol asks what Shura is doing, and Kibo says that he's nothing more than a coward who got lucky after the original faction leader died, and he might be listening to them now, easily join the other factions if the situation gets worse. If that happens, it's the end for Novira. Heka and Doju treat the transferees like slaves, taking everything from them, labor, gold, or even just outright selling them. There's already been quite a few who have lost their lives trying to oppose Heka. Mira calls him crazy, saying that everyone who's joined him has returned as corpses, and there are rumors that he kills transferees for fun. Sol says that he's crossed the line, asking if he needs his treasure to prevent that. Kibo says that he just wanted to trade treasures of equal value, and Sol asks if he's trying to say that Galota's tongue is as valuable as his item. Kibo says an item that can't be sold is worth nothing, and says they can't both be sold. Surely that means they hold the same value. Sol says that he's reaching. Kibo laughs, saying even if that is the case, what's wrong with it? Sol starts thinking about it, saying it's much better for him if he accepts the trade as it stands, and that it would be troublesome if Heka took over Novira. Since he is a transferee, there's no way he would favorably think of a group that is targeting him. If Heka's faction becomes bigger by monopolizing everything, he'll have to fight them as well. Since he'd be the one fighting, it would be making things harder for himself. He doesn't want the situation in Novira to get worse either. Mira says that she doesn't think he wants the trade, so they should just leave, and that she told him to lower his expectations as transferees only think about themselves. He reminds her that she is one as well, and that they just haven't adjusted to the world yet. Sol says he's heard that ruin hunters can tell the value of an item very quickly. Then he puts something on the table, asking Kibo how he would value this. Kibo picks it up and looks at it, saying that it looks like a type of medicine. Mira tries to tell him to hold on, but she tries telling him that his shadow is acting strange. They look down at his black hand, both surprised, and Sol asks if he understands the item's value now. Kibo begins to sweat nervously, saying that this is the antidote to his venom. Mira is surprised that this is something that can cure him, and Kibo looks nervous, asking if he wants to trade the antidote for Golota's tongue. Sol says that trade was already been discussed. He wants treasure, rare materials, or information that he might find useful. Kibo says they have already sold off all their treasures, preparing for the war, asking if he could consider their circumstances. Sol says he doesn't know, as he's already been more than kind enough. Mira asks Kibo what he is talking about by kindness, and Kibo says he's referring to how he showed them his intent to trade the antidote. And just to think about what would happen if he took this to Heka or Doju. Mira understands now, and Sol says it's just as he said. He must be trying to read his intent now. He might have realized that they've built up a bit of goodwill, and that he showed a lot of consideration, but the goodwill ends here. If Kibo doesn't see through the situation properly, and messes something up, he will take the trade back immediately. Kibo starts to take the rings off of his finger, and Mira tries to stop him. But Kibo says he has no choice if he wants to pay a fair price. Mira tries to tell him that this is his symbol, asking how he could do this, but Kibo says the only thing that can symbolize himself is him, and his family is much more important than an item. We see the item as a treasure quality called Wolf's Warning. The most important stat here is that it gives 8 wisdom. It has a bonus effect of giving you a warning when you are in danger. Sol picks it up, saying that it sounds good, and he will do this trade. The chat just wonders why he keeps getting treasure quality loot. Kibo laughs, saying he hopes he uses it well, after all he hasn't taken that off for 20 years. I bet that thing fucking reeks. We see them outside of his house, as Rita is there to authenticate the trade. Kibo says it's time to see the effects of the antidote. He starts drinking it, and Mira watches nervously. Kibo's face strains up, saying he can feel his throat burning. Even the strongest liquor doesn't compare to this. Then Sol tells him it's because it's poison. Mira and all of Kibo's men get angry, but Kibo tells them to stop. Judging by the pain, he wasn't lying, but it's definitely having an effect, as we see his hand returning to normal. They instantly start to feel relieved. Rita says that they shall proceed with the transaction regarding the items each of them have left with her, and they may exchange the item that they're signing here. Kibo says he'll be paying for all the service fees. Sol holds Golota's tongue and smiles, and asks Kibo what he is doing. As he begins to use shades, Grace. Kibo says don't be like that, and it was just a joke, but he is a bit sad by the fact that he wasn't surprised. Kibo says he knows their trade is done, but he has a request, and that he wants Sol's help in the battle against Heka. Sol says that he refuses and he despises getting involved in the problems of others. Kibo asks if he is sure he has a choice, saying this is the biggest event that is happening in Novira. Every single person will be affected by this. Sol asks if he is done rambling. Kibo says he will stop here and it was a good trade asking for Sol's name. Sol says just to call him Snowman. Kibo says he will see him again if the circumstances call for it. On the way back home, Mira asks Kibo why he was trying to kiss Snowman's ass. It's not like he's in a faction. Kibo says it is scary because he isn't in a faction. Mira asks what he is talking about, asking if he lied about the antidote. Kibo says he didn't and he just finally calmed down and that they should talk for a moment. He takes a seat, saying compared to an ordinary person, what stands out about a ruin hunter? Mira says it is their eyes. Kibo says to be specific, their eyes and instinct, and he took her in because of this. When she first arrived, she was filled with anger towards the world. Mira says back then, the only people who approached her were animals and she was worried solely about keeping herself safe. That's why she is thankful to Kibo. If it weren't for him, she would not be alive. Kibo laughs, saying that she definitely would be, and he remembers her bloodshot, malice-filled eyes. She asks what about it. He says people compare both Heka and him to a wolf and a lion. That comparison isn't wrong. Heka is rugged and brave. Meanwhile, Kibo avoids unnecessary fights. Mira says that Kibo is in the right. Kibo says the only reason he is bringing this up is because he was afraid of him. She asks why he was afraid of Snowman. Kibo says that the energy he exerted then was not simply a joke and he intentionally showed his energy to test him. He started to feel a primal fear and that his senses were screaming at him that Snowman is truly dangerous. He should have considered it in the first place, asking how an individual who wasn't part of a faction acquired a treasure. He was also carrying the antidote that he was desperately searching around for like it was nothing. He is confident that he has more treasure to spare, and even based on his belt, it was the first time he ever saw an item like that. It looked even more incredible than the Shade's grace that he traded him. So he wants Mira to understand not to approach Snowman carelessly. She asks how highly he is rating him. He says that he has received some information about him from Rita and he used his information network to look into Snowman. And through that he found out that he arrived in Novira, the same day that the first rank returned. She says that it is surely a coincidence. He says that he doubted it at first too, but now he is confident in saying this because he saw it with his own eyes. That he is definitely ranked first and there is a good chance that Heka's faction has realized it as well. She asks what he thinks he is going to do, suggesting that he might go to Heka's side. Kibo says he has no clue. We see him holding Galota's tongue over a cauldron and he starts to dip it in, as Kibo continues talking about how they will continue preparing for their upcoming battle against Heka. There is a good chance he is going to be the wild card in that battle. As we see Soul is dropping the whip into the antidote. Kibo says that he hopes that they will not have to face Snowman. 2 days later, after airing out his nasty-ass house, we see Soul grabbing onto Galota's whip, saying that it has finally dried. We see that the drawback is now gone and there is actually a chance to inflict poison on the enemy now. Soul says it is less eye-catchy than a staff, but it is more comfortable to carry around, and it can serve as a weapon to fend himself in emergencies as well. Since his summon stats have increased by 15%, it might be time to check them all again. He checks his to begin with and says they aren't that different from when he first created his character, and that the main difference is that his skills have ranked up. But the difference is still pretty night and day. His wisdom is stupidly high and his constitution is higher than most warrior classes. Thanks to his belt giving him plus 15 to all stats, everything else has increased as well. He also has enough shadow space to think about getting another summon. We now see both Kaluna and Jamat's stats. Kaluna has leveled up 8 times while Jamat has only leveled up 6. They haven't leveled up that much compared to the amount of stats they are gaining. But that's just a sign of their rapid growth. Soul says that in the end, going through multiple dangerous adventures is worth it. Not to mention madness was more important than he thought. He should take it as that he understands now that the only way he will get ahead of others is by going nuts on the table. It looks like Corden expected this from him. As Soul begins to walk away, we see 2 people watching him from a corner. Soul says that after that, he visited the researcher again in the manor to look for traces of KO. But just like before, nobody was there. The windows were still broken and there were no signs of anybody entering. He sighs, saying that if he can't find anything before tomorrow, he will have to rely on the other information she left behind. It jumps to the 3rd street and we see some people inside of a tavern talking about going on another adventure. Soul is also there and the waitress asks if he would like to order. He tells her that he wants grilled eggplants, and before he can finish his next thing, we see the girl visibly scared by something behind him. He turns, saying he smells blood. Then we see an orange-haired man walking in and everybody realizes they need to get out as it's Heka and that something is about to go down. Soul says he was wondering who was following him all morning and that it must have been Heka's faction. But for someone's body to smell this much like blood, he wonders how many people he killed. We hear Heka saying that he heard that somebody gave the wolf a treasure. So here he is. He introduces himself as Heka while slamming his spear into the ground, saying that he's heard that Soul is strong. Soul asks who he is talking to and Heka begins to smile, asking who else and calls him a brat, asking where he got his treasure. Soul asks what he is talking about and Heka tells him to stop playing dumb and that he heard that he handed over his treasure to the wolf. Soul asks who he is talking to and his men begin to surround him. Heka yells, telling his men to bring her in, and they try telling him that the girl isn't able to speak properly, and we see them bringing in a bloody Rita. Soul is surprised as we see her crying and beaten badly. He begins to get pissed upon seeing this. It jumps to the wolf's base and Kibo asks if everybody is here. They start cheering. We hear a man saying there's quite a lot of them today, asking if today is finally happening. Kibo says yes. They can't continue this uncomfortable coexistence forever and that Novira already has enough greed with just the two of them here. The man says that Heka and Doju have more people asking if this will be okay. Kibo says they're stronger individually and no one on their side uses their brain. The transferees took their side against Heka's atrocities and Shura didn't jump ship. The line of descent has been drawn. All that's left is to fight. Tonight we'll decide the ruler of Novira, and that we hear Mira telling herself to concentrate as she has to protect Kibo. Somebody quickly enters their tent calling out for both Kibo and Shura. That's who was beside Kibo earlier. Kibo asks what's wrong and the woman tells him that Heka has already begun fighting and they're in the bar on 3rd Street. He asks who they are fighting since everyone is here. She said it was hard to get a proper look. It looked like he was moments from fighting a man with golden eyes. He realizes now that he's talking about Soul. Heka tells everybody that the main force will be hitting Doju now. He tells both Mira and Germo that she needs to go to 3rd Street immediately, and if it's Soul he's still hanging in there. I'm sure his worries are unnecessary. Back to Heka, he's laughing saying he thought he would know Rita and he wanted to ensure this meeting so he went after her. One hit was all it took for her to spill everything while crying. Rita's still crying and bloodied says she wasn't really involved with what happened and she promises. All she did was play the middleman in a trade business. Heka asks Soul if he heard that as well, saying that the treasure he gave the wolf should not have ended up in his hands. Saying that both he and Kibo don't have the best relationship, though he doubts that he didn't know that when he's staying in Novira. Soul says he did know and Heka says that means he gave him a treasure knowing he wouldn't like it, and that thing on his finger he feels like he recognizes it. Soul says he doesn't have time to waste asking Heka what he wants. Heka laughs asking if he's on the wolf side. Soul says not yet. Heka asks if it's the truth, saying he might be upset if he lies to him. Soul repeats himself and Heka says that he's pretty bold and he heard that he was the strongest transferee out there, but tells him that he hates transferees as they are nothing but parasites. They intrude into their world, crossing the lines and take whatever they please. The only way they learn is to crush their skulls or put a collar around their necks. Kibo calls trash like them his family, but Heka can't see them as more than anything but blood-sucking insects. Soul says he abuses them because he dislikes them and Heka laughs saying of course not. It's obviously an excuse and he just enjoys bullying the weak. Soul says it's as expected. Kibo was telling the truth, that he wasn't trying just to win him over. Heka puts his feet on the table telling Soul there's still an option to survive and that he needs to kill Kibo. If he does this he'll forgive him for pissing him off. Soul asks what he'll do if he refuses. Heka says that first he'll kill Rita. Soul asks what will happen next. Heka says then he'll break Soul's neck and kill him. Soul asks what's after that. Heka laughs asking why he's curious about what will happen after his death. Soul says that anybody would be curious about what kind of novel idea an idiot would come up with. Heka laughs and starts to curse while slamming his axe down to kill Rita, but we see that Soul has used Shadow Hand to quickly move her to safety. Heka kicks the chair over asking if he's really trying to run away after entering the lion's den, saying that his only option is to die. Soul says he could not be further from the truth as we see him summon both Kaluna and Jamat behind him. Heka tells everybody that he's a summoner like Kibo, so fight him the exact same way. He thrusts his halberd towards Kaluna's face and we see Kaluna instantly deflect him, by knocking him backward into the wall. His men are surprised and Heka now realizes that he already screwed up. Soul says he asked him earlier if he was on the wolf side and let him answer that again, saying that he is now, as Kaluna is leaping towards Heka. Back on the outside, we see a fire and hear the sounds of people fighting. They point over saying that Doju has finally come out of his corner and Doju screams, calling Kibo evil. He says that Heka will be here soon and he's coming to tear his head off for biting him. Kibo says he knows and that's why he's working as fast as he can, and the night will be long even with him dead, as we see an army of shadows behind him. Doju says that he makes him want to vomit as he's turning his dead faction members into his shadows, as we see them all pissed. Kibo says that the conversation has gone on long enough and we see his men walk up. Doju starts panicking and swinging, telling them to not get any closer, and then we hear him screaming as he is stabbed to death. Now that he is dead, Kibo tells his men to spread word to his members and spare anybody who surrenders. One of his men says that the real plan starts now that Heka is still alive. Kibo says to find out exactly what's happened so far and not to lower his guard, and they will rendezvous with Shura, who we see running up calling out to Kibo. He says he heard that he killed Doju and he's glad he's still alive, saying that Heka is the only thing left. Kibo says he may be wild but he isn't stupid and he's sure that he's preparing to fight against them, but he gets cut off as one of his men tells him that Mira is back. Kibo turns asking what happened and he points to her, saying that she sees it herself, as we see Mira walking over to them. He says it's a relief that she's safe, and we see in her hand she's holding something, as it is none other than Heka's head. Kibo is completely taken aback, and it flashbacks to when Mira went to the bar. She was surprised, saying that Kibo was right, and that the lion met the storm, as she saw Sol sitting there by the table tapping it with his finger, as Heka's head sat opposite him. With him telling her that she is late, it jumps to later, as everything after that ended in a flash. Shura and Kibo's factions took the defeated soldiers' lives and hopes. Afterwards, Shura handed Kibo the majority of the achievements and backed away. A new leader was born for the Ruins Hunters in Novira. In the future, the Ruins Hunters would call this night the Wolf's Night. Outside of Kibo's hideout, we see Sol sitting on a fancy chair similar to the casting couch, saying that this chair reminds him of something. Kibo says that it's the guest seat, and it's the exact opposite position from their last meeting. Mira asks Sol why he decided to kill Heka, and he says it's because of their trade. Kibo says he expected that and that he should have just joined his side at the meeting. Sol says he had no plans of getting involved then. Kibo says that's fine and it's in the past anyway, and he doesn't like to dwell on it, and asks Sol what he wants. Sol says anything as long as it can help him. Kibo laughs, asking why he feels like he's going to have to pay a lot again. Kibo says okay, and he wants to tell him about something that might interest him. When he was younger, he wandered the desert and the west for money-related reasons. Back then, he would do anything for money, not just hunting ruins. So mercenary jobs, scouting, assassinating, anything. At night when he was camping in the wilderness, he noticed someone frantically running away. He also noticed they were desperately running from their pursuers. Kibo was young back then, so his body acted first. He instantly took down the man's pursuers and buried them in the sand. And then the man he saved told him something. He said that he was a great help to him and promised to pay it back someday. And that their relationship is still lasting to this day. And he plans on giving him the thing he earned for saving the man. Sol asks if it's worth as much as Heka's head. And then Kibo tells him that he is Orgo's successor. Sol is surprised, and Kibo says of course he'd know the name. Sol says there's no way he wouldn't. After all, he was Orgo. He created pieces with many different concepts. And Orgo was one of the more memorable ones. He was a simple blacksmith with incredible talent. Every single item he made was exceptional. Even surpassing the rewards given out by the adventurers. If he kept going with him, he would have rivaled even the last 10 pieces he made. But the weapons that Orgo made fell into the hands of evil people who covered the continent in blood. Because of that, Orgo received the title the Blood-Drenched. In the end, his delicate heart was pushed into a corner. And when he was asked to give up on Orgo's adventure, he decided that it was best to let Orgo live the life that he wished. So he gave up. He thought it was better than watching him have a tragic ending. Though he had started his journey as a naive blacksmith, Orgo closed the curtains on his adventure, receiving the bitter resentment of others. He never expected to hear his name again. That means that the person claiming his successor must be, and then Kibo finishes his sentence saying his name is Hemun. He might have stopped working as a blacksmith, but he also promised to repay the debt. Sol asks where Hemun is now. And Kibo says there's a reason he brought this up in the first place. Sol realizes that means he is in Novira. Kibo says yes. Sol explains that he created Orgo after somewhat acclimating to the world of eternity, and finding his traces would be a huge W, and he can't believe that Hemun was still alive. He then spots a man in the street and he sees a mole near his eye. Sol says he's definitely Hemun and he's grown up so much since then. Sol asks him if he was intruding. And Hemun explains that Kibo is his savior, and if it wasn't for him he'd have been buried in the sands. So please come in. Hemun starts pouring him some tea, saying he hopes it's to his taste, but Sol tells him that he's fine without it. Hemun asks why he doesn't want any, and Sol says that he doesn't eat or drink anything someone offers him, and it's just a habit from his job. Hemun says that he sounds exactly like his master, asking if he knows him. Sol says he knows a little bit about him. Hemun wonders if he knew about him before he received his disgraceful nickname. And Sol says Orgo the Golden Hand. Hemun says precisely. Sol says that since everything that Orgo made had strange effects, it wasn't a stretch to give him that crazy title. Hemun continues saying that his master became disillusioned by the world and left. After that his works fell into the hands of evil people, which only served to grow his master's notoriety. Not only that, but his master hid the remaining works from the world so nobody would find them. Sol says he does recall doing that, as he didn't want his leftover works to serve as pain for Orgo or Hemun. Sol asks why he was being chased out of the desert, and Hemun says that he was being chased by those who wanted his master's works, and he thought they would give up if he took a difficult route, but that is not true. And it was a relief that he met Kibo. If it weren't for him, He would not be alive to this day. Then he helped him settle here. Sol asks what he does here. Hammond says that it's been a while since he used the anvil and hammer, so he runs a tea shop here in the city. And regardless, a debt is a debt. He plans on repaying the goodwill he received from Kibo, so no matter what, he wants to know what Sol needs. We see 3 out of the 4 options are all locked out. He doesn't have time to change Hammond's mind, since he has to find KO too. For now, he decides to give up on creating a new item, and throws some items on the ground. One of them is Borgo's helmet, and the other is Kaluna's sword. Hammond says that he'll have to melt the helmet down and remake it. Repairing it as it wouldn't be enough to bring out even half of the Spirit Stone's power. Sol looks annoyed, asking if that's so. Hammond then looks down at Kaluna's sword, asking where he got this. Sol tells him that he found it in the Forgotten Moon ruins. Hammond says that everything about this sword so far seems like a mystery to him. But the bigger mystery to him are the spells engraved on it restricting its powers. He doubts even his master would have known anything about this sword, and that it's from a civilization before theirs. Sol is surprised, and Hammond tells him to leave both the sword and helmet to him, and he finds the sword very interesting. Sol says that he has not changed at all, and any time he finds something exciting, his eyes shine up. Sol tells him that he appreciates it, but only has half a month. Hammond says that is plenty and to leave it to him, and he is one of the few people in the continent who can awaken the hidden power sleeping in this sword. Back to the abandoned manor where KO was hiding out. We see Jamat telling Sol that he should just find shit like this on his own, instead of summoning him for this. Sol asks Kaluna if he's okay without a sword, and Kaluna says that he's fine, as he doesn't need it to protect Sol. Jamat gets annoyed, and mockingly says how loyal. Kaluna points at him, saying not to mock him, and still in a mocking tone, Jamat says that it was a compliment in the purest sense. Sol wonders how they worked perfectly in battle despite acting like this. Kaluna spots something in the wall, telling Sol that there's a pattern that looks familiar to him. Sol says that there's so many patterns he hadn't carefully inspected them all, and asks Kaluna if he's sure he remembers this. Sol recalls how Kaluna said that all of his memories before becoming a disciple feel hazy. Kaluna starts reading it, and it's talking about having unity with the summoner, and Sol says he has no idea what this is talking about. He continues reading it. People are trying to take advantage of the great forest vitality. Vitality is a source of life and is often used by those who reject death. Someone is hiding in the great forest. They're either the remnants of eternal life or maybe another group entirely. Regardless, I might be able to get my hands on a powerful shadow if I could just take advantage of them. I'm confident that the ones hiding are those who reject death. Necromancers. What is their true objective? Where did the corpse they are trying to revive come from? Investing it definitely seems worth my time. These are all notes from KO's writings. A new adventure appears called Necromancer's Secret Ceremony. Because this is a linked adventure, he cannot choose his next. Kaluna smiles and nods at Sol, and Sol says this makes it seem like he is forced to go. Jamat says that it seems like Kaluna is interested, asking Sol if they're going to do this. Sol says yes. Kaluna thanks him, and Sol starts thinking about how his travel luck is awful as he keeps getting forced to go on adventures. He should try to find KO and leave Novira as fast as possible. Back in Hammond's workshop, we see the helmet glowing and the sword is floating around it. Hammond raises his hammer, saying with this, he will finally surpass Orgo, his master. We see a flashback of Orgo telling Hammond that he has spent his life being fooled by many, and he fell for their false promises, which caused him and the continent a lot of anguish, and that he has failed. Even so, one day, someone will come to represent his value to the world. Though he failed, he prays that Hammond would succeed. Hammond asks why he's saying all of this, asking how he could succeed when even Master failed. Orgo asks him if he is unable to have confidence in himself, or if he is scared of the weapons he makes falling into the hands of evil individuals and being called the blood-drenched like him. We see Hammond hammering away at Kaluna's sword. Orgo's words echo through his mind, saying if you are unsure, ask them what they plan to do with the item you created. We see Hammond is ecstatic, wondering how many spells are still left inside of his blade, saying he thought he removed a lot of them, but there are incomparably many more spells left. And not to mention, these spells aren't just restraining the sword's power, but the owner as well. He wonders what the sword will look like once they are all finished, and even so, for that same reason, the sword must not fall into the wrong person's hands. His master spent his entire life regretting that he handed over swords to evil people, and he also told him that the greatest virtue a blacksmith could have isn't talent, but an eye for people. Later, we see him holding Kaluna's sword, and he's telling Sol that he does not trust him, so he will ask him a question. And if he answers incorrectly, He will melt the sword and erase it from this world, and he asks him what he plans to do with it. We see Soul visibly angry. He says he never expected the situation to turn out like this, while he was looking into KO's traces. This is his mistake. Hamun directly witnessed his master's pain, and him saying something like this was almost inevitable. Hamun says that he has heard that he has taken in the knight who used to be using the sword as his shadow, which means that in the end, it depends on him. Soul says the mistake he made as Borgo is coming back to bite him in the ass. Hamun tells him to answer. Soul thinks about it, saying it used to be a multiple choice problem for him, but now it's a short answer one. He doesn't know what Borgo's been through after he gave up on his ascension and left him in a remote village, which means he also doesn't know what Borgo taught Hamun after he stopped controlling him. Soul thinks about it and says he doesn't know what he will do with his sword yet. If he faces an enemy, he'll have to cut them down, and if he has to protect somebody, he will swing the sword to protect them. Hamun asks if he is really just going to do whatever he pleases, asking if he's so unsure about himself. Soul says that being sure is odd, as he finds it stranger to be certain about the future when they know nothing about it, asking Hamun if he agrees. We see Hamun's arm go backward, and then he tells Soul he'll give the sword to him and throws it. Soul catches it and looks at the blade. We see the sword's name is Breath, and that it's another Peerless item, with a ton of stat boost, as well as a +10 to all stats in general. It has two abilities called First Strike and Dangerous Opportunity, and there is a 25% chance of landing a critical strike on a wounded target, and the range and power of his attack and skills increases by 10%. Chat starts going insane, asking Hamun what the hell he created, and wondering if it's a bug. Hamun says that those who are filled with conviction do not need his items, and those who need his items will not be certain. Those were the words his master would say, and that Soul has the right to wield that sword. Soul says he can't believe that he made something like this in such a short time. He thought the sword would become a treasure quality item at best, but Hamun went above and beyond. Hamun also tells him the helmet is done, and we see that it is now treasure quality as well. I don't feel like reading all of this. Hamun says that since his job is done, he is going to take his leave. Soul thanks him, and Hamun says to come visit him from time to time. It's been a while since he stopped working as a blacksmith, but he can still help him out here and there. He has now unlocked Hamun as a helper, and that he will have a chance of appearing in other adventures. Soul says that he will take him up on that offer, and it's nice that things turned out like this. He did not expect Hamun to turn into his helper either. For an adventurer, he was so worried about things that had really been going well. We see the forced quest about the Necromancers, and he needs to find out what happened at the campsite and find traces of KO. He is teleported to the campsite in the middle of the woods, and his insight activates. He sees that there are traces of a wagon, and that somebody else has left a marking on a tree. Soul says that these marks were from a knife, and they are definitely intentional. They were likely made by the person leading the wagon or the guide. However, if it is not them, then it could also be KO, and he has no other choice but to go deeper and figure out, along with finding out where this corpse stench is coming from. His scroll appears saying that there is a 2-layer trap that has been installed, and he has 4 options for what to do. Soul says that the deeper he goes into the forest, the more he can smell a corpse. And judging by the trap, he is definitely going the right way. If he steps over the trap, the curse is a problem, and he needs to find the medium. He spots a bird statue in the grass, and then readies his whip, smacking the bird statue from afar, lifting the curse. The chat starts saying that his eyes of perception skill is broken. Soul says that there is definitely something going on in this forest, and judging by how Necromancer was in the adventurer's name, Necromancers are definitely involved. Based on the words that KO left behind, the part about the remnants of eternal life are a bit worrying. He says that the Church of Eternal Life, which causes chaos across the continent, has a deep connection with him. Because the leader and founder of the church, called the Immortal, was also him. Therefore, the immortal leader of the church should have left already. And despite that, the Church of Eternal Life survived. He gets a bad feeling, saying that they might have been his faithful servants when he was their leader, but if they ran into him right now, they would simply hunt him down in all of his future adventures. So first, he should confirm if the Church of Eternal Life is still connected to this world where he does anything. We hear some people talking inside of a tent, and Soul starts to overhear them. One of the men asks the other what he plans to do once he gets into the demon's mind, saying that the demon has already devoured more than 20 of their members. Asking what he plans to do when he sees it with his own eyes. Soul wonders what's going on, and starts piecing it together, saying they must be talking about the artifact Crystal of Death pronouncement. And they must have been using it to forcibly create an undead. It didn't require much effort from a necromancer to awaken an undead of a similar level, but it becomes a whole different story if the undead was much higher level than the Necromancer, or if the corpse refuses to be reborn. The Crystal of Death pronouncement lets you enter a corpse's memories to break them up and remove them. Necromancers can come to understand their undead more during that process, while the corpse accepts the Necromancer's request to become their summon more easily. Soul listens for longer, and they talk about how they have invested a lot into this, and they're still not sure if they can even control her once she does become an undead. Freddie Mercury whispers to the other one, saying that's why the Archbishop said he would come personally. It seems that the Archbishop is upset about the current situation, and has realized that the church does not want to help them, despite how important the job is. One of them says that if they do this, the Church of Eternal Life will chase them and feed them to pigs. Soul begins running deeper into the camp, while summoning Kaluna, telling him to stay close in case something happens. He enters the tent of a snoring man and wonders why he's so relaxed after only setting up a couple of traps. Regardless, he found the right way. It was a good idea to go to the biggest and flashiest tent first, as he found the Crystal of Death pronouncement. It's supposed to be pitch black, but it must have devoured quite a number of people, as it gains a red hue the more people trapped inside. These documents seem to mention the Church of Death's truth. The people who are gathered here are doing these spells are just ordinary, and they were trying to forcibly turn a corpse into an undead like he predicted. The notes say that the Church of Death's truth discovered this corpse far away from the great forest in the Mirage Desert. On a day when the sandstorm subsided, the corpse was standing tall, wearing a suit of armor. The corpse was powerful, but they couldn't find anything about its history. They have recorded what the corpse looked like when they first discovered it. We see an elf girl in armor. Soul says this must be what KO was interested in. Soul says that it looks so familiar that it could even be mistaken for. Then he turns to Kaluna, who is in complete shock, saying that he remembers her. Soul asks what he remembers, but Kaluna is speechless. Soul decides to leave for now, saying they can go check the place where the ceremony is being held. Kaluna agrees. On the notes, it says that they became sure this was all an opportunity for the Church of Death's troops to defeat the Church of Eternal Life and be reborn again, and they immediately went into action. They attempted to forcibly revive the corpse as an undead but failed due to the corpse rejecting. Since the corpse required immense vitality to revive as an undead, they moved the ceremony to the Great Forest. However, because the undead ceremony was so difficult, the Crystal of Death pronouncement became a necessity. Thus far, 21 people have been trapped in the crystal. There was still the option of the Archbishop directly entering the corpse himself, but if the Archbishop became trapped as well, it would result in the Church of Death's end. Then they had no other choice but to notify the Church of Eternal Life. We see them charging into the area. We see them charging in as Kaluna draws his blade. Soul says he has rough grasp of the situation, and these guys have repeatedly failed turning the corpse into an undead. And since the people inside the crystal were forced to go in, there is a chance that KO has entered the crystal as well. We see Kaluna strike down 2 men. And Soul says that he has been acting strange since he saw the drawing of the corpse, wondering what is going on. And he says that he should just retreat. Soul is surprised as he sees the corpse hanging on the wall. He says if he is not mistaken, the armor she is wearing isn't too different from what Kaluna was wearing when they first met. Soul wonders what to do, saying the best case scenario would be finding KO without losing the crystal. The worst case scenario is being sucked into the crystal and being unable to escape. The chances of surviving the crystal change depending on the rank of the corpse. He wouldn't worry about being trapped if she was unimportant, but if she is stronger than what he assumes, then it would be bad. Kaluna starts asking who she is, why she is here, and then asking himself who he is. Soul begins to call out to him as Kaluna starts to get severe headaches. He falls to his knees and starts to squeeze his head. Soul looks at the crystal as it begins to glow and says, "Damn it." As the crystal is activated, he is transported into the corpse's mind. The main contents of Necromancer's secret ceremony have changed, and it is now called Promise. Again, we get another recap of the adventure so far, and that he needs to investigate the corpse's mental world. We see a red-haired girl and a man saying that they are the children, asking what their names are. The red-haired one says that they don't have any names, and we see the blonde-haired man saying that the blue-eyed child will be named Kaluna, and the red-eyed child will become Kellen. Asking if there is something they want of them. Kellen says that she wants the Emperor to die. They put a knife to her throat. He asks why she wants the Emperor of Mantra to die. She says that he doesn't know what hunger or cold is. Everything was taken from them before they could even receive their own names, because of the war that the Empire's army is behind. She begins to cry, saying that if it wasn't for the Empire, their town would be okay. The Emperor asks if she is referring to the town of elves, saying that he recalls receiving a report about that during their territorial dispute with Ungid. He laughs, saying if it's like this, he has no choice but to entertain their request. We see his attendant staring at him, and he steps up, saying that he has no choice but to grant them their wish. However, now is not the time. Kellen asks what he means, and he says that it would be too unfair. However, if she can become the strongest knight in the Empire, he will think about her request. If it comes to that, he will gladly give her his life, and he will give her the opportunity to bring down the Mantra Empire with her own two hands. We see Kaluna and Sol there, and he calls out to him. Kaluna says that the corpse's mental world also seems to be his past, and he is now starting to remember everything. The Crystal of Death pronouncement began to retrieve information from the corpse's mental world. It was recalling information about the Mantra Empire. It told the story of two elves who had fallen into slavery but managed to rise once more into knights. We see both Kaluna and Kellen in armor. The Emperor's name is Jin. He was a man with a cool personality, and he was as close to a perfect human as a human could be, but he was too lacking to be an emperor. Jin asks Kellen if she remembers 15 years ago when he made that promise. She says that she does, and he asks if her mind has changed. She says it has not. Jin asks if she believes that she has the qualifications to uphold it. Kellen says that she is still lacking. Jin says that's a shame. Time will not wait for her, though, and as ever, many commanding powers threaten the Empire. This is an era where it wouldn't be strange for his head to roll on the ground at any moment, and that if Kellen and Kaluna wish to keep their promise of killing him, then they need to become his knights and vow to protect him. It's not as if their long-standing hatred had completely disappeared. However, Kellen had watched over the Empire's greatest contradiction for 15 years. The Emperor was someone who wished for perfection due to his imperfections, and he was someone who sought to evade death by welcoming it to his side. Kellen says that she accepts, and Kaluna follows her, saying that they will become knights of the Emperor, and they vowed this to the sun and the stars, while kneeling. The twin knights had become the Emperor's knights in order to kill him. They were also the ones to destroy the tradition of the Emperor must have 8 guardians, and each became the 9th and 10th guardian respectfully. It was a historic moment in the great Empire's history. Sol looks at it, saying, so Kaluna was a knight of Mantra. However, currently in Pandya, there is no such Mantra Empire, and he wonders what happened. The mind realm seems to cut randomly to the forest, with Kellen talking to Kaluna about him leaving to travel the world, and that he wants to see it with his own eyes, all there is. Kellen seems a little sad, and she says that the people of the Empire must keep their promise no matter how long it takes. The promise he made to her that he would return whenever he needed her. He needs not to forget it. He says that he wants, and she tells him that he can't be late. He agrees, and she begins to cry, saying that he has to stay healthy, as they've been through so much together. He agrees, and asks when she will let him go. She says to go, then. It jumps once more to a letter from Kaluna, and we see her calling Jin by his first name, and he calls her impudent, asking when she will address him with loyalty. She laughs, saying she already knows he hates that stuff more than her, and she's very happy to have received the letter. Jin says that it's been 3 years since his last letter, and it seems that Kaluna is quite cold, even to his sister. She laughs, saying that he was probably just busy, and Jin says he can count on the number of times he left the capital with his hands. She asks Jin if he's trying to get her to sympathize with him, and he laughs, saying she doesn't need to do that, and rather than sympathizing, he remembers her crying every night after Kaluna left. She gets embarrassed, and tells him to shut up, asking if he wants her to keep her promise right now. He reminds her that the Sun Knight lane is still left. She sighs, saying that is true, and Jin says there's still not too much time left, and Old Man Lane even said himself that she might overtake him in a decade. He also said that if Kaluna and Kellen were in the Empire at the time, when he didn't exist, they would have been the vanguards of the Guardians. She says that's a huge compliment, and Jin quickly asks about what the contents of the letter are, and it was about how Kaluna is on his way back. He jumps to the Empire, burning down, as everybody is screaming for help. We hear a man screaming down to Kellen, telling her not to let anybody into the palace, and that is none other than Lane. He tells her to be careful, saying that there is a traitor amongst the Guardians. She is surprised, and wonders who it is. She looks down to see the woman that was with the Emperor when they first met. We learn her name is Leona. She says this is the end of Mantra, and Jin will be taken down from his throne today, asking if this isn't what she wanted. Kellen swings her sword, creating fire, saying not to mess with her, and if she crosses this line, she will kill them. Leona says that she knows the twins have unique characteristics, which makes them multiple times stronger when bound together, and she asks her if she really believes that Kaluna would return, saying that he will not, so to give up. She begins to cry, telling her to shut up, as he has already said he would be coming back. The sky begins to break once more, and Sol realizes it. We see Kaluna looking up, saying that he promised her he would return, and then we hear Kellen asking him why he would break his promise. She continues yelling why, while walking forward, and we see that her eyes are pitch black, asking more why he broke their promise. Sol quickly tries to tell Kaluna to snap out of it. And we see a giant blue wall appear in front of them to stop Kellen. The crystal begins to float in the air and we see Jamat holding onto Sol as they escape from it. Jamat says that due to the rain, the crystal was submerged and it flooded even on the inside. If they were just a little late, they would have drowned. Sol looks over as a scroll saying that it is now the 10th adventure called the Burnt One. They now know the identity of the corpse along with its backstory. Unfortunately, KO has still not been found, but now they are in a very dangerous situation. That is trivial. Kellen will now be freed and wake up. The current Kellen has only her instincts remaining, but is still estimated that she is very powerful. Furthermore, on the day that she happens to regain her rational thinking, an unpredictable incident might occur. And it asks him if he is going to fight or run away, and that he has a time limit on defeating Kellen. And if he leaves or loses, he will have his reputation affected negatively. She opens her eyes, and we see them filled with darkness. She is a heroic tier knight. And Sol realizes the difference in levels is too great, and the vitality of the Great Forest is also being rapidly absorbed for the resurrection. He tells Jamat and Kaluna that it is time to run away. He clicks his heels like Dorothy and starts hauling cheeks using the emergency escape function on the boots. As we see a giant red explosion behind him, Sol falls onto the floor and is gassed out. When he looks up, he says that was crazy and he would have turned into dust if he got caught up in that and that he cannot defeat her right now. The level difference is almost 30. He could die on the spot from even a light punch. He would be killed before he could try something. He wonders if he should give up on the adventure and take the penalties. He starts to battle himself internally, saying that every single penalty is too fatal. The lost soldier penalty means that he is unable to obtain some rewards, and losing everything he has accumulated until now contradicts his goal. He starts to tell himself to think. He is already aware that he won't be assigned an adventure that cannot be completed. A way to come beat this should be somewhere in the adventure. As though fate had already been decided, the system throws trials at players that can be overcome. He is sure that somewhere there is something he can use only because it is now. We see a group of robed individuals trying their best to stop the corpse. He says that that is it. A method that can only be used right now. We see the Necromancers doing their best to hold on until their Archbishop arrives. Sol yells asking what's going on, saying that they were definitely told to wait by the church, asking if they can't even contact the base properly. The chat starts spamming question marks, saying that he's finally lost his mind. The robed men start to get it completely wrong, and they ask if he is an envoy from the Church of Eternal Life. Sol says if it took them this long to realize it, they must have brain delay. The chat starts laughing, saying that he is actually a goated actor. Sol says he wants them to immediately notify him of the situation down to every last detail. Jabba the Hutt says that the undead has been free from her chains and is resisting. There haven't been any significant casualties, but the problem is that the undead is slowly growing stronger. The Archbishop also said that he would arrive soon. Sol says that the Archbishop's foresight has saved them all and he will do his best to buy as much time as he can before then. They buy his Oscar-worthy performance and thank him. Sol then tells Kaluna that he needs to save Kellen. Kaluna looks tired, but starts running off. Sol says even though she is immensely powerful, judging by how she is only barely able to go even with the Necromancers of that level, she likely has massive penalties placed on her that prevent her from being at full strength. All the Necromancers start buffing Kaluna and raising his defense by 10% as well as his elemental resistance by another 5%. He enters the first stage, instantly yelling for his sister to wake up, and we see their swords clash with one another, creating a powerful shockwave. Kaluna then enters the second stage and prepares for a follow-up attack. He charges in and swings, cutting her breastplate but nothing fatal. She returns striking his sword. The Necromancers tell each other to focus on supporting the envoy. Sol says that her strength alone can push back Kaluna in his half-moon stage and that Kellen is getting stronger with time. We see Kaluna get thrown into a tree and Sol says that he can't pull out Jamat when he is in the middle of enemy lines. He needs to keep a card up his sleeve if he wants to keep himself safe. Kaluna starts calling out to his sister, asking if she does not recognize him and to open her eyes, but she continues to scream. While charging in, we see her begin to glow orange with fire. The attack is so strong that the necromancers behind Soul gets caught up in the attack and starts screaming. We see that the spirit barrier was what protected him. Soul says that the fire attribute has the most firepower out of any attribute, and it also spreads extremely well. Kellen is pushing back Kaluna almost like she is trying to flaunt how powerful the fire attribute is. He wanted to save this for later, but maybe he should tell Kaluna to enter the full moon stage. Some of the survivors say that the Archbishop has arrived, and we see a man named Archbishop Galifa. He is a rare rank. He laughs, saying this is their first time meeting, and asks what has happened to Fritten, the original envoy. Soul thanks Galifa for his hard work and introduces himself as Kendrick, an envoy from the Church of Eternal Life. Galifa laughs, saying that's an unfamiliar name, asking if he brought his church card. Soul makes an annoyed face, asking why he is trying to get something that isn't part of church law and if he is mocking him. Galifa nervously laughs, saying that he's not and he must have made a mistake in his old age and to forgive him. Soul says if he's going that far to apologize, sure. Regardless, as he can see, the problem is slowly getting larger and larger. They need to work together and he'll head out first. Galifa says that he possesses a skill that takes a long time to cast, but it is undoubtedly suitable for the situation. Soul says he understands but realizes that he has been caught. As we see along the options, number 4 was about the card. Galifa understands that he's a fake since church law changed 3 years ago and an envoy must always carry their church card as proof. Galifa says as expected, the corpse he had his eyes on is extremely powerful. For now, he will accept his help to restrain the undead and then take care of him when the opportunity shows itself. Soul says that he sensed bloodlust for a second, which means that the church law definitely changed. Judging by how he's leaving him alone, he wants to use him. He now has to defeat Kellen while worrying about Galifa backstabbing him, and everything is going to be decided in a split second. He yells out to Kaluna, telling him to unleash it, as we see Kaluna glowing blue as he enters his full moon stage. Kellen's eyes start to go back to white, and she yells out her brother's name while charging forward, using a skill called Ignite. Kaluna asks if she's finally regained her senses, and she starts asking him why, and attacks him repeatedly, asking why he never came back. He goes to explain but gets kicked in the stomach instead, sending him flying backwards. Soul calls out to him and Kellen slowly walks forward, asking why he did not return and why he broke his promise. Soul here screams behind him as he sees Galifa has betrayed his own men and is using them for his spell. Galifa says that it's a bit of a waste to use this spell here and he'll use it now to rip Kellen apart and just put her back together himself. He launches the attack, which is called the Vortex of Hatred, and you will decay if you are hit by it. He says that she may be powerful but she's still an undead without an owner. No matter how strong corpses are, they are still corpses in the end. We see that her skill Pride activates and that she will ignore most damage. Galifa continues saying that the dead can't avoid the energy of hatred and to stop her futile resistance from crumbling away. Then tells Soul it's time to finish this. Soul calls for Kaluna once more, and he stabs Kellen through the stomach. She calls out to him, and he says her name as well. She says as always, he refuses to answer her. We see her eyes full of sadness, and she says that he has failed to keep his promise, and he has abandoned the Empire. Kaluna tells her that he will explain everything. The Emperor is long dead, and the Empire has fallen a while ago, and they are in a new world. She says there is no way, and he tells her to wake up, saying that their time is long past. She laughs, saying that she has died, but not the Empire, and she says that she is still alive and still here. Soul wonders what this feeling is and why he is feeling a chill running down his spine despite the fire around them, saying that this feeling is ominous. Kellen tells him that she is a knight of the Empire, and it still lives on inside of her, and that she is a knight of mantra. We see she uses a skill called Final Comeback, and that any damage received now along with status effects are delayed until later, but they will come with double damage. Galifa wonders how his spell disappeared and how this could happen. Soul's wolf ring activates, saying that he is in a bad situation and that the main contents of the burnt one has changed to ember and that he needs to survive for 5 minutes as this is now the goal. As we see Kellen starting to burn her own armor off as she walks forward, Soul realizes that she has regained her senses now and that this is dangerous. She might have been manageable as a mindless undead, but as she stands now, he doesn't know how powerful she will be. Galifa says that he has no other choice and tells Soul that he has one trick up his sleeve. It's to kill everyone. He begins to use a skill called Corpse Knight, reducing his own lifespan and raising every corpse around. The corpses will explode when struck. He tells his men to march forth and die. Soul asks Galifa what he is doing, and Khalifa laughs, asking if he thought he wouldn't know, and there is no way an envoy is oblivious to church law. He should have come up with something realistic and that his use ends here as she is his. He tells him to become one with the corpses. As they start to get closer to Soul, we see Jamat put his hand on one of their heads, and Soul says he will leave it to him. Jamat begins to activate all of his effects and says that if these corpses explode when they come into contact with a life form, it seems useless against a shadow like himself. He starts throwing them back towards Khalifa, saying that his use ends here. Khalifa is surprised that he had another monster this strong and tells his men to return and protect him. Jamat starts running through the group, and Khalifa puts his hands up out of fear, screaming for him to not come any closer. Jamat stomps him into a meat crayon, saying have a good night, Baldo. Soul earns an achievement and a title as well as additional rewards, and we see that he has covered Soul in his rock armor. Soul realizes it was the right choice to keep Jamat hidden until now. However, the real problem is Kellen as we see her knock Kaluna away. The description that accompanied Kellen's final comeback was that everything would be delayed until later, which means that the undead penalty, which reduced her strength by half, is also gone now too as we see the chains restraining her have been broken. He says that he can't beat this, rather, forget beating her, he won't even be able to survive for the rest of the remaining time. As we see he has 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining as she is flying in towards Kaluna. As the time keeps going down, Kaluna says that he did his best to keep the promise. She keeps attacking, telling him not to lie, asking why he would abandon her. He tells her it's the truth, and he was heading to the capital that day. Fire starts to come out of her mouth as well, and she calls him a traitor. She uses a skill called Red Lotus Slash, and Kaluna uses his Full Moon Slash, and we see them both creating waves of their respective elements, creating a giant shockwave from their collision. We see Kaluna sliding backwards, and he is gassed out. Soul says obviously it was Kaluna who was pushed back, and he expected this, but though she pushed him back, he isn't injured enough that he can't recover from it. With a difference in stats and skills that great, he should have been repelled much further if Kellen really wanted to. Even a simple swing of her sword would be enough to kill him. We see her saying that he's become weak, and Soul realizes that she is currently hesitating. She asks him if the world he chose by giving up the Empire made him this weak, and we see Jamat come out of left field with a right. She dodges it and kicks him in the stomach, sending him flying backwards. He wonders why she's so strong, and she tells him to stop butting in, asking what Kaluna is to him. Jamat laughs, saying to stop hounding Kaluna, asking why she doesn't try fighting him too, calling her a monster. She hesitates again and begins to start eating massive amounts of damage as the timer has ended for her final comeback. So every bit of damage is now being doubled and given at the same time. We see her body begin rotting away as she falls into Kaluna's arms. She calls out to her brother, saying during the time she has left she wants to hear his story. He tells her he'll repeat it as many times as she wants, and she asks that day if he really came back. He said that he was headed there, and she said that she should have known, as there is no way he would intentionally break his promise. He apologizes, saying that he actually failed to keep it, and she asks why he became a shadow. He tells her that it's because he died. She laughs, saying that's ridiculous, and he says that someone stole his powers and he doesn't know the details either. She says that doesn't make sense as he was invincible, even stronger than she was, and it looks like he's serving an ugly human, soul caught astray. She asks if his memory of Jin disappeared. He says that Jin is still his emperor, but he serves someone else now. He's a good person, and through following him, he was able to meet her again. She starts to laugh, saying that he might not be as good as Jin, but when he puts it that way, he seems like an excellent master. She says that she's always wanted to ask him this, and he asks what it is. She asks him what's beyond the world of the Empire. He tells her the sea, and she asks if it's the place filled with water. He says yes and that it truly existed as we see him standing in front of an ocean. She tells him not to lie, saying that she won't fall for it this time, and she says it looks like he's still someone's knight. Her body and heart are all completely burned up as we see her crying. She asks what she has left, saying that there is no such thing as a knight without a master, and that she's just a monster. He begins to cry as well, saying that she is no monster and she is his one and only sister. He grabs onto her arm, saying that they can go see the world he saw together and they can finally be reunited. She says that she can't as the king he serves is too weak and he can't take her. He begins screaming, telling her not to die and to stay with him, and she says that she can't feel anything, and it looks like dying is really scary and she's wanted him to know this. With all of her remaining energy, she says that she wished that when he left, he took her with her. She starts to fade out as her limp arm hits the water. A scroll appears, saying that he defeated the Lotus Knights, and he has earned another achievement and title. Kaluna starts screaming for his sister, and Soul stands there watching him in agony, saying in the end his travel luck played an effect. He didn't find KO, and he almost died because he was caught up in a secret ceremony and trapped inside of a corpse's mind. Not to mention he almost died because Kellen woke up as well, and that he's not too sure what will happen to Kaluna that has always been by his side. To blame it on the luck of the dice seems a bit unfair, as there are way too many strange things going on. Soul recalls her saying that he was too weak to take her, and he says that he knew something like this would happen. He pulls a pouch out of his robe, and we see him eating something. Kaluna asks what he is doing, and we see that Soul is finally eating that purple jello that he made a while back. We see him beginning to charge up, and he stretches his hand out towards Kellen's corpse, telling it to serve him. The aura begins to surround her, and chat says this is insane, and there's no way he planned for this. But there's no way plot armor will work this time. We see Soul's face is strained, and he says that for 17 years he has rolled countless dice. He fought relentlessly to create the best result. The world of eternity was a small universe, and finding the best result might have been impossible, but even so, that was even more of a reason for him to give it his all. He plans to overcome the roll of the dice. We see his aura get more condensed as he shouts for Kellen to serve him. Her body begins to float up into the air as we hear her groaning. She begins to scream, a scroll appears, saying that Kellen's connected soul activates. Kaluna closes his eyes so he doesn't have to watch. And we see purple lightning strike down from the sky, and that Soul has earned another achievement and a title. It cuts to Kellen with her eyes closed in the shadow realm, and Kaluna is telling her that they can go together into the new world, and that mantra does not exist in this world anymore. Everybody they knew there is dead. The same goes for them as well. And regardless of what happened, it's no longer important if they want to live in this new era. She asks him how he could say such a thing and that this means Jin too had died to the usurpers. Kaluna says it's unfortunate, but everybody dies. Both of them along with Jin. She says that she doesn't even know what he is trying to say. And he asks her once more to go into the new world. And she asks him if there is even anything he wants left remaining in the world. He tells her that he would just like to be together with her again. She is surprised, and he says after journeying outside the Empire, he realized that the Empire was incredibly small. Not everything existed inside of their little fence. The world is vast and it's filled with mysterious things that they don't understand. The shadow dimension starts to crack, and she says that she's lost everything that she's cared about in her life. That she has nothing to fight for as it's all turned to ash. Kaluna looks towards the side, saying he doesn't know, but maybe she should look for a reason to fight first as her world gets completely shattered. She starts to think about it, and he tells her that they can go together, and this time she can visit the sea, and she agrees to go with him. It cuts to later in the day, and Soul looks worried. Kellen says she might have ended up as a shadow, but she still has not accepted him yet. And we see that she is a legendary rank knight. She says that she needs to think about why she should serve him at this point. Jamat laughs, saying that's fun, but Soul is speechless. She then smiles warmly, telling both Soul and Jamat to take care of her from now on. If you've watched till the end, comment, bloob, to let me know. Subscribe for more videos like this, leave a like or a comment to help the channel out. Thanks for watching.